3.5 hours later, the real Yuan in the perfect Danshan has reached 100%. At this moment, what he is facing is how to improve his cultivation in Kihai period. Chu Zhongshan didn't have any experience in how to improve his cultivation in Kihai period, but he didn't worry about it. Because in his storage bag, there are 2 state perception notes on how to improve the cultivation of Kihai period. Divide a part of consciousness to connect the storage bag, and Chu Zhongshan takes out the realm perception note specially recommended by Huang Lao in the state of Yan. While absorbing the blood in the blood god tree, continue to increase the number of true Yuan in the Danshan, and carefully observe the content of the realm perception note. As he continued to understand the content of the realm perception notes, he gradually had a clear understanding of how to break through the gas C period. Like the gas refining period, body refining period, and gas melting period, the gas C period is also divided into 10 small realms. The first to third layers of the gas C period are called the early stage of the gas C period. The method to improve the realm in the early stage of the Kihai period is very simple, but it is quite time-consuming. That is to use Zhenyuan to continue to strengthen and expand Danshan, so that Danshan can reach its limit. The cultivation from the first floor to the third floor in the Kihai period is very simple for Chu Zhongshan. Because with the help of the impact force generated by the self-explosion of 9 Zhenyuan pills, his Danshan has reached a perfect state. He only needs to use the mystery of Zhenyuan attribute to continue to strengthen the hardness and toughness of Danshan. This is also why Huang Lao asked him to make every effort to absorb the blood in the blood god tree and make every effort to break through the cultivation, because he doesn't have to bother to continue to expand the capacity of Danshan. The 4 to 6 layers in the gas C period are called the middle of the gas C period. The method of upgrading the realm in the middle of the gas C period is complex, troublesome, and time-consuming. Because the practice of these 3 small realms is the process of refining the truth of Danshan Niyuan to the limit. The warrior absorbs the aura scattered between heaven and earth, or the aura in the aura stone or elixir, and enhances his strength and cultivation after transforming into the true Yuan. However, whether it is the aura scattered between heaven and earth, or the aura in the aura stone, or the elixir, it is not 100% pure and contains some impurities more or less. The cultivation in the middle of Kihai period is to purify all the Zhenyuan stored in Danshan, eliminate all the impurities in Zhenyuan, and make Zhenyuan perfect. This realm has both advantages and disadvantages for Chu Zhongshan, because the energy he absorbs now is the true Yuan after the transformation of pure blood in the blood god tree, and the true Yuan has been deliberately purified by the blood god tree at the peak of the 6th grade. Therefore, he only needs to spend a little time to exercise and break through easily. However, the blood in the blood god tree can only improve his cultivation to the 3rd level of Kihai period at most, or even to the 2nd level. Then, if he wants to continue to improve his cultivation rapidly, he must rely on the spirit stones and pills with higher quality and less impurities. Otherwise, the low-end Lingxi and elixir will destroy the flawless Zhenyuan in Danshan, which is a very obvious disadvantage. The high-level cultivation in the period of Kihai is the 3 small realms that delay the time in the middle of Chu. Because this realm is aimed at the Danshan, if you want to improve the cultivation of this realm, you must exercise the Danshan very harshly, so that the expanded Danshan can be gradually reduced to the original state at the beginning of cultivation, that is, the state of seemingly nothing. When the Danshan is compressed to the original state, the Danshan will rise by itself, and finally open up a 2nd Danshan at the chest. At this time, the cultivation naturally breaks through the 10 layers of perfection in the air C period. Due to the powerful power generated by the self-explosion of 9 Zhenyuan pills, his Danshan reached a perfect state. If you want to compress the perfect Danshan, not only the process is very difficult, but also the whole process is quite time-consuming. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan has no solution for the time being, and can only hold the idea of going step by step. Put away the realm perception notes. Chu Zhongshan temporarily ignored the difficulties in the middle and later cultivation process of Kihai period. His current task is to improve his cultivation as soon as possible with the help of the blood in the blood god tree. As for what level to ascend to, I have managed so much for the time being. With the help of the realm perception notes, and the pure true Yuan transformed from the blood in the blood god tree, Chu Zhongshan, who has just broken through the period of Qi Si, began to attack a new realm. As a strong man who may have been the supreme level, the realm perception notes recommended by experienced old Huang are very suitable. Chu Zhongshan smoothly promoted his cultivation to the middle level of Qihai period with the help of his understanding of the realm perception notes. Half an hour later, the cultivation will be upgraded to the back level of the first floor of the gas C period. 1 hour later, the cultivation will reach the peak of Qihai period. After the cultivation reached the peak of the first level of the Qihai period, Chu Zhongshan temporarily stopped the improvement of the realm, but recalled the feeling of observing the realm practice and understanding notes just now. After determining how to perfectly break through the realm, he made use of the huge truth in his body to attack the bottleneck of the second level of the Qihai period. Because his time to break through the realm of the gas C period was too short, his own accumulation had already been consumed. Even with the help of the realm perception notes, he failed to hit the bottleneck of the second layer of the gas C period for the first time. Chu Zhongshan was not at all depressed about this. Ray condense the true yuan in the danshan, Ray adjust your state of mind, and Ray recall the records of the realm perception notes. At the same time, the reasons for the failure of the first impact bottleneck are summarized. After all this was done, Chu Zhongshan began to hit the bottleneck of the second layer of the gas C period for the second time. Fortunately, this impact enabled him to successfully break through the bottleneck and successfully advance to the cultivation of the second floor of the gas C period. The cultivation for Shun entered the second layer of the Sea of Qi period. Although his control of the potential made him quickly consolidate his cultivation after the breakthrough, the strong momentum that rose on him at that moment, when the realm broke through, still felt by the old farmers and fishermen around him. In this regard, the old farmer and the old fisherman are not at all surprised, because they are numb to the speed of Chu Zhongshan's strange breakthrough. It often takes 10 days to half a month for other martial artists to improve a small realm, but it only takes a few dozen minutes for Chu Zhongshan. Other martial artists need at least 1 to 2 years to break through a big realm, but Chu Zhongshan only needs a few hours. Other martial artists want to break through the air C period. They can only compress 1 genuine pill, but Chu Zhongshan doesn't know how many genuine pills they have compressed. Therefore, in the face of Chu Zhongshan, who just broke through the first floor of the gas C period, and then broke through to the second floor of the gas C period half a day later, the farmer and fisherman felt that this was very normal. After the cultivation broke through the second floor of Qihai period, the speed of Chu Zhongshan absorbing blood and spiritual power in the blood god tree increased by more than 10 times, which reduced the stock of blood at a very fast speed. At the same time, the blood god tree has only a few tens of meters of trunk, which is also withering. With the help of the pure blood contained in the blood god tree and the realm perception notes suitable for yourself, Chu Zhongshan, which has just broken through the second layer of the Qihai period, continues to move towards a higher realm. However, with the blood in the blood god tree decreasing, and with more and more real yuan needed by his elixir field, the speed of cultivation improvement will be slower and slower. In 1.5 hours, the cultivation was upgraded to the middle level of the second floor in the gas C period. 4 hours later, the cultivation was upgraded to the high level of the second floor in the gas C period. When Chu Zhongshan worked hard to improve his cultivation to the peak of the second floor of Qihai period, the blood god tree in front of him withered and spontaneously ignited. At the same time, he used the channel formed by the special handprint and the blood god tree to break completely, so that the realm he wanted to break through was forcibly interrupted. Although the breakthrough state was forcibly interrupted, which made Chu Zhongshan feel some regret, he soon adjusted his mind and accepted the reality calmly. Hu spit out a mouthful of turbid qi accumulated in his chest. Chu Zhongshan shook his head. When his sore body was more comfortable, he directly stood up. Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sighing when he looked at the blood god tree bred by himself, because he lost all his blood and spiritual power. In such a short time, I can directly break through 4 small realms and 1 big realm, and form a perfect danshan. The blood god tree that is burning in front of me undoubtedly plays a key role. Without the blood divine tree, providing a lot of blood that can improve strength and cultivation, it is impossible for him to break through the gas C period in such a short time, let alone compress the 9 real pills to form the most perfect danshan. If you don't use special methods to absorb the blood and spiritual power in the blood god tree, the blood god tree will not wither and spontaneous combustion, and may even be directly promoted to the 5-grade spirit tree with the help of the blood essence and spiritual power provided by the blood god beast. Therefore, today's event just proves that before he crossed, he once heard a wise saying, "Drink and peck. Everything has its own number." Conversely, even as like as 2 peas, the blood and mental power of the god tree are not forced to occupy the body of the Chushan River. The final result of the blood god is exactly the same. Of course, Xinsheng's Sai was only temporary, and Chu Zhongshan soon adjusted. Chu Zaiou is the practice over. Seeing Chu Zhongshan take the initiative to stand up and see the blood god tree completely turned into ashes in front of him, the farmer asked, "Well, cultivation is going well." Nodded, Chu Zhongshan explained briefly, and then looked up at his head. Originally, the living space of blood god tree was forcibly torn out of countless gaps due to the self-explosion of blood god beast and genuine Dan. Now, with the complete destruction of the blood god tree, the power of rules bred by itself disappears, and the whole space has gradually collapsed, and the collapse speed is faster and faster. According to the current collapse speed, the space where the blood god tree lives will completely disappear in 10 minutes at most, so he must hurry to leave here. However, before leaving this space, he still has one thing to do, that is to collect the storage bags on the bodies of 7 corpses not far away. In order to avoid irritating the old farmers and fishermen, Chu Zhongshan only collected the storage bags on Gowan and other 6 people at first, and finally picked up the storage bags on the old man with black spots. While rushing to the old farmer and fisherman, he used his mind to check the collection of the old black class. Later, he found that as an old man with black spots for casual repair, the collection in the storage bag was not rich, and even as a powerful existence in the half-life period, his collection was very poor. However, the more than 700,000 5-grade middle-level spirit stones in the storage bag, and more than 104-grade upper-level spirit stones, the size of a baby's fist made him excited. But he still forcibly suppressed his inner greed, and handed the old man with black spots' storage bag to the old farmer. Chu Zaiou, normally, the booty you collected should belong to you, but younger Marshal Brother Gu is not alone like younger Marshal Brother Lin, so I want to return his storage bag to his relatives. Seeing the storage bag handed over by Chu Zhongshan, the old farmer was a little worried, but finally took it and explained why he wanted to accept the black spot old man's storage bag. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan was not angry, but appreciated the loyalty of farmers and elders. Huang Lao, since the blood god tree has spontaneously ignited, the rules bred by itself should disappear. I don't know if you can find out where we are now. He looked up at the space that was accelerating and collapsing overhead. Chu Zhongshan asked Huang Lao in his mind for confirmation. "Wait a minute." Motioning Chu Zhongshan to wait a moment, Huang Lao dispersed the power of the soul and began to thoroughly check the space where the blood god tree lived, and the distance and orientation from the ground. Without the restriction of the blood god tree's own breeding rules, Huang Lao's spirit power quickly passed through the barrier of space and extended upward. Only 3 seconds later, his spirit power appeared outside the veins smoothly. Huang didn't pay much attention to the miners and soldiers who were trying to clean up the gravel outside the vein. After determining the route out of the ground, his mind returned to the body of the spirit and said, "Chu boy, the vertical distance between this space and the ground is more than 1,000 meters. You let the old man surnamed Su take you directly through the gravel and rush out of the ground. Huang Lao, it's only 1 kilometer away, and the vibration caused by the self-explosion of the blood beast and the self-explosion of Zhenyuanden when I broke through the gas sea period has been completely shaken into rubble. With my strength, I think I can easily rush out of the ground." According to the farmer's value for himself, it is not a troublesome and complicated thing for him to carry himself out of the ground, but Chu Zhongshan's principle is that as long as it is something he can do, he should try to do it by himself. "Chu boy, I don't want you to relax." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't accept his kindness, Huang Lao complained wrongfully. Chu Zhongshan didn't say much about this. Because he knew that Huang Lao, who was born in a noble family, despised those casual practices in his bones and regarded them as servants in his heart, so the ideas he could have were also normal. Looking up at the collapse speed of the space above, Chu Zhongshan simply explained to the old farmer and fisherman, selected a crack with a width of more than 1 meter, and directly used the cultivation of Kihai period to fly to the crack in the air. Master Su, Master Lin, the space shrouded by the rules of Blood Divine Tree is about to collapse. We must rush out immediately. Otherwise, we will disappear into nothingness with this space. After the martial arts cultivation broke through the air-sea period, the most significant change is that you can use the abundant genuine in the Danshan to fly in the air. However, this was the first time he flew in the air in his life. He was very unfamiliar with both the control of SHINWON's auxiliary flight and the direction of his body's flight in mid-air. Therefore, the first time he flew in the air in his life, not only the speed was very slow, but also he couldn't grasp the flight movements well, which gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. Chuzaioyu, if you want to fly in the air with the cultivation of Kihai period, in addition to more accurate control of genuine, you also need to constantly practice flying in order to really master flying skills. Seeing Chu Zhongshan flying in mid-air and leaning around, the old farmer who understands the process of flying from strange to familiar flew directly to Chu Zhongshan. Without asking for his consent, he grabbed his arm and flew to the space gap with it. While flying, he explained how to fly better. Facing the active and enthusiastic help of the farmer and the old man, Chu Zhongshan was embarrassed to accept the help of others for the first time in his life. At first, he thought it was natural for him to master flying skills as long as his cultivation broke through the air-sea period, but now it seems that his idea is too arrogant. Therefore, he did not continue to show off his ability. He allowed the old farmer to take him through the gap of space, and then used the power of genuine to smash the gravel in front of him and stand on the ground. After nearly a day and night of uninterrupted work, nearly 9 layers of gravel have been cleaned up. Standing among the people, the middle-aged fat man who temporarily served as a supervisor couldn't help wiping the sweat on his forehead. However, looking at the vein that will resume production immediately, the middle-aged fat man felt very tired, but his face still showed a look of joy. Seeing that only after clearing the rubble of the last 13 collapsed channels, the vein can resume production, the middle-aged fat man turned directly and ran to the temporary pavilion. First, I want to congratulate Commander Liang, who is in a bad mood, so that when he returns to the palace, he can say a few good words for himself and continue to be responsible for the mining work with sufficient oil and water. Second, fatigue and heat made him want to go into the pavilion to have a rest. However, just as he had just turned around and his left leg had not stepped out, the low roar continued to rise from the ground behind him. The middle-aged fat man, who had just experienced the collapse of the ore vein, clearly understood the meaning of the roar from the bottom, so he quickly left the ore vein by using his body skills and martial arts along the cleared road. At the same time, he also loudly reminded, "Get out of here, the earthquake is coming again." Although the loud reminder of the middle-aged fat man is timely, it still comes slowly compared with the roar from the ground. Just as the sound of his reminder fell, a loud noise came from behind him. However, the loud noise and roar from the ground this time are different from those experienced a day ago. The roar this time was neither accompanied by strong vibration nor extensive destruction of the barely recovered ore vein. However, due to the location of the loud noise and vibration, it was just where the miners and soldiers cleaned up the gravel. Suddenly, countless gravel were shot, injuring and killing many people, and bursts of screams came from the scene. It was precisely because of the light vibration from the roar and the sad howl from behind that the middle-aged fat man couldn't help turning his head and watching. Later, he was surprised to see 3 strong men standing in the air above the ore vein. Among the 3 strong men, the one who most attracted his attention was the boy standing in the middle who looked 16 or 17 years old. The reason why the young man attracted the attention of the middle-aged fat man was not only that he could stand in the air at a young age, but also his gloomy face at this time. Because the cultivation didn't break through the divine soul period and couldn't use the divine mind to check the situation on the ground, Chu Zhongshan didn't know that there would be so many low-end warriors and ordinary people above the position where he and others rushed to the ground. Because he and others used their strong cultivation to forcibly rush out of the ground and accidentally hurt and kill so many people with stones, which made Chu Zhongshan feel very uncomfortable. Especially when he saw the miners who were dressed in old clothes, or died, or howled miserably, his face was directly gloomy. Before the crossing, his father had been working in a coal mine in order to provide him with college and buy a house in the capital. During college, he also went to the mine with his father, so he was well aware of the hardships and dangers of these miners. So, of course, seeing a miner injured or killed directly will touch the deepest weakness in his heart. However, seeing the joy of escaping from death on the faces of the old farmer and the old fisherman, he was also bad. Because his heart was touched, which affected the joy of the two elders who took good care of themselves, he temporarily suppressed his inner sadness and told the old farmer and the old fisherman, "Master Su and Master Lin, what are you going to do next?" "Chu Zio, I'll go home directly next. First, I'll see my great-grandson and guide his practice. Second, I also want to take this opportunity to break through the longevity period with the help of the millennium fruit." Perhaps it was the joy of life and death that made the fisherman and the old man take the initiative to answer for the first time. Master Lin didn't mention it. I almost forgot. Hearing the fisherman mention his great-grandson, Chu Zhongshan suddenly thought of the promise he had made in the face of the fisherman with overdrawn vitality. Although the later use of yin-yang Beishu pill did not make the fisherman lose his life because of overdraft of vitality, Chu Zhongshan still planned to abide by his promise. "Elder Lin, I promised you that I would let your great-grandson become an official disciple of Liyun's sect. So 3 months later, you always take your great-grandson to Liyun's sect in person. I will say hello to the school. At that time, let your great-grandson directly join Qianlong Peak and become the resident disciple of Qianlong Peak." At the beginning of his apprenticeship, Zhao Enjun once said that he would only accept Chu Zhongshan as an apprentice in his life, and only Chu Zhongshan could get his inheritance. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan could not let the great-grandson of the fisherman old man become an official disciple of Liyun's sect for the time being. However, as long as he can become the resident disciple of Qianlong Peak, he only needs to take more care of him. It's not very difficult to become an official disciple of Liyun's sect. "Chu Zio, my great-grandson can really become an official disciple of Liyun's sect?" the fisherman asked excitedly. In fact, when Chu Zhongshan used yin-yang longevity pills to help him make up for his overdrawn vitality, the fisherman old man had extinguished his great-grandson's wish to become a disciple of Liyun's sect, because he was too aware of the difficulty and harshness of becoming a disciple of the 3 major sects. However, Chu Zhongshan not only took the initiative to mention it, but even made reasonable arrangements for the time and steps. How can this not move the fisherman and the old man? If you don't do casual practice, you don't know the hardships of casual practice life. The fisherman, who has lived in casual practice for hundreds of years, is too aware of the hardships and dangers in the process of casual practice, and his helplessness when he compromises when he is not as good as himself, but has a backer behind him. Therefore, in his dreams, he wants his great-grandson to join the sect. Even if the sect is not the 3 major sects in the southern region, he is also willing. "Elder Lin, I think it's not a problem to arrange the identity of a formal disciple with my Chu Zhongshan's qualification and today's cultivation," Chu Zhongshan said slightly arrogantly. In this regard, the old farmer and the old fisherman did not have the slightest aversion, but were very convinced in their hearts. "Master Su, what about you?" Compared with the old fisherman who owns a family, Chu Zhongshan actually pays more attention to the old farmer who is alone. He wants to bring him into the Chu family, increase the combat power at the top of the Chu family, and frighten several surrounding kingdoms. "I will return to my cave first, and then break through the longevity period with the help of the millennium fruit. As for the future plan, I haven't considered so much for the time being." Shaking his head, the old farmer replied with a lonely look. After more than 900 years of free practice, especially more than 800 years after his cultivation broke through the divine soul period, what has inspired him to move forward and take risks is the pressure on him from the continuous reduction of his lifespan. Now, with the millennium fruit that can improve and break through the longevity period, and the promotion of qi and blood in the blood god tree space for their own potential, the longevity period will not become a threshold to stop him from moving forward, and he will also have a life of more than 1,000 years. Suddenly, with such a long lifespan, the old farmer didn't know what to do next. For a moment, he was a little confused. "Senior Su, after you break through the longevity period, if you don't dislike it, how about inviting you to live in the Chu family for a while and enjoy the feeling of being loved by millions of people?" The confusion in the farmer's eyes made Chu Zhongshan see the opportunity to win him over. Okay, when I have free time, I will go to live in the Chu family for some time. Although Chu Zhongshan didn't say it clearly just now, the old farmer vaguely guessed his meaning. The old farmer didn't resent this, but there was a little excitement in his heart. However, hundreds of years of free practice made him used to being alone and temporarily unable to adapt to the family-like life. Senior Su, Senior Lin, goodbye. Although the farmer and the old man did not directly agree, they did not explicitly refuse, which has reached the goal of Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, he also knows that he can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and some things need to be done slowly. Later, Chu Zhongshan said goodbye to the farmer and fisherman. Chu Zioyu, goodbye. The farmer said goodbye with a fist. Chu Zioyu, 3 months later, I will personally bring my great-grandson to Li'an sect. The fisherman said goodbye with a fist. The three looked at each other. The old farmer and the old fisherman flew away from the vein one after another. Chu Zhongshan didn't leave for the time being. Mobilize Genuine in the Danshan and let him fall to the ground slowly, and then connect the storage bag. Chu Zhongshan took millions of gold coins from his storage bag and stacked them directly on the ground. Come here. Facing the middle-aged fat man not far away, Chu Zhongshan waved. Among the tens of thousands of people who cleaned up the rubble at the scene, the middle-aged fat man's appearance and clothes are too prominent. Chu Zhongshan can see at a glance that he is the person in charge of this place. Senior child Young Zia. Seeing the young man landing in mid-air, his attention was focused on his heart. The middle-aged fat man was scared and his legs were numb. Therefore, when facing Chu Zhongshan, he really didn't know why to call him. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan had no intention. He pointed to the millions of gold coins stacked on the ground and ordered in a sad tone. These gold coins are to compensate the miners who were killed and injured by the gravel just now. You can count them and arrange them reasonably. As a passerby, he has seen too many officials who embezzle relief funds and knows their greed in the face of huge special funds. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan mobilized Genuine of Danshan and used a basic fist technique to punch a small hillside protruding more than 10 meters away. Boom! The cultivation of Kihai period and the perfect Danshan made Chu Zhongshan exert the power of basic boxing, which is not weaker than Huang Pin's high-level boxing. Therefore, the small hillside protruding more than 10 meters was directly smashed by Chu Zhongshan's fist. Then he threatened fiercely, I hate greed and perverting the law most in my life. If I find you embezzling these gold coins, it will be like a hillside smashed by me. Don't worry, young Zia. I won't deduct any gold coins. I will definitely distribute these gold coins to everyone who needs them. The middle-aged fat man patted his chest hard and promised. In fact, even if Chu Zhongshan did not use boxing to threaten, the middle-aged fat man did not dare to embezzle any gold. Because he can fly in the air, it means that the young man in front of him is already the top master of Kihai cultivation. In the royal family of the state of Liang, those who have such accomplishments can already affect the situation of the kingdom. How dare he offend such a strong man for only some gold coins? After using the fist technique to threaten the middle-aged fat man, Chu Zhongshan's idea colluded with Genuine at once, and then the whole person flew up in the air and left quickly towards the due north. Although it was only the first attempt to fly, the flying skills introduced in detail by the old farmer when he rushed out of the ore vein just now made Chu Zhongshan barely master the balanced flight. Flying in the air, breaking through the air-sea period, is only a prerequisite for flying in the air. If you want to fly faster and more smoothly, you need to practice constantly. Therefore, in the next period of time, Chu Zhongshan neither absorbed the 5-grade medium-level spirit stones to improve his cultivation, nor chatted with Huang Lao in his mind to practice flying skills. As the imperial dynasty whose geographical location does not occupy an advantage, Tianlong imperial dynasty ranks last among dozens of imperial dynasties in the southern region. Since the oriental tyrant with great talent took over the imperial seal, the Tianlong imperial dynasty seemed to rekindle its vitality. The overall strength of the imperial dynasty was like sesame blossoming, and the number of top experts sprung up one after another. After the improvement of the overall strength of the Tianlong imperial dynasty, the most significant change is the imperial capital Tianlong City, which is the political and economic center of the imperial dynasty. The former Tianlong City covers a limited area, and the internal layout of the imperial dynasty is extremely unreasonable. The whole imperial dynasty gives people a feeling of lifelessness. Today's Tianlong Imperial Dynasty not only covers an area of more than hundreds of thousands of square meters, but also the whole imperial dynasty is full of vitality everywhere. The imperial guard leader guarding the south gate of the imperial court is an expert whose cultivation reaches the peak of the physical training period. Whenever he was on duty, he would stand alone in the inner corner of the city gate, a very hidden position, and always pay attention to everyone entering the imperial city. On the contrary, he will immediately arrange his subordinates to monitor those who make him feel wrong. It is precisely because of his care that he has basically not made any mistakes in guarding the city gate in the past few years. On this day, it was his turn to be on duty. It was not much different from usual. The guard leader was still standing in the hidden place at the corner of the city gate, still looking serious and paying attention to everyone who entered the imperial city. Suddenly, a boy of about 16 or 17 years old, dressed in light blue clothes and with a faint smile on his face, attracted his attention. Because the young man in blue, who was approaching the city gate, showed a noble temperament from him. He was obviously not an ordinary person, but there was no fluctuation of aura on him, as if he were an ordinary person. It was because of this strange feeling that the guard leader's attention was subconsciously focused on the boy in blue. When the young man in blue came to the gate of the city and asked the guard to enter the city for time, the young man in blue didn't look angry. He still smiled and took out a gold coin and handed it to the guard at the gate. However, the boy in blue waited for the guard to change the change and put out his hand to pick it up before he walked slowly into the city gate. As a full-time guard of the imperial city gate and the guardian leader whose cultivation reaches the peak of the body training period, he has already refined a pair of golden eyes. The boy in blue who just entered the imperial city, only the blue long shirt he was wearing, was worth more than hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and the ornament hanging around his waist was worth nearly 1 million gold coins. From the perspective of clothing alone, the boy in blue is definitely a child of a large family. However, in the face of the entrance fee of 10 copper coins, he was even patient to wait for change, which puzzled the guard leader and doubted the boy in blue. Beckoned to a confidant not far away, and the guard leader motioned him to monitor the blue boy who had just entered the city. The boy in blue, who was very stingy just now, was no one else. It was Chu Zhongshan who left the mine and ended his flight practice. Maybe it's because he's too smart, or maybe he's naturally good at flying. In less than 3 hours, he successfully controlled his flying skills. His flying speed is not less than that of the top experts at the peak of the air-sea period, and even his combat skills in the process of air flight are quickly adapted and mastered. After mastering the flying skills, according to Huang Lao's meaning, let him directly return to Liyun's sect. After all, he has formed a perfect elixir field and absorbed the most pure genuine in the first 2 layers of Qihai period. If he wants to continue to improve his cultivation rapidly, he must use higher quality lingxi and elixir. In a short time, Huang didn't know where to look for these high-quality cultivation resources, so he suggested that Chu Zhongshan directly return to the sect and ask his mentor to find a way to ask for some from the sect. Chu Zhongshan has no objection to this. According to Huang Lao's meaning, he flew directly to Liyun's sect, but when he passed the Tianlong Imperial Dynasty, he didn't know that his nerve had deviated, and inexplicably wanted to visit Tianlong City, the imperial capital of the Tianlong Imperial Dynasty. Although the cultivation didn't break through the divine soul period and couldn't use the power of divine thoughts to check, his rich experience and cautious character soon made him find the small tail behind him. The reason why he visited Tianlong City, the imperial capital of the Tianlong Imperial Dynasty, was entirely on a whim. He had no purpose and would not conflict with the people of the imperial dynasty, so he let the little tail behind him follow. I have seen the beautiful scenery of Liyun's sect like a fairyland on earth, the ancient simplicity and vitality of the imperial capital of the Ming dynasty, and the imperial capital of the Tianlong Imperial Dynasty. There are not many brilliant places, so after enjoying the plain scenery for a while, the heart of heaven in Chu is separated. So he turned around and returned along the original road. He planned to leave the Imperial Dynasty through the gate and return to the sect. Just as he turned and returned, a familiar figure immediately attracted his attention. Chu Zhongshan ignored the familiar figure for the time being, but when he saw the middle-aged man who connected with the familiar figure, a trace of doubt flashed on his face. the familiar figure just now was Yan Jinghong, who brought him humiliation. Originally, according to the character of Jane in the middle of Chu, and the oath he made at the beginning, now that his cultivation has soared, he will certainly repay the humiliation of the past. However, Tianlong City, the imperial capital of the Tianlong imperial dynasty, is the territory of the Oriental hegemony. The Eastern tyrant has a good relationship with his mentor Jiao Enjun. In addition to Dongfeng Yongping, who has a good relationship with him, and Dongfeng Yuner, who asked him to try the first paragraph of enlightenment, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to make trouble under his eyes, so he decided to let Yan Jinghong go for the time being. However, the person who just met Yan Jinghong is also the one who met him. This person is the close bodyguard of the prince of the Daiyuan dynasty, who had a direct conflict with Yan Jinghong when he participated in the test of Liyan sect disciples in Liyan Castle and was hurt by Yan Jinghong's slap. As an immortal enemy of the Tianlong Emperor for thousands of years, a top expert of the Daiyuan Emperor sneaked into the imperial capital of the Tianlong Emperor, which is itself a matter of doubt. And the two people who should have deep hatred secretly joined hands, which made Chu Zhongshan, who had planned to leave, suddenly feel like peeping. However, before tracking Yan Jinghong, he must first solve the tale behind him. When he sucked his palm against the ground, a stone the size of a cherry was sucked into his palm, and 1,000th of genuine wrapped the stone. By using the technique of concealed weapons, he directly fixed the guard hiding in the corner of the wall. Then Chu Zhongshan left the scene quickly and went straight to the corner not far away. Chu boy, don't act rashly for the time being. A man and a woman who just entered the alley are hiding in a hidden corner and paying attention to whether someone is following. Just as Chu Zhongshan went straight to the corner of the alley, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly reminded him. Chu Zhongshan, who had originally decided to return the same way and planned to leave Tianlong City, suddenly showed concern to a man and a woman who entered the alley, which made old Huang feel that things were abnormal, so he directly used his mind and carefully observed them. It was precisely because he made use of his mental observation that he noticed the sinister of the middle-aged man and reminded Chu Zhongshan in time to avoid his exposing his intentions. Old Huang reminded in time that Chu Zhongshan's leg steps suddenly stopped and quickly observed the surrounding environment. A two-story residence with an open door made him think of a way. Directly using the body method and martial arts close to breaking through the lower level of Chuanpin, Chu Zhongshan entered the folk house like a flash of lightning. Without the owner's awareness, he flashed directly to the second floor. After a general observation of the layout of the room, Chu Zhongshan quickly selected a windowsill near the entrance of the alley, crept to the windowsill, and peeped through the gap of the windowsill. He clearly saw Yan Jinghong at the corner of the alley and the close bodyguard of the prince of the Yuan dynasty. Chu boy, it's not easy to eavesdrop on their conversation. I just need to use the power of my mind. Do I have to work so hard? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan actually used the way of climbing the windowsill to listen to each other's conversation, old Huang asked very incomprehensibly. Huang Lao, two guys who used to be feuds, suddenly get together mysteriously. I'm so curious about this. I want to see with my own eyes and see what they're doing. I want to hear with my own ears and listen to their conspiracy. In addition to the above reasons, Chu Zhongshan wants to hear it with his own ears. Yan Jinghong, who once humiliated herself for the lifelong event of Dongfeng Yuner, has done how to betray Tianlong Emperor and Dongfeng Yuner. For Chu Zhongshan's explanation, old Huang shook his head secretly. He knew that Chu Zhongshan must have something to hide from himself, but he didn't have much interest in knowing about the two little people at the beginning of the Gas Sea period. Therefore, he did not ask the bottom of the matter and continued to inquire. The middle-aged man hiding in the dark corner of the alley watched for 10 minutes. After making sure that he was not followed, he came out of the dark corner, looked at Yan Jinghong jokingly and said, "Guard Yan, how are things considered? Do you answer the request put forward by the Royal Highness? Wolf Rui, I saw Yuner when I was young. I regard her as my own daughter and want me to betray her. I don't know what the little wolf thinks." Facing the joking interrogation of the prince's close bodyguard of the Daiyuan dynasty, Yan Jinghong sneered and said sarcastically, Hey. Yan Jinghong wanted to be a bitch and set up a chastity archway, which made Lang Rui want to laugh and satirize. However, considering that the environment at the scene was not suitable, he had to suppress his voice and sneer. "Swallow, guard, don't pretend. If you don't want to put up with your Royal Highness, if you really regard your Royal Highness as your daughter, you should be the master of the dragon and the emperor of Korea at this moment, and not kill me by the danger of the dragon's imperial power." As if she had been guessed, Yan Jingheng's originally calm look seemed to hang up the frost in an instant, and the whole flow of people showed an extremely dangerous smell. For Yan Jingheng's frost-like breath, Wolf Ruzi was not worried or nervous. He still looked at Yan Jingheng with a relaxed face, as if he had a card in his hand that made Yan Jingheng dare not act rashly. It eased for nearly a minute, and Yan Jingheng's frost-like breath gradually subsided and recovered her original calm look. Then she said in a low voice, "If I want to betray my Royal Highness, I need to know if your offer is true." "Hey, since your Highness dares to make this request, the prepared things are certainly true." In response to Yan Jingheng's question, Lang Rui took out a piece of fur of unknown grade from the storage bag and threw it directly to Yan Jingheng. "Wolf Rui, even if the record on this map is true, how can I know if this is your prince's conspiracy? Maybe your goal is not only Dongfeng Yuner, but also my Yan Jingheng." After taking a look at the clear circuit diagram on the strange animal fur in her hand, Yan Jingheng used the powerful memory of the realm of the Sea of Qi to speed up the recording of the content on the fur, and asked in a skeptical tone, "Yan Jingheng, what you and I have just talked about is also an absolute secret in our Daeyuan dynasty. Because our Royal Highness is also worried that his more than a dozen brothers will not only send experts to rob, but also may even kill him after they know this secret, so only His Highness, me and another colleague know and accompany this mission. Wolf Rui, if you want me to promise you terms, you must promise me a request." Combined with the information obtained from the map, and the information obtained from consulting a large number of classics, Yan Jingheng can basically be sure that the other party did not deceive herself. At the same time, the location of this treasure hunt is not in the sphere of influence of the Daeyuan dynasty, but in the kingdom affiliated to the Tianlong dynasty. Therefore, Yan Jingheng has made a decision in her heart for a long time. However, the betrayer who saw Big since childhood and regarded it as an out of Dongfeng Yuner, Yan Jingheng had a deep sense of guilt in her heart. In order to alleviate her inner guilt, she hoped that the other party would agree to what she expected. "Yan Jingheng, you also know that I'm just a bodyguard. Only the prince can decide whether I can agree to your request. I can't decide as a bodyguard." For Yan Jingheng's sudden increase in requirements, as early as the beginning of the meeting, Lang Rui had thought of it, discussed with his master, and decided to meet Yan Jingheng's requirements as long as it was not a fundamental principal issue. "I know." Nodded, Yan Jingheng said she understood each other's difficulties. Then her expression changed. Her originally calm look showed a loving look, and her tone was full of doting. "Yuner is the one I saw when I was young. The relationship between me and her is like mother and daughter. As her elder, my request is very simple. That is, I hope she can be happy. Therefore, I ask your Royal Highness, no matter how many women he has in the future, the main room must be the seat of Dongfeng Yuner." Speaking of this, Yan Jingheng's breath returned to the state at the beginning, and his voice was cold and said, "If the Emperor's Highness does not agree with my request, then I would rather not have that treasure, nor will I betray the Royal Highness of the Princess." Seeing that Yan Jingheng continued to show the ugly face of being both a bitch and a chastity archway, Lang Rui nodded down immediately when he was deeply disgusted. For this request, 3 Royal Highness came to me at the time when I came to see him. Once the Royal Highness was king, the Royal Highness of the Princess would be the princess. If your Royal Highness is your future, your Royal Highness must be queen. Very good. Yan Jingheng nodded, very satisfied with the promise made by Wolf Rui to be the prince. Then, looking through the thick wall to the palace in the distance, Yan Jingheng said like a bodhisattva, "If His Highness the Third Prince can become the overlord of the Daeyuan dynasty, and Yuner can become the queen of the Daeyuan dynasty, maybe the 2 emperors can end their feud for thousands of years and achieve harmony with each other. I have done a good deed of boundless merit and virtue today. Yan Guard, tomorrow is very noon, from the northeast of Tianlong City 300 miles away from a dense forest, 3 Royal Highness waiting for you and your Royal Highness." I can't stand Yan Jingheng's ugly face like a dog. Lang Rui simply agreed on a time to meet each other, and then turned and left directly. Looking at the Wolf Rui who turned and left, Yan Jingheng's compassionate face, which was like a bodhisattva, suddenly became gloomy and stared at the background of Wolf Rui. A chill flashed on her face. Then she left from another exit in the alley. After Yan Jingheng and Wolf Rui both left, Chu Zhongshan's face flashed a look of struggle. Although Yan Jingheng and Wolf Ruigang didn't talk about the treasure of specific transaction, Dongfeng Yuner, as a bargaining chip for treasure exchange, put him in a dilemma for a while. If the two people's transaction does not involve Dongfeng Yuner, Chu Zhongshan will not think too much at all. He will choose to secretly follow up and seize the treasure when he sees the opportunity. At the same time, according to Huang Lao's speculation, the use of 9 genuine pills to break through the gas sea period not only allows him to continue to maintain his combat effectiveness beyond his 4 small realms, but also makes him very suitable for protracted war and group war. Yan Jingheng and Langrui are just the accomplishments at the beginning of the Qihai period. Even if Yan Jingheng's accomplishments are slightly higher, they are just the realm of the 3-tier peak of the Qihai period. Chu Zhongshan is confident to take her life within 3 moves. Therefore, if time and circumstances permit, he will personally behead Yan Jingheng to avenge the humiliation of that day. However, the transaction between the two involved Dongfeng Yuner, which made Chu Zhongshan want to avoid. Because when facing the self-explosion of the blood beast and the situation of death, in addition to his parents on the earth, the last person he wanted to see was Dongfeng Yuner, which made him feel at a loss about his feelings. Overwhelmed by his feelings, he doesn't want to face Dongfeng Yuner directly for the time being. Chu boy, what are you worried about? You must grasp the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing Chu Zhongshan suddenly fall into silence, Huang Lao criticized angrily. Because he was curious about why Chu Zhongshan wanted to monitor the 2 little people in the period of gas sea, Huang Lao always used the power of his mind to pay attention to their every move. In particular, the circuit diagram made by Wolf Rui with unknown animal fur aroused his strong interest. Huang Lao, who doesn't know the specific geographical location of the southern region, can't understand the location marked on the map, but at the lower right foot of the map, he sees the name of a pill written by a man, Sanyang Hyunhun Pill. Before the body was damaged, as the Supreme Array Master, Old Huang had a wide range of friends, including many Royal Realm level and Supreme Dandao Masters, so he also slightly involved in the Dandao system and knew a lot of Dandao knowledge. Sanyang Hyunhun Pill, as the top pill of the upper level 4 products, is mainly used to restore the badly damaged soul. No matter what kind of trauma the 3 souls and 7 souls suffer, as long as there is a trace of breath, Sanyang Hyunhun Pill can recover them. At the same time, Sanyang Hyunhun Pill also plays an unimaginable role in repairing the body of the spirit. After experiencing the consumption of the spirit body in the living space of the blood god tree, Old Huang was still worried that the excessive consumption of the spirit body would not be able to perform the return to breath method, and hide from the Supreme Strong and the observation of the rules of the secret land of the end of the world. Sanyang Hyunhun Pill, but let him see hope. If you can get the 3 Yang Soul reviving pill and repair the damaged body of the Divine Soul, the breath-returning method he exerts can not only hide from the Supreme Level Strong, but also the Supreme Level Strong, and you can't want to find any breath of him. At the same time, with the help of Sanyang Hyunhun Pill to repair the body of the spirit, he can give full play to the strength of the road period. Without affecting the foundation of the body of the spirit, overdrawing 30% of the power of the spirit can make him reluctantly fight against the strong in the king's territory. Therefore, Huang Lao's state of mind at this moment is more enthusiastic than Chu Zhongshan in participating in the transaction between Yan Jingheng and Langrui. Opportunity. The opportunity revealed in Huang Lao's tone made Chu Zhongshan temporarily forget the trouble brought to him by Dongfeng Yuner and asked with interest. Chu boy, through the conversation between the 2 people just now, and the situation I observed and learned by using the power of divine thought, I suspect that their goal of winning the treasure this time is likely to be the cave left by a master of Sampan Dandao. Huang didn't even know whether it was the cave left by Master Sampan, but in order to enable Chu Zhongshan to participate in this activity, Huang had to make up his first lie since he knew Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, in order to mobilize Chu Zhongshan's enthusiasm for participation, he continued to exaggerate the temptation of lies. Chu boy, if you think about it carefully, there must be a collection of pills made in his life in the cave left by Master Sampan Dandao. If you have a perfect dandelion field, you want to continue to maintain the previous rapid improvement speed. High-quality pills are absolutely the key to you. Old Huang, needless to say, let's go to the dense forest 300 miles outside Tianlong City and wait. Perhaps it is the full trust in Huang Lao, or perhaps it is a recent adventure. Chu Zhongshan not only did not doubt Huang Lao Gankai's remarks, but felt that they were 100% true. Therefore, he couldn't resist his inner expectation for high-quality pills and wanted to participate in this treasure hunt with an impatient impulse. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan's positive attitude was finally mobilized, old Huang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help praying that the truth was like the big lie he had just told. Otherwise, he doesn't know if Chu Zhongshan will blame himself for this, and he won't trust himself 100% in the future. 300 miles to the north of Tianlong City, there is a dense forest that does not cover a very wide area. The grade of animals living in the dense forest is not very high. After all, this place is not too far from Tianlong City, the capital of the Tianlong Imperial Dynasty. On weekdays, it is a place for the noble children of the imperial capital to experience and play. Therefore, the animals in the dense forest have the highest grade, which is only the top 9 grades of the upper level, which is equivalent to the peak of the Qi refining period among human warriors. Deep in the dense forest, at the top of a big tree with a diameter of more than 1 meter and a height of more than 20 meters, Chu Zhongshan is sitting on a thick branch among the dense leaves. After leaving Tianlong City yesterday, it took Chu Zhongshan only half an hour to show his high-level body method and martial arts of hewing pin, which was close to breaking through the edge. Chu Zhongshan successfully arrived at the place where Lang Rui and Yan Jingheng had an appointment to meet. When old Huang took the initiative to use his mind to check, he soon found Ha Qi'er, the third prince of the Daiyuan dynasty, and another bodyguard who was 3 stories high during the Qihai period. As for the wolf Rui who met Yan Jingheng, he still hasn't come back. Although Huang Laoli has written down the route map given by Lang Rui to Yan Jingheng with his mind, he is not familiar with the terrain of the southern region and cannot find the exact location of the cave left by the master of Dando according to the signs on the route map. Therefore, after consulting with Chu Zhongshan, Huang Laoli decided to follow the third prince and Yan Jingheng and ask them to help him find the cave left by the master of Dando. Since there is still a certain time before the two sides agreed to act, Chu Zhongshan chose a relatively hidden place. On the one hand, old Huang used his mind to monitor the 3 princes and others. On the other hand, he used his perception of breaking through the realm to raise the level of promotion. Perhaps it was because the cultivation broke through the Qihai period, or perhaps it was because he was dedicated to understanding. In less than a day and a night, the original level had only 5 peaks, and smoothly entered the 6th level, allowing him to control the range of 60 meters. The level of potential can be raised without the help of the breakthrough of realm, which makes Chu Zhongshan excited and secretly relieved. Originally, he was still worried that when his cultivation reached the peak of the Qihai period, the level of potential could not be raised to the 10th level, resulting in the fact that when his cultivation broke through the divine soul period, he could not make use of the breakthrough of the realm to make a qualitative change in potential and promote. Now that he can continue to raise the level of potential without the help of the breakthrough of the realm, he has the confidence and assurance to promote the level of potential to 10 levels when his cultivation reaches the peak of the Qihai period. At that time, when the cultivation breaks through the divine soul period, he can completely upgrade the potential to a higher level with the help of Jiao Enjun. Without the help of the breakthrough of the realm, it can also raise the level of the rising trend, which makes the much encouraged Chu Zhongshan, when he plans to continue to raise the level of the rising trend, Huang Lao, who has been monitoring the third Prince Ha Qi'er in his mind, suddenly reminds him, "Chu boy, the woman of the Tianlong Emperor is coming." Just after reminding Chu Zhongshan, old Huang suddenly said in surprise, "I didn't expect that there are such peerless women in this world." In order to avoid disturbing the bodyguard of the 3-story high-level cultivation of the third Prince Ha Qi'er, Chu Zhongshan chose to live far away and could not be observed with the naked eye. Therefore, after hearing Huang's surprised tone, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help worrying. Originally, Huang Lao was promised to participate in the competition for the cave left by the pill master. In addition to the high-quality pill contained in the cave, it also occurred to him suddenly. If the disciples of Liyun sect want to return to the family, they must break through the Qi transformation period. Otherwise, factotum disciples and external disciples can only practice in several areas specified by the sect at most. For example, Purgatory City. For example, several special forests and relics around the sect. When Dongfeng Yuner left the sect, her accomplishments had only 4 peaks in the cultivation period. With her character of not keen on cultivation, I'm afraid it's unrealistic to break through the qi transformation period in less than 3 months. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan originally thought that the transaction between Yan Jinghong and Hachier, the third prince, was probably only when Dongfeng Yuner's cultivation broke through the qi transformation period and returned to the imperial dynasty to visit relatives. However, Huang Leigang's surprised praise reminded the world consciousness in Chu that he could surprise and praise the well-informed Huang Leigang. This person must be Dongfeng Yuner. Chu boy, do you have any special relationship with that girl? Chu Zhongshan's emotional changes did not escape Huang Lao's eyes. He soon found that Chu Zhongshan had a great emotional response because of his surprised praise. In this regard, Huang Lao had a strong gossip in his heart. Adjust your mind and try not to let Dongfeng Yuner affect your emotions. Chu Zhongshan coldly responded to Huang Lao's gossip. Huang Lao, everyone has their own privacy. Don't ask more about what you shouldn't ask so as not to cause unhappiness to others. Hey, for Chu Zhongshan's cold response, Huang Lao was not angry, but his heart of gossip became more and more prosperous, and he wanted to know the relationship between Chu Zhongshan and the girl. Outside the dense forest. The conflict with Chu Zhongshan's idea led to the two had to break up temporarily, which made Dongfeng Yuner unhappy recently. At the same time, because Chu Zhongshan broke through the qi transformation period and revealed her demonic talent, her brother Dongfeng Yangping has been forcing her to take the initiative to reconcile with Chu Zhongshan and let her find a way to restore the relationship between lovers with Chu Zhongshan, which makes her still have heart not. She has always resisted and always wanted to leave Liyun's sect. Originally, according to her accomplishments, it was still a long time before she left Liyun's sect and returned to the family to visit relatives, but her father, Dongfeng Xingba, was about to celebrate his 160-year-old birthday. At the same time, it will also usher in the grand ceremony of the 60th anniversary of his accession to the throne. Due to the special relationship between Dongfeng Xingba and Liyun's sect, Dongfeng Xingba wrote to the leader of Liyun's sect in person, which made Dongfeng Yuner an exception to return to the family to visit relatives in advance at the peak of the 4th floor of the physical training period. Back to the days of the Tianlong Emperor, the carefree life and the days without pressure made her gradually forget her troubles. Aunt Hong, do you think there is really a pill that can improve the prophecy in the cave left by Master Dandao? Sitting on the dragon foal specially kept in captivity by the emperor, Dongfeng Yuner said with expectation. If her only worry is now, it is that she doesn't know what kind of gift to prepare for her biological father, Dongfeng Sheng, the overlord of the Tianlong Emperor. Dongfeng Yuner was able to return to the imperial dynasty during the physical training period with the help of the birthday of Dongfeng Xingba and the celebration of his 60th reign. Dongfeng Yuner, who has always respected his father, has always wanted to give Dongfeng Xingba a special gift. However, as the overlord of the Tianlong imperial dynasty and one of the top strongmen in the southern region, Dongfeng Xingba lacks nothing, so Dongfeng Yuner has been worried about what kind of gift to give. Just yesterday, Yan Jinghong, her nominal personal bodyguard, actually close to her aunt, suddenly told her that after consulting a large number of ancient books, she learned that in a mountain more than 3,000 miles away from Tianlong City, there was a cave left by at least a 5-grade pill master. In the cave left by the pill master, in addition to a large number of pills that can improve cultivation and potential, there are also prophecy pills that can assist the prophet to advance. It is because of the existence of the prophecy pill that Dongfeng Yuner decides to leave Tianlong City alone with Yan Jinghong. He plans to secretly obtain the prophecy pill and give his father an unexpected surprise at his birthday gift. Your Highness, don't you believe my words? As she gets closer and closer to the dense forest, the feeling of betrayal makes Yan Jinghong more and more depressed, so she doesn't have much patience to reply to Dongfeng Yuner's question. I don't know why my good Aunt Hong is suddenly upset, but when she wants to predict that Dan can bring her father's surprise, Dongfeng Yuner is excited. She doesn't care about Yan Jinghong's abnormal behavior. Haher has seen the royal highness of the princess and has seen the swallows. Just as Yan Jinghong and Dongfeng Yuner had just arrived in the dense forest, Ha Qir, who was impatient for a long time, hurried to meet them. Looking at Dongfeng Yuner sitting on the dragon foal with a silk veil on his face, Ha Qir's eyes showed naked love and desire. 11 months ago, when Liyun's sect was testing to recruit disciples from the southern region, Ha Qir, as the third prince of the Daiyuan dynasty, was qualified and expected to pass the disciple test and become a member of the re-examination. However, because he took the initiative to provoke Dongfeng Yuner, he was badly hurt by Yan Jingheng's palm and lost his qualification to participate in the test. Although he lost the qualification to become a disciple of Liyun's sect, as one of the best imperial dynasties in the southern region, Ha Qir finally entered Huashan's sword sect and became an external disciple of Huashan's sword sect through the special relationship between the imperial dynasty and the imperial dynasty. Because the sect of Huashan's sword sect is close to the Yuan dynasty, the strong man he worships is a kinsman of his same family, which makes him not have to abide by the rules of the sect and can go in and out of the sect at any time. Of course, the care of clan relatives is only one aspect. The reason why Huashan's sword sect allows the disciples of the Daiyuan dynasty to enter and leave the sect freely lies in the unique inheritance of the throne of the Daiyuan dynasty. Different from the inheritance of the Central Plains imperial dynasty and the replacement of the father and son of the royal family, the succession of the throne of the Daiyuan imperial dynasty depended on its own strength and the forces behind it. The stronger the power behind him, the more likely he will be to win the throne when the throne changes. Therefore, in addition to daily practice, what every adult prince often does on weekdays is to make friends with influential and background people everywhere, hoping to increase the power behind him. Since he really met Dongfeng Yuner, Hackle was completely attracted by Dongfeng Yuner's beauty and temperament. The degree of infatuation has made him close to the degree of being unable to eat and sleep. At the same time, it also delayed his own practice. At first, when he took part in the test of Liyun's sect disciples, he was already at the peak of the first level of cultivation during the cultivation period. But now, he has just broken through the second level of cultivation period, which is completely incompatible with his cultivation talent and background. After being interrogated and informed of Ha Qir's idea, he directly used the influence of the Daiyuan dynasty in the sect, consulted a large number of ancient books, and finally found a cave left by a master of Wupenden in a mountain 3,000 away from Tianlong City. At the same time, it consumed a lot of manpower and material resources. According to the changes encountered by Yan Jingheng, the personal bodyguard of Dongfeng Yuner more than 20 years ago, it needs Shenyang's soul reviving pill. Therefore, they use the fabricated Shenyang soul reviving pill to lure Yan Jingheng to betray the Tianlong emperor and betray Dongfeng Yuner. And things are going as they expected. Guard Yan, why are they here? Seeing the sudden appearance of Ha Qir, Dongfeng Yuner, who originally had an expectant smile on his face, turned black and began to alienate Yan Jingheng. The Highness of the Princess, the great cave left by the Master of Dan Road, has a very strong defensive method. If we want to break the defensive method, we must use a unique device from the three princes to break it, so I have to invite them to join the expedition of the cave. In the face of Dongfeng Yuner's question, Yan Jingheng, who had long thought of a good plan, did not feel nervous at all and responded with a relaxed look. Your Highness, you may rest assured, Ha Qir's 2 guards, one is the peak of 2 levels of the Sea of Qi, the other is the 3 level of the Sea of Qi, and the 2+ is not my opponent, so there is no need to worry that they will be bad for you. It's too close to the Tianlong city and the Oriental tyrant is good at prophecy, so Yan Jingheng can only stabilize Dongfeng Yuner first. When she gets the Shenyang soul reviving pill that can repair her soul, she will be far away from the Tianlong emperor. Whether Dongfeng Yuner lives or dies has nothing to do with her. The only thing she can do is to ask Ha Qir to be as kind as possible to Dongfeng Yuner in the future. Really. Although we can't see through the accomplishments of the 2 bodyguards around Ha Qir during the training period, the momentum of the 2 people is really not as strong as that of Yan Jingheng. Therefore, Dongfeng Yuner temporarily chooses to believe in Yan Jingheng, so he doesn't question the emergence of Ha Qir and others. This girl looks very smart. Why can't she see through the woman's snake and scorpion heart? Huang Lao, who has been monitoring with his mind, couldn't help complaining to Chu Zhongshan when he found that Dongfeng Yuner believed Yan Jingheng's words so easily. Her mind is simple and her experience is shallow. She is not cheated. Who is cheated? Huang Leigang just described the performance of Dongfeng Yuner in detail. Chu Zhongshan commented angrily. At the beginning, Chu Zhongshan specifically told Dongfeng Yuner that her heart was dangerous, and her closest relatives would choose to betray in the face of irresistible temptation, so when she was asked to go out for training, she must guard against everyone. Now it seems that she didn't take her original advice to heart at all. How can Chu Zhongshan not be angry? Oh, Chu Zhongshan's very angry evaluation of Dongfeng Yuner made Huang couldn't help but pull up a long tone and joked. Chu boy, they have set out. Seeing that Yan Jingheng and others had set out, old Huang quickly reminded him. Huang Lao, how long can your mental power monitor? Without leaving in a hurry, Chu Zhongshan interrogated Huang Lao and used the power of divine thoughts. Without the limitation of special array, with my ability of divine soul power, I can monitor the range of tens of thousands of kilometers. After the divine soul was severely damaged, the power of divine thoughts that Huang Lao could use was limited to a great extent. Even so, the power of his mind can be extended by tens of thousands of kilometers. When he reached the peak, Chu Zhongshan had to understand the strength of the profound and powerful man. Of course, now is not the time to lament the strong spirit of old Huang. According to the distance that old Huang can monitor, and the speed at which he will use the next step body method and martial arts of Xuanpin, Chu Zhongshan finally obtains the most reasonable tracking distance. Huang Lao, when the other party leaves 20 miles, we set out to follow. Okay, in this regard, Huang nodded and agreed without any opinion. Dragon foal is a new type of exotic animal, which is produced by 8 grade exotic animals and fire horse impurities. It combines the advantages of 2 kinds of exotic animals. It not only has strong endurance, but also runs at a speed of 8,000 miles a day. Therefore, Dongfeng Yuner and others marched so fast that Chu Zhongshan had to use high-level body methods and martial arts to follow closely. Looking at Dongfeng Yuner riding on the dragon foal and her protruding and pouting identity, Ha Qier's eyes showed a cold light. Although the result of the initial negotiation was to use force to snatch Dongfeng Yuner back to the Yuan dynasty, and Dongfeng Yuner had to bow down to him after the raw rice was cooked, Ha Qier hoped to use her charm to conquer her and make her willing to be her own woman. Therefore, along the way, Ha Qier kept showing her charm around Dongfeng Yuner. The result was Dongfeng Yuner's increasingly gloomy face. The gloomy face of Dongfeng Yuner made Hackle know that he could not conquer Dongfeng Yuner with his charm. He acted decisively. He immediately gave up this useless work and winked with the 2 bodyguards around him, intending to use the last resort. Less than 3,000 miles away, under the constant acceleration of the dragon foal, he arrived at the mountain range, where the cave left by Master Dandao in less than 4 hours. Looking at more than a dozen protruding peaks in front of her, Yan Jingheng looked forward to Ha Qier and others. To be exact, she looked at the Qihai expert from Huashan sword sect standing on Ha Qier's right. The 6th peak. Feel Yan Jingheng's gaze, guard the bodyguard on Ha Qier's right, and tell the exact location of the cave. Go! Without the slightest hesitation, Yan Jingheng reached out to catch Dongfeng Yuner and flew directly to the 6th peak with the ability of flying in the air-sea period. Seeing that Yan Jingheng had taken the lead in action, Hackle quickly called the 2 bodyguards around him, and then they took him to the 6th peak in the mountains. Chu Zhongshan, who used high-level body skills to track, also appeared in front of the mountain 5 minutes later, but he didn't enter the mountain immediately like Yan Jingheng and others. Instead, he waited for Huang Leiali to check with his mind to see if there was an unknown danger in the mountain. Chu boy, it's not easy in this mountain. Through the observation of God, old Huang sincerely praised. There is a case mountain in front, a Ming hall in the middle, and the water flow is tortuous. In such a remote place, there is such a geomantic treasure. I believe there must be a treasure in the mountain. Old Huang, it's not far from Tianlong City. It's only 2 or 3 hours away for the top masters of Qihai cultivation. Can't those people see the mystery of the mountains here? Huang Lao's sincere praise for the mountains immediately made Chu Zhongshan suspicious. When a warrior embarks on the path of cultivation, he actually embarks on a process of competing with heaven, with people, and with all living creatures for resources. Resources including many. For example, a spirit stone that can assist in practice. For example, pill that can improve cultivation. For example, high-order mental methods that can accelerate breakthrough, and so on. Among the competing resources, there is another very important resource, which is a place of practice with sufficient aura and beautiful scenery. If the mountain in front of us is really like what Huang Lao sincerely praised, then I'm afraid this mountain has long been occupied by powerful experts, and it can't be so idle all the time. Chu boy, you are also a real entry-level array mage. Don't you know that when things reach their extremes, they will turn back? There is great disaster in great blessings. Huang couldn't help criticizing Chu Zhongshan's question. Chu Zhongshan accepted Huang's criticism with an open mind and flew in the air. He used his array knowledge to carefully observe the trend of the whole mountain range. Through careful observation, Chu Zhongshan felt that the sixth peak in the mountains was slightly inappropriate, giving people a strange place. Chu Zhongshan, suspicious, hurriedly told Huang Lao what he had just seen. Chu boy, your observation is very careful. This geomantic omen treasure land is called Liangyi Life and Death Land. It is not only a place suitable for self-cultivation, but also a tomb treasure land for prosperous future generations. For the meticulous observation of Chu Zhongshan, old Huang nodded and praised, and then continued to explain the differences of this mountain range. Life and death cannot exist. If the mountain in front of us is used as a tomb by the array, then the mountain is not suitable for the survival of any creatures. If the tomb is destroyed, then this place will immediately become a blessed place of immortal family with sufficient aura, which is suitable for the top experts in the Qihai period to practice. I see. Through Huang Lao's introduction, combined with his own observation and understanding, Chu Zhongshan not only has a clearer understanding of the mountains in front of him, but also has a deeper understanding of his array. Chu boy, that young man uses a special spirit weapon to break the defense array in front of the cave. Another top expert in the period of Qi Si is monitoring the situation around, so you're not suitable for flying in the air. You're still using your body skills to slowly approach the sixth mountain. He has been using his mind to monitor Yan Jingheng and Huang Lao. When he found that several people broke the defense array with spirit tools, he arranged a person to observe the situation around him and immediately told Chu Zhongshan to pay attention to hiding. Yes. Before the cave was opened, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to meet Yan Jingheng and others in advance, so he listened to Huang's arrangement and used his body skills to climb one mountain after another. When he reached the fourth peak, there was a low voice from the sixth peak, like the roar of a powerful beast. Later, he found that Hatcher's hand was holding a ball-shaped spirit instrument, which was just pressed in the recess on the door of the cave. At the same time, the defense array of the cave is slowly losing its function. As a master of the array, old Huang knew very well what the ball spirit tool in Hatcher's hand represented, so he quickly reminded him, Chu boy, I didn't expect that the spherical spirit weapon in the boy's hand is the key to break the defense array of the cave. At this time, the defense array of the cave has been broken, and the cave is about to be opened, so you have to speed up. Old Huang, don't worry. Except for the girl, the rest are people I will kill. No matter how rich their harvest in the cave is, they will eventually become my booty. With Ha Qier's successful opening of the cave with the ball spirit tool, old Huang, who was concerned about the Sanyang's soul reviving pill, felt very anxious and wanted to rush into the cave immediately. But Chu Zhongshan, who had made up his mind, was not in a hurry to enter the cave. According to Huang Lao's conjecture, the master of the sixth mountain hidden cave is likely to be the master of Sanpindan Taoism. If the auxiliary cultivation system is compared with the major cultivation system, the master of Sanpindan Dao is equivalent to the strong king. For the cave left by such strong men, there must be countless taboos and arrays in the cave, and the power of these arrays and taboos is beyond imagination. Therefore, in the face of the cave left by such strong people, it is not first come first served. There are both elements of luck and the embodiment of one's own ability. Chu boy, the power of arrays and taboos is strong. With the passage of time, the power will gradually weaken, so we must seize the time. Seeing Chu Zhongshan still approaching the cave without delay, old Huang urged eagerly. As an array master, how could old Huang not know that the stronger the cultivation is, the stronger the array and taboos left in the cave are? But the master of Sanpin left the cave is a lie he made up. He doesn't know whether the master of the cave is Sanpin, Wupin, or Kipin. If he is a 7-grade pill master, I'm afraid he doesn't have strong protection means left in the cave, so he urgently wants to go in and understand everything. He urgently wants to find Sanyang's soul reviving pill in advance through the power of God. Although Huang's explanation is very reasonable, Chu Zhongshan, who has an idea in his heart, still chooses to approach the cave at a slow speed. At the same time, due to the relationship of Dongfeng Yuner, he doesn't even want to enter the cave. He plans to stay outside the cave and wait for Yan Jinghong and Hatcher. Chu boy, you also know that the array and taboo means laid by Master Sampan Dandao are likely to be hidden in the cave. If that girl accidentally touches the array, and it's still that kind of killing array, her life will be in danger. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who had made up his mind to take the power of the fisherman, old Huang knew that the general reason was that it was difficult for him to take the initiative to enter the cave. Fortunately, he suddenly thought of Dongfeng Yuner, who caused great changes in Chu Zhongshan's mood, so he stimulated Chu Zhongshan with Dongfeng Yuner's safety so as to stimulate him to enter the cave. When old Huang mentioned the killing array and the safety of Dongfeng Yuner, Chu Zhongshan, who originally wanted to reap the benefits of the fisherman, didn't think about how long. He directly used Genuine in the air-sea period to fly to the cave. Although Dongfeng Yuner's incomprehension has led to a knot between them, in any case, she is also the first woman who crossed the world and met him. She is the first woman who makes him want to spend his life together. She can't watch her accident with emotion and reason. It took only 10 seconds to cross the two mountains. Chu Zhongshan rushed to the cave without any hesitation. He took out his life spirit knife and rushed directly into the cave. The master of Sampan Dandao is almost equal to the strong person in the king's territory. For such a strong person with cultivation and Dandao attainments, the cave used for practice and daily life must be beautiful, full of aura and a fairy style. However, when he rushed into the cave, he was confused by the thin aura in the cave. In fact, the concentration of Reiki in the cave located in Xunyi Dead and Living Mountains is very good, which is no worse than his Reiki in number 9 other courtyard of Qianlong Peak. But Chu Zhongshan's expectation at the beginning was too high, and this strong contrast made him unable to accept it in an instant. Old Huang, are you sure this is the cave left by Master Sampan Dandao? Chu Zhongshan asked suspiciously. Well, it's impossible. Is it difficult that my guess is wrong? I can't admit that I was trying to deceive you into the cave. I deliberately said it was the cave left by Master Sampan, so old Huang also pretended to be surprised. Perhaps he was convinced of Huang Lao's accurate judgment in the past. Chu Zhongshan didn't feel the tension in Huang Lao's tone. He thought that either there was a problem with the information provided by Wolf Rui to Yan Jinghong, or the cave had been seriously damaged, resulting in the loss of aura. Didn't doubt whether it was a lie made up by Huang Lao. Chu boy, don't move for a moment. I'll check the cave with my mind first. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't doubt himself, old Huang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he quickly used his mind to check the situation of the cave and the location of Sanyang's soul-reviving pill. The more he used his mind to check, the more gloomy Huang's face became in his mind. When he checked the whole cave, Huang couldn't help but yell at him directly. Shit, what cave left by Master Dandao? What Sanyang's soul-reviving pill? This cave doesn't even have the hair of a pill. Huang Lao, what's the matter with you? Although Huang Lao was angry about some things before, he had never been so rude as now. Chu Zhongshan quickly asked the news with concern. At the same time, he will also feel a trace of interest in the Sanyang's soul-reviving pill he just shouted in his words. Chu boy, after catching those people in a moment, you will give the prince and the wolf to me. I want them to taste what is called soul-beating and what is better than death. Huang Lao, who is aware of being cheated, hates Hackle and Wolf Ruixin who provides false information. At this time, he wanted to directly frustrate the two people in order to relieve the anger of being cheated. This is no problem. Whether Yan Jinghong or Chiher is one of the targets he must kill. It doesn't matter whether he kills him or Huang Laosha for Chu Zhongshan. Chu boy, no, that middle-aged woman was seriously injured by a sneak attack. Your woman is in danger. Since he decided to take Hatcher and Langrui to vent his hatred, old Huang immediately used his mind to determine the position of Hatcher and others. That's why he saw Yan Jinghong being attacked. Hatcher's family is also his backer in Huashan's sword sect. Now, Hanier, who temporarily acts as a close bodyguard, not only determines the cave left by Master Wupin Dandao after reading a large number of ancient books of sword sect, but also understands the real way to open the cave through the ancient books. The key needed to open the cave is just stored in the secret library of the Daeyuan dynasty. Unfortunately, although Hanel is a top expert in the Qi transformation period and an important member of the sword sect of the Yuan dynasty in Huashan, He is not a direct royal member and has no right to enter the secret library. Otherwise, he would have secretly taken the key to the cave and swallowed all the pills and treasures in the cave. In desperation, he had to take advantage of Hatcher's opportunity to get Dongfeng Yuner, secretly encouraged him to steal the key from the Imperial Secret Library, and brought only one bodyguard Langrui to open the cave. There is only one purpose to do this, that is to harvest all the high-quality pills left by the 5-pill master in the cave. As a descendant of the collateral lineage of the Yuan dynasty, and a deputy hall leader without any real power in the merit hall of Huashan sword sect, Hanyer has experienced too many human feelings and experienced too many realities of being respected by the strong. In his heart, nothing and no one is as important as his cultivation. Of course, as Ha Chier, who hopes to inherit the throne of the overlord of the Yuan dynasty, he will certainly help him if he can. After all, if Hatcher can ascend the throne, it will be of great benefit to him. After Hatcher opened the cave with the key of the spirit instrument, Hanyer rushed into the cave first, hoping to get enough benefits earlier. However, when he used a special spirit tool to search most of the area of the cave, he not only didn't harvest high-quality pills, but also didn't see a 10-grade lower-order pill, which made Hanyer soberly realize that he was not the first batch of people to enter the cave. It is likely that before they came in, someone learned the way to enter the cave through the classics and took all the pills in advance. Although his hard work for several months was in vain and Hanel was very depressed, anyway, as a top expert in the Gas Sea period, he soon stabilized his mood. Then, according to the actual situation of the scene, he immediately decided to help Hackle complete his wish. As long as we can help Hatcher fulfill his wish and harvest the most brilliant pearl of the Ming dynasty, Dongfeng Yuner, the feud of the Yuan dynasty, it will enhance Hatcher's reputation in the Yuan dynasty. Perhaps Hatcher can take advantage of this opportunity to win the support of the vast majority of people, and is expected to inherit the throne in the future. As Hanel, who was born in Huashan sword sect, although his cultivation is only 3 layers high in Kihai period, his real strength has long reached 4 layers in Kihai period. Therefore, when fighting alone, Yan Jingheng is not his opponent at all. However, he didn't know if Yan Jingheng had any treasures given by the strong men of the Tianlong imperial dynasty. In order to ensure, he chose to sneak attack. Yan Jingheng, who only wanted to find Sanyang's soul reviving pill, didn't notice Hanier's sneak attack at all. Of course, this also has a lot to do with her arrogant and conceited mentality. Because in Yan Jingheng's view, the higher the cultivation, the greater the gap between small realms. Although she and Hanel are only a small stage in a small realm, the gap between their strength is very obvious. If you fight alone, Yan Jingheng is sure to defeat Hanel within 10 moves and take his life within 100 moves. However, what she never expected was that shortly after entering the cave, Hanier would sneak attack behind her back, resulting in that she had no time to mobilize the defense spirit weapon and was directly hit. Hackle, do you want to turn your face now? Although Hanel was the one who attacked secretly, in her opinion, all this was ordered by Hatcher, so Yan Jingheng spitting out a mouthful of blood and staring at Hatcher angrily. Although I don't know why my elders secretly attacked Yan Jingheng at this time, Ha Chier, who has long had the idea of killing people, not only directly and frankly admitted it, but also immediately found the reason to do it. Yan Wei, your strength is too strong. My 2 guards will not be able to take you away. If there is no need for you in this mansion, do you still want to give me your royal highness? Guard Yan, what's going on? Originally, after seeing Yan Jingheng being attacked and seriously injured, Dongfeng Yuner's first idea was to take the upper-level 7 healing pills given to her by her mother, so that she could recover as soon as possible. However, when Ha Chier mentioned that Yan Jingheng was willing to give herself to Ha Chier, she felt something was wrong and clenched the upper-level 7 healing pill just taken out. Dongfeng Yuner asked with a cold look. Ha Chier and others tore up the agreement in advance, making Yan Jingheng realize that she may have been cheated. There may be no Sanyang soul reviving pill in this cave at all. Yan Jingheng, who was angry, couldn't help laughing wildly in the face of Dongfeng Yuner's questioning. When the laughter ceased, Yan looked at Yuna in the east. He said, Your Royal Highness, it's very simple. 3 Prince Sun Haha met you, wanted to marry you and took the 3 Royal Highness into account, so I did it privately and agreed to his request. Yan Jingheng, it can't be so simple. Just because Hackle's status was extraordinary, she agreed to betroth herself to him. Dongfeng Yuner was not a fool. How could she believe it? What's more, in her initiation ceremony, Zhu Yunwen, the most powerful emperor in the southern region and the most outstanding ninth prince of the Ming dynasty, once asked Dongfeng Xingba to marry her, but they were directly rejected by Dongfeng Xingba. Compared with Zhu Yunwen, Ha Qi'er, who has a great difference in identity and strength, has what virtue and how can he win his heart? Princess Highness, I agree with the request of the three princes because he has a three-yang revival Dan in his wedding dowry. Speaking of this, Yan Jingheng looked at Ha Qi'er coldly and said with a mocking tone, "Unfortunately, now it seems that His Highness the Third Prince plans to break his promise and doesn't plan to take out the Sanyang soul-reviving pill as the dowry to marry you. So, I decided to oppose this marriage and send the Royal Highness to the Dragon City." Ha! Seeing that Yan Jingheng, who was badly hurt, still didn't see himself as the deputy hall leader of Huishan sword sect, Hanel couldn't help laughing. "Yan Jingheng, do you think you can leave here alive today?" While taking out the life spirit sword, Hanel asked back with a sneer. At the same time, Langri also took out his own life spirit tool and looked like cooperating with Hanier. Although Yan Jingheng was badly hurt by Hanel's sneak attack, she not only didn't have a trace of fear and tension in the face of the siege of Hanel and Langrui, but also said with confidence on her face, "If I had been hit hard 6 months ago, I would not have been able to get the two of you together. But a year ago, when I went out with my Royal Highness, I got a top-notch spirit. Later, I spent an unimaginable price and used part of the affection of the Tianlong Emperor to finally invite Master Huang Lin of the Lianqi sect. Master Huang Lin spent nearly half a year refining a top-grade defense spirit weapon for me. I wonder if you too can break the defense of this top-grade spirit weapon." While introducing with confidence, Yan Jingheng inspired the power of the top-grade spirit weapon. Then a blue lotus with 3 petals rose slowly from her head, making Yan Jingheng, who was originally fierce, give people a feeling of treasure and solemnity. "Yan Jingheng, you are so shameless. If I hadn't summoned the strong emperor of the imperial dynasty, you would not only die under the siege of Kippen monsters, but also be impossible to get this high-level Kippen green heart lotus. Without the affection of Tianlong Emperor, Master Huang Lin must not help you refine King Xinlian." Seeing Yan Jingheng show King Xinlian only protects herself, regardless of her life or death, the feeling of betrayal from the person she most trusts makes Dongfeng Yuner have the impulse to swear for the first time in her life. Unfortunately, when she was educated by the nobility since childhood, there was no swearing words in her mind. The word shameless has been the most cruel word to express her inner anger. "I'm shameless." Hearing Dongfeng Yuner's abuse, Yan Jingheng asked in a sneer. Then she shouted angrily, "Dongfeng Yuner, from the moment you were born, I Yan Jingheng will be responsible for your daily life and daily practice. For 18 years, I have always regarded you as my own daughter. I'm afraid you're thirsty, tired, and bullied. How much effort have I paid? How do you repay me when I treat you so sincerely? Aunt Hong, I have always kept in mind your upbringing. In the last 1 or 2 years, I have also tried my best to repay you." Yan Jingheng suddenly mentioned the kindness of 18 years of upbringing, which softened Dongfeng Yuner's heart, and returned to her previous closeness in terms of address. But Dongfeng Yuner couldn't accept her criticism. "Aunt Hong, if I hadn't secretly obtained high-level pills and spiritual fruits from the secret library, how could your cultivation break through the gas C period and rise to the 3-tier peak of the gas C period in just 2 years? Yes, I can improve my cultivation so quickly. I really owe it to those high-level pills, but how do you repay me for what I asked you for the first time in my life?" Yan Jingheng didn't deny Dongfeng Yuner's refutation, but she still shouted like a shrew. "Aunt Hong, I have begged my father for what you asked, but it will do great harm to my father to use the art of prophecy. My father has never used the art of prophecy in the past 10 years, so I can't help it." Dongfeng Yuner said with some embarrassment. For the explanation of Dongfeng Yuner, Yan Jingheng snorted coldly and said with a sarcastic tone, "They all say that the royal family has no family affection. Since Dongfeng Tyrant ignores your request, it also means that you don't have much weight in his eyes. Then I'll exchange you for the Sanyang soul returning pill I need urgently. I'm sure you won't have any opinion. You." Dongfeng Yuner, who has a simple mind, doesn't know how to refute Yan Jingheng's lying like a shrew. Angrily, she points her finger at Yan Jingheng and can't say anything. "Bodyguard Yan, if there is no Sanyang reincarnation pill in the cave left by Master Dandao, I will compensate you in other ways. I just hope you can continue to abide by the agreement and don't interfere in the next things. Seeing the 3 green lotus petals on Yan Jingheng's head, Hanel's face became gloomy for a moment. No wonder Yan Jingheng dares to take risks with Dongfeng Yuner alone. Originally, she had King Xinlian, a rare defense spirit weapon in the world. Among the known defensive spirit tools in the Eternal Continent, the clock, tower, and lotus have more than imagined defensive ability. The green heart lotus on Yan Jingheng's head has reached the top grade 7 grades and has been specially tempered by the master of weapon refining. It is already the best of the top grade defense spirit weapons. Not to mention that he is an expert in the early stage of Qihai period. Even the peak state of Qihai period, and even the peerless strong person in the primary stage of Shenhun period, are difficult to break the defense of Green Heart Lotus. Therefore, Hanel had to change his strategy immediately, indicating that Hatcher would try to calm Yan Jingheng's anger and continue to complete their purpose of kidnapping Dongfeng Yuner this time. When Dongfeng Yuner was in danger, Chu Zhongshan couldn't sit idly by. Under the guidance of Old Huang, he quickly rushed to the location of Dongfeng Yuner and others. Seeing that Dongfeng Yuner was not in danger for the time being, Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry to show up, but hid in a dark corner not far away and watched the changes of the situation. When Yan Jingheng displayed the top-grade defense spirit weapon King Xinlian, Chu Zhongshan's heart suddenly filled with a special emotion. The upper-level 7-grade Green Heart Lotus can be said to be the first spiritual thing Chu Zhongshan encountered since he crossed the world. The upper-level 7-grade Green Heart Lotus appears in the lake at the boundary of 10-grade and 9-grade different in the Endless Forest. In the lake, there are 7-grade strange animals, Chimu Jiao. At that time, he was just a little man in the period of Qi refining. Whether it was Chimu Jiao, a 7-grade beast, or Yan Jingheng, who was cultivated in the period of Qi Si, if he wanted to kill him, he just had to open his mouth and breathe out. Therefore, in the face of the opportunity to reach out and get King Xinlian, he had to take the initiative to withdraw for the sake of his small life. Fortunately, he has copied the program of King Xinlian and can paste it at the right time. Old Huang, are you sure to break the defense of King Xinlian? Put away the complex emotions in his heart, Chu Zhongshan asked with some expectation. Although the program of Green Heart Lotus has been copied, and there is basically no shortage of spirit stone pasted with Green Heart Lotus, the pasted Green Heart Lotus is only a spirit after all, and is not suitable to be used as a defense treasure. Only after being tempered by the 5-product refining master can King Xinlian really exert its power of defense, but among the people he knows, there is no tool refiner, let alone the 5-product refining master. If Huang Lao can break through the defense of King Xinlian, Chu Zhongshan is confident to kill Yan Jingheng within 3 moves. At that time, the King Xinlian refined into a spirit weapon is the thing in his bag. He doesn't have to consume the spirit stone to paste King Xinlian, and he doesn't have to bother to find a master of refining tools to help him refine King Xinlian. Chu boy, whether it's Green Heart Lotus, Red Lotus, or Black Lotus, as long as it's a spirit object with the word Lotus, its own defense ability should far exceed its own grade. One pointed to the 3-petaled Green Heart Lotus on Yan Jingheng's head, Huang explained. The Green Heart Lotus on the bitch's head has 3 petals, indicating that its grade has reached the upper grade 7. 7-grade Green Heart Lotus, its own defense ability, has reached the level of top-grade spirit weapon. With the hand refining of the 5-grade weapon refining master, now the defense ability of Green Heart Lotus may have exceeded the limit of top-grade spirit weapon, that is, what we commonly call semi-top-grade spirit weapon. Half the best spirit weapon. The grade of the Green Heart Lotus on Yan Jingheng's head has reached the level of a semi-fine spirit instrument, which almost surprised Chu Zhongshan. Spirit weapon is the exclusive weapon of experts above the realm in the Qi melting period. It corresponds to different levels of spirit weapons according to different realms. A master in the realm of Qi melting period often uses inferior spirit tools. The top experts in the realm of Qihai period often use medium-grade spirit tools. The most powerful person in the realm of Divine Soul period often uses the top-grade spirit weapon. Only when the cultivation reaches the longevity period can you have the opportunity to use the best spirit weapon. Most of the semi-fine spirit tools can only be used by the strong at the half-life level or at the peak of the Divine Soul period. Even for some casual practitioners who have reached the half-step longevity period, the semi-top-grade spirit where is a treasure that can't be expected? Unexpectedly, the grade of King Sinlian, which has only the top 7 grades, has been improved so much after being refined by the master of refining utensils. That's right. The green heart lotus on the top of the bitch's head has reached the peak level of the semi-best spirit instrument. With my damaged spirit power and overdrawn 3 layers of spirit power, I may be able to break its defense. In the face of this level of defense spirit tools, Old Huang also showed lack of confidence. At the same time, there was no Sanyang's soul reviving pill in the cave, which made him not want to consume the power of the soul, so as not to delay the opportunity to enter the secret land of the wilderness. Since you can't break the defense of King Sinlian, let her go for a while. When your cultivation is enough to break the defense of King Sinlian in the future, come and take her life. In the face of Huang Lao with insufficient confidence, Chu Zhongshan did not show off his strength, but took the initiative to extend the opportunity of revenge. Oh, hearing that Hachier was willing to compensate herself and asked that she should not interfere in Dongfeng Yun'er's affairs, Yan Jingheng immediately came to her senses. Now she has completely torn her face with Dongfeng Yun'er. No matter whether Sanyang's soul reviving pill is found in the cave or not, she can't let Dongfeng Yun'er return to Tianlong City. Otherwise, it will be difficult for her to escape in a short time in the face of the powerful Oriental hegemony and the cloud of experts. Therefore, even if Hachier and others don't pay any price, she will let them take Dongfeng Yun'er away. This can not only delay some time, but also temporarily divert the attention of Dongfeng hegemony. Therefore, Yan Jingheng pretended to be very interested and asked, "Third Prince, what kind of treasure can you compensate me?" After thinking for a while, Hackle took out a jade box and a Dan bottle from the storage bag. "First, open the jade box," said Hachier with some pain. "Guard Yan, there is a ginseng beard that fell off when the king of 10,000 years was promoted to the 5th grade in the jade box. After taking it, you can lift up 1 or 2 small realms below the sea level." Seeing that the first treasure Hachier compensated to herself was the 6th grade ginseng king's beard, which could directly improve her cultivation, Yan Jing's red face maintained an indifferent look, but her heart was already excited. The grade and value of the ginseng king's ginseng beard in the peak of 6 grades are not as good as that of Sanyang's soul reviving pill. But for her, the higher her cultivation is, the greater the hope of looking for Sanyang's soul reviving pill in the future. In fact, not only Yan Jing's red heart moved unceasingly, Hanel and Wolf Rui looked at the jade box in Hackle's hand with greed. Lang Rui was better. He knew his identity and status. The color of greed in his eyes was soon forcibly suppressed, but Hainier couldn't control his thoughts. If I had known Hachier had such a precious treasure, I should have found a way to exchange it with him. If the Ginseng King and Ginseng Whiskers, who have the peak state of 6 grades, and cooperate with the upper-level 7 grades genuine pill, he has full confidence to improve his cultivation to the peak of 4 layers in the Kihai period. Unfortunately, the Ginseng King's beard, which can improve cultivation, will soon be Yan Jingheng's. The first compensation treasure is so precious that Yan Jingheng looks forward to seeing the pill bottle in Hachier's hand, and secretly guesses what kind of pill the pill in the pill bottle is. "Guard Yan, what is the most precious for your women?" Without being in a hurry to introduce the grade and function of the pill in his hand, Hackle inexplicably asked what women really cared about. "A lover who can follow you forever." When talking about the eternal lover, Yan Jing showed a sad look on her red face and a trace of resentment in her eyes to Dongfeng Yun'er. In this regard, Dongfeng Yun'er seems to have some wrongs and lowers his head. At the same time, for Yan Jingheng's answer, she couldn't help thinking of her lover who could accompany her all her life. Then, a figure that she wanted to forget but could not forget emerged in her heart. "Although the eternal lover is very important, I'm afraid the eternal face is more important." Yan Jingheng's answer was beyond Hachier's expectation. In desperation, he had to answer the question himself. Then he raised the pill bottle in his hand and said proudly, "Guard Yan, the pill in the pill bottle in my hand is an upper-level 8-grade fixed Yan pill, which can keep a woman's face unchanged for 50 years. Are you satisfied? Dingyan pill that can guarantee 50 years of youth." When Hachier said that the pill in the pill bottle in her hand was an upper-level 8-product Dingyan pill, Yan Jingheng couldn't keep a cold look at all. The Oriental Yun'er, who bowed his head to miss the person in his heart, also looked up at the pill bottle in Hachier's hand after hearing the Dingyan pill that can protect his youth for 50 years, with a trace of desire in his eyes. Youth and appearance, for women, is an irresistible temptation and a treasure for which they can pay everything. Princess, if you promise most willing to marry me, I can also send you a Ding Yan Dan. Yan Jing's red face just made Ha Qier feel proud, but the expectation of Dongfeng Yuner made him see hope and couldn't help but use Ding Yan Dan to seduce him. He shook his head gently. Dongfeng Yuner lowered his head and didn't pay attention to the Dingyan pill in Ha Qier's hand. This made the expectant Hatcher feel disappointed. In the cave left by Master Dandao. 3 princes, no matter whether there are 3 yang reviving pills in the cave left by Master Dandao or not, as long as these 2 treasures are used as compensation, I promise I won't interfere with you and Dongfeng Yuner. The pill that can improve cultivation, and the pill that can keep your youth for 50 years made Yan Jinghang, who had decided not to intervene, eagerly accept it. Guard Yan, stop slow. Looking at the green heart lotus on his head, Yan Jinghang, who is still vigilant, wants to reach out and take away the jade box and Dan bottle. Ha Qier steps back and temporarily leaves the distance between him and Yan Jinghang. Third prince, what do you mean? Seeing Ha Qier, who took the initiative to retreat, Yan Jinghang asked in a somewhat uncomfortable tone. Yan guard, His Royal Highness is willing to take out the king's ginseng and Ding Yan Dan. Besides compensation, it may not be able to get the 3 yang revival Dan, and also hope that you can help yourself with the Royal Highness. Pointing to Dongfeng Yuner, who bowed his head and said proudly. As the 3rd prince of the Daiyuan dynasty, Ha Qier, who is very hopeful to compete for the heir to the throne, can't help but know that as a young son of great power, he has more or less life-saving cards given by his family elders. Dongfeng Yuner is the pearl in the palm of Dongfeng Xingba, and Dongfeng Xingba is an unpredictable strong man. Hackle is not sure what level his life-saving card and power will reach. Therefore, he wants Yan Jinghang, who has the top defense spirit weapon, to spell out the life-saving card on Dongfeng Yuner. In this way, Yan Jinghang and Dongfeng Yuner, who lose the protection of King Xinlian and life-saving card, will not become fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered by him. At the same time, he doesn't have to pay for the Ginseng King, Ginseng Beard and Dingyan Pill. It can be said that killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This. Although Yan Jinghang's strength is strong, after all, she is not born in the royal family and is not good at intrigues, so she doesn't see the means of Hatcher's conspiracy. Considering the value of 6 peak ginseng, King Ginseng, Beard and Dingyan Pill, Yan Jinghang didn't consider how long and turned directly to Dongfeng Yuner. Your Highness, you are the biggest card you have seen from my childhood, and I know it crystal clear. In order to avoid suffering from flesh, I hope you can still get away with it honestly. Yan Jinghang, it seems that you really intend to betray me and the Tianlong Emperor. Looking at Yan Jinghang, who is going to do it with herself, Dongfeng Yuner said with gnashing teeth. Dongfeng Yuner, since the Eastern tyrant refused to perform the art of prophecy and helped me find Sanyang's soul-reviving pill, Tianlong Imperial Dynasty has been my enemy Yan Jinghang. Hearing Dongfeng Yuner say the word betrayal, Yan Jinghang angrily scolded. Yan Jinghang, I hope you can think clearly. Take out a white stone from the storage bag, and Dongfeng Yuner threatens. Dongfeng Yuner, I know the white stone in your hand is the life-saving card given to you by Dongfeng Xingba, but when I decide to give you to the 3rd prince, how can I not take this into account? Seeing Dongfeng Yuner take out the white stone, Yan Jinghang has no fear and tension, and even shows a proud smile on her face. Then, she took out a red cloth bag from the storage bag. After slowly opening it, there were several hair in the red cloth bag. Dongfeng Yuner, with your princess's identity, I checked most of the ancient books of the Tianlong Imperial Dynasty. Finally, from a nearly damaged remnant, I saw how to break the life-saving card made by the prophet. Holding several hair in her hand, Yan Jinghang said proudly, These are the ones I left when I helped you tidy your hair yesterday and transformed them with several special miraculous drugs. As long as you dare to use the life-saving card in your hand, I will burn the green silk in my hand. As a result, the green silk will be burned out and the life-saving card will lose its effect. Unexpectedly, Yan Jinghang found a way to break her life-saving card. Dongfeng Yuner was very frightened at this time. Although she still has a life-saving card in her hand, she doesn't want to use it. Maybe it's the life-saving card to remind her of the man she wants to forget but can't forget. Alas, just as Yan Jing blushed and waited for Dongfeng Yuner to obey, when Dongfeng Yuner was at a loss, a helpless sigh suddenly sounded. Yuner, when I gave you the jade pendant before the secret place of the blood devil was opened, I specially told you that you must remember to use it when you encounter irresistible danger. Now it's a time of great crisis. Why do you still keep it and refuse to use it?" As the sai disappeared, a boy of about 16 or 17 years old, dressed in light blue, came out of the dark corner with a helpless face. "Brother Chu," just as the sai sounded, Dongfeng Yuner had heard who was the person who made the sai. And this person, it has let her taste love for the first time, is also the Chu Zhongshan she wants to forget, but can't forget. However, isn't Chu Zhongshan practicing at Qianlong Peak at this moment? How could he suddenly appear here? Turn your head, look at Chu Zhongshan's familiar face, look at his helpless look at the blame in his eyes, think of himself in crisis. He appears like God's help, suppress the grievances and thoughts in Dongfeng Yuner's heart, and completely untie the tangles in her heart. Dongfeng Yuner had ignored other people's eyes and ran directly to Chu Zhongshan, throwing himself into his arms. Looking at Dongfeng Yuner, who suddenly released her feelings, Chu Zhongshan felt that her hard heart softened in an instant. Originally, Chu Zhongshan planned to kill Ha Qir and others after Dongfeng Yuner left. Because in his opinion, Dongfeng Yuner, as the pearl in the palm of the Oriental tyrant, will give her a powerful life-saving card. In other words, Dongfeng Yuner, who has a life-saving card, wants to go, but several people on the scene can't stop it at all. However, what he didn't expect was that Yan Jingheng could find the life-saving card left by the Oriental tyrant. At the same time, Dongfeng Yuner has never used his life-saving card, which makes him have to stand up. For Yan Jingheng's deliberate means and the betrayal of Dongfeng Yuner, let him decide to use all means and let her die here. Reaching out and patting the fragrant shoulder of Dongfeng Yuner, Chu Zhongshan said softly, "Don't cry. Who makes you suffer? I will let her pay the price of her life." Gently patted the fragrant shoulder of Dongfeng Yuner to comfort her grievances accumulated in her heart for months. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan said murderously, "Yuner, who let you suffer, I let who die." If it was in the past, Chu Zhongshan just made a murderous statement, Dongfeng Yuner would feel uncomfortable and tangle in his heart. But at this time, hearing his murderous statement, Dongfeng Yuner only felt a warm current filled her heart, which made her feel a strong sense of security. "Badass, let go of your highness." Seeing Dongfeng Yuner jump into the arms of a young man who suddenly appears, and the young man gently slaps her on the shoulders, how can Ha Qir, who regards Dongfeng Yuner as his own woman, stand it? "Get out." Ha Qir dared to insult himself, which made the happy mood originally revealed by Dongfeng Yuner suddenly unhappy. He glared at Ha Qir mercilessly. Chu Zhongshan threatened murderously for a long time, "If you're talking more nonsense, I'll kill you immediately." "You want to die?" Seeing that a young man who is not as old as himself dares to threaten himself, Ha Qir directly draws out a semi-spirit weapon sword and plans to teach Chu Zhongshan a lesson. Fortunately, Hanel, who has been paying attention to Chu Zhongshan, found the extraordinary of Chu Zhongshan in time. He quickly stretched out his hand to hold Hackle and whispered in his ear, "Don't act rashly. He is the top expert in the realm of Qihai period." Impossible. Hanel's reminder shocked Hatcher, but at the same time, his face showed an expression of disbelief. The young man who suddenly appeared in front of him looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old. He said that he was a cultivation achievement in the body refining period. Hackle could believe it. He said that he was beyond the two realms of the Qi refining period and the Qi melting period. He was already a top expert in the Qi C period. How dare he believe it, and be willing to believe it? "It's you." Looking at the young man who suddenly appeared, Yan Jingheng became more and more familiar, but the other party's cultivation in the second floor of the high spirit period made her unable to connect with the person she imagined. However, when the owner Yuner took the initiative to rush into his arms, she finally determined that the young man in front of her was Chu Zhongshan, the heir of the Chu family who had been severely humiliated by her. "Yes, it's me." Seeing Yan Jingheng think of who she is, Chu Zhongshan admits with a smile. "No way, you can't be him." Chu Zhongshan personally admitted, but Yan Jingheng couldn't accept it. Maybe she didn't want to believe that the young man in front of her was Chu Zhongshan she once despised. At the beginning, Chu Zhongshan, who was humiliated by her, had only 8 peaks in the Qi refining period. She was a little person who could easily die with one finger. She was a timid person who dared not resist in the face of her naked insult. Later, when the disciples of Liyun's sect tested, she saw Chu Zhongshan's second place in the test and entered the retest of Liyun's sect, but she didn't think Chu Zhongshan could achieve too much. Because talent and birth determine a person's future achievements. The cultivation talent of the upper 8 grades, determines the highest achievement of Chu Zhongshan in his life, that is, the peak state of Qi transformation period. The origin of the 8th grade aristocratic family determines that he does not have the support of powerful forces. In his lifetime, his cultivation may be difficult to reach the peak of Qi transformation period. However, Chu Zhongshan in front of him not only broke the limitation of cultivation talent, but also became the top expert in the Qi C period in less than a year without the support of powerful forces. In this regard, Yan Jingheng, unable to believe it, even doubted whether Chu Zhongshan was the legendary immortal god coming to Earth. Otherwise, she has never heard of anyone who can break through 2 major realms and more than 20 minor realms in less than a year. Yan Jingheng, maybe you don't believe your eyes, but junior sister Yuner who came out of the sect with me can't recognize me wrong. Yan Jingheng didn't believe it, or said it was an unwilling reaction. Chu Zhongshan didn't feel strange. Even those talented disciples and elders of Ligan's sect are often surprised by the speed at which he improves his accomplishments like a demon. Chu Zhongshan, what kind of anti-heaven means have you mastered to improve your cultivation so much? Chu Zhongshan's reminder and Dongfeng Yuner still depend on him at this time, which makes Yan Jingheng have to accept the cruel reality. However, she was very interested in the reason why Chu Zhongshan improved his cultivation so quickly in less than a year. If she can get the secret of Chu Zhongshan's rapid cultivation, she can also use this secret to improve her speed. When her accomplishments break through the soul period, she can use the power of the soul to nourish the soul of her sweetheart and give her more time to find the Sanyang soul reviving pill. Cut! Seeing Yan Jingheng's idea on herself, Chu Zhongshan sneered with disdain. Then he said sarcastically, Yan Jingheng, are you stupid or am I stupid? Boy, although your accomplishments have improved rapidly, you are still very young after all. You are lack of strength and combat experience, so you are still not my opponent. For Chu Zhongshan's ridicule, Yan Jingheng was not angry, but began to comfort like an elder. Then, seeing Chu Zhongshan's unmoved look, she couldn't help but threaten angrily. Chu Zhongshan, I have the top-grade spirit weapon King Xinlian to protect my body. Even if you stand still, you can't hurt me, so you'd better honestly hand over the secret of rapid cultivation. Otherwise, the cave left by Master Dandao is your burial place. Brother Chu, Yan Jingheng is the cultivation of the 3-tier peak in the period of Qi Si, and has Green Heart Lotus to protect your body. You should use your life-saving card to leave here temporarily. The hug on the trail between the test peaks was too nervous. It was the first time for each other. In addition to being nervous and excited, Dongfeng Yuner didn't feel the warmth of Chu Zhongshan's embrace too much. This time, after completely untying her heart knot and putting down the girl's reserve, she suddenly felt the warmth and comfort in Chu Zhongshan's arms. This warm and comfortable feeling made her very infatuated and wanted to climb in his arms all the time. However, after hearing Yan Jingheng's naked threat, she had to leave his arms temporarily to remind him of Yan Jingheng's strength and means. Don't worry, Chu Zhongshan never fights unprepared. Patted Dongfeng Yuner's jade hand, so that she didn't have to worry, and then motioned her to stand aside for the time being. Yan Jingheng, first of all, I want to change it into your mistake. After the proprietor Yuner stepped aside, Chu Zhong stepped forward and looked directly at Yan Jingheng. The Green Heart Lotus on your head is not a top-grade defense spirit weapon, but a defense treasure with a grade of semi-top-grade spirit weapon. The defense treasure of semi-top-grade spirit weapon. After hearing Chu Zhongshan point out her wrong cognition of King Xinlian, Yan Jingheng was shocked. She suddenly thought of the reluctance in the eyes of Master Huanglin when he returned the refined King Xinlian to herself. She immediately knew that he had concealed the real grade of King Xinlian. Although Yan Jingheng was a little dissatisfied with Master Huanglin's concealment of King Xinlian's real grade, her dissatisfaction was soon covered up by the surprise of King Xinlian's higher grade. Having such a high-quality defense spirit weapon will help her escape from the pursuit of the strong ones of the Tianlong Imperial Dynasty and her future experience. Secondly, any defensive psionic weapon is not omnipotent. As long as the attack power reaches the limit that the psionic weapon can bear, the semi-best psionic weapon can still be broken. He got in touch with Huang Lao in his mind for a while. When Huang Lao was willing to help, Chu Zhongshan said arrogantly, "Ha." For Chu Zhongshan's overbearing desire to break King Xinlian's defense, Yan Jingheng was stunned at first, and then she looked up to the sky and laughed. At the same time, accompanied by ridicule, Yan Jingheng said with disdain, "Chu Zhongshan, I've seen many arrogant people, but I've never seen a descendant like you who doesn't know heaven and earth. In the face of Yan Jingheng's ridicule, Chu Zhongshan was neither angry nor refuted anything. Instead, he took out the spirit knife that had just been promoted to the top-grade spirit weapon from the storage bag and said calmly, "Finally, I will let you know how far the strength gap between the disciples who came from the sect gate and the casual cultivation like you is. The sea of fire is sky-high." His accomplishments broke through the sea of qi period, which not only expanded his danshan to perfection, but also improved his martial arts in different levels. With the breakthrough of cultivation, Huang Pin's high-level and peak state body method and martial arts can be upgraded to Xuanpin's lower-level body method and martial arts with only one little understanding. With the breakthrough of cultivation, Huang Pin's medium-level and small-scale sword skills have now reached the peak, so that he can understand Huang Pin's high-level sword skills at any time. The Sea of Fire connecting the sky is a move in Huang Pin's medium-level peak sword skill. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's saber technique, Yan Jingheng neither meant to dodge nor responded. She just looked at Chu Zhongshan coldly. Before she is sure that King Xinlian is a semi-supreme spirit tool, she may dodge or fight back when she is attacked by Chu Zhongshan, who is weak in her realm. After all, the spirit saber used by Chu Zhongshan is also a top-grade spirit weapon. However, after determining that the true grade of King Xinlian reached the semi-top spirit weapon, she believed that with King Xinlian's strong defense, Chu Zhongshan's attack could not hurt her at all. Boom! The saber technique, which contains the perfect danshan and strong genuine, fiercely cleaved on the defense cover formed by the green heart lotus, and then made a deafening roar. With the rebound formed by the roar, Chu Zhongshan not only bounced back directly, but also stepped back 9 steps in succession because of his unrelenting strength. With the strong defense of King Xinlian, Yan Jingheng, who was forced to bear the martial arts of the saber technique, was also repelled by the strong attack force by more than 10 steps. The green heart lotus, whose grade is up to half the best spirit weapon, is really strong in defense. He rubbed his wrist, which was shocked by the rebound force. Chu Zhongshan finally felt the strong defensibility of King Xinlian. The saber technique just used by Chu Zhongshan can be said to use the 9 layers of genuine in the danshan. It contains the mysterious saber technique with the attribute of genuine, and its power is almost close to the 7 layers of Qihai period. Such a strong attack force, not to mention breaking the defense of King Xinlian, didn't even hit a wave in the defense shield. Chu Zhongshan was shocked by King Xinlian's strong defense, while Yan Jingheng, who was beaten back more than a dozen steps, stared at Chu Zhongshan in amazement, and her heart was like shaking over rivers and seas. Cultivation may be improved rapidly with the help of some top pills and spiritual fruits, but strength and combat experience can only rely on their own talent and daily accumulation. The attack power of the saber skill just displayed by Chu Zhongshan far exceeded the initial stage of the Qihai period, exceeded the middle stage of the Qihai period, and vaguely reached the high level of the Qihai period, which means that he has the strength to surpass his own realm. At the same time, the position where King Xinlian forms the defense shield with his sword skill, just now, is the weak point of King Xinlian's defense, and the only point that cannot completely offset the attack power. Although the powerful attack power formed by the saber technique was offset by King Xinlian, less than 10% of the remaining attack power directly attacked her through the weak points, causing a slight injury to her internal organs. At the same time, the injury seriously injured by Hanel's sneak attack has not recovered. The slight injury caused the reverse bite of the serious injury, which made her almost spit blood. In order not to let others see her injury, she forced the congestion formed by the injury to swallow down, making her original severe injury worse. Unfortunately, Yan Jingheng is facing Chu Zhongshan at this moment. She is an expert who is good at grasping the war situation. Through the abnormal ruddy flash on Yan Jingheng's face just now, Chu Zhongshan knew that his attack was not ineffective, so he confidently said to Huang, "Old Huang, it seems that your old man's judgment is wrong. The defense of King Xinlian is not 100% perfect. I'm sure I can really break the defense of King Xinlian with my own strength." For Chu Zhongshan's confident self-confidence, old Huang neither refuted nor approved, but showed a joking smile on his face. Hanel, who has been paying close attention to Chu Zhongshan and Yan Jingheng, saw that Chu Zhongshan, whose cultivation is only 2-tier high level in the Qihai period, was able to give full play to his strength close to the high stage of the Qihai period, and his face flashed an extremely dignified look. As an expert from Huashan sword sect, Hanel knows too well that the higher the cultivation, the less likely he is to challenge. To be able to maintain the combat power of 4 to 5 small realms in the realm of the Sea of Qi is not what ordinary talents can do, at least to the extent that sectarian peerless talents can achieve. For such a talented disciple, Hanel knew that he could never provoke or afford to provoke, so he winked at Hachir and Langrui, and then quietly retreated to the exit of the cave. Hachir and Langrui, who got Hanel's eyes, quietly stepped back with understanding. However, when they quietly retreated to the exit of the cave, the dark shadow like lightning appeared in front of Langrui in an instant, and then the dark shadow disappeared. The whole process didn't last a tenth of a second. Although the time of the emergence and disappearance of the dark shadow was very fast, Hachir, who was only on the second floor of the cultivation period, didn't notice it at all, but Hanier, who had been paying attention to the battle between Chu Zhongshan and Yan Jingheng, realized it, so he quickly looked at Wolf Rui. At the beginning, Hanel didn't find any abnormality in Langrui, but when Langrui wanted to continue to step back and a trace of red appeared between his neck, let him know what happened just now. "Lord Haniel, what's the matter with you?" Haniel's attention made Wolf Rui feel happy. He couldn't help turning his head and asked. However, just after he turned his head and asked, he felt that breathing began to be difficult, and bursts of pain came from his neck. The pain from his neck made him want to reach out and touch it, but just as he raised his hand, the blood like a fountain sprayed directly from his neck. The power formed by the blood jet made Wolf Rui unable to utter a scream, and the whole head was directly broken and rolled to the ground. Ah! Langrui, who lost his head, could not scream, but Hakil, who was close to him, was frightened and screamed by the blood sprayed from the wound on Langrui's neck. "I'll let you go." After Langrui's head fell, Chu Zhongshan waved the spirit knife in his hand and asked in a gloomy tone. In addition to Dongfeng Yuner, among the 4 people at the scene, Chu Zhongshan most wanted to kill Yan Jingheng, who had insulted him and betrayed Dongfeng Yuner in treachery. However, without Hachir, Yan Jingheng could not have had the opportunity to betray Dongfeng Yuner, so Hachir, the protagonist of the conspiracy, was also the target he would kill. As for Wolf Rui and Hanel, they are the targets he must kill. After all, Hachir is not an ordinary person. He is the 3rd prince of the Yuan dynasty. He is one of the heirs who hope to inherit the throne in the future. His status is incomparably noble. If the news that he killed him is leaked, it will not only be a threat to himself, but also be quite disadvantageous to the rising Chu family. It is precisely because he has the heart to kill Hachir and others, so when testing the defense of King Xinlian, he left a small part of his energy to pay attention to Hachir and others. It is also because of his constant attention that he can timely find Hachir and others who intend to leave the cave quietly and decisively kill Langrui, so as to deter Hachir and Hanier. "Younger martial brother, there seems to be no hatred between you and us. Why don't you let us go?" Seeing Chu Zhongshan's silent killing of experts in the same level, Hanel was shocked by Chu Zhongshan's strength and was also afraid of his amazing speed. Haniel knew very well that although his strength was stronger than Langrui, he could not resist the lightning speed of Chu Zhongshan and his strength beyond his 4 or 5 small realms. As for calling Chu Zhongshan a younger martial brother, it was because he abided by the agreement between the 9 forces in the southern region. And this was his decision, after he learned from the conversation between Chu Zhongshan and Yan Jingheng that Chu Zhongshan came from Lian sect. Although the other party called himself a younger martial brother, Chu Zhongshan guessed that the other party was probably an expert from the 9 forces, and from the relationship between the other party and Hachir, he guessed that the other party was not from Huashan sword sect or from Magic Heart sect. However, he is about 40 years old, and his accomplishments are only 3-tier high level in Qihai period. Such qualifications are definitely ordinary goods in the sect, so Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to inquire about each other's origin at all. "Why?" Referring to Dongfeng Yuner standing beside him, Chu Zhongshan said coldly, "You want to hijack my beloved woman. How do you offend me?" "Younger martial brother, this matter is really our fault. We are willing to take out some treasures to compensate. I wonder if younger martial brother can expose today's matter." In fact, when Chu Zhongshan killed Wolf Rui, Hanel had guessed the reason why he prevented himself and Hachir from leaving. However, in his opinion, the plan of kidnapping Dongfeng Yuner by himself and others did not succeed, nor did it bring any substantive harm to Dongfeng Yuner. "You can use some precious treasures to expose today's hatred," The matter between you and me will be discussed later. Coldly glanced at Hanyul, and Chu Zhongshan said coldly. Then he turned his head and looked at Yan Jinghang, who had just taken the pill and was trying to regulate her breathing. The god of Chu said with a little excitement, Yan Jinghang, the battle between us is not over yet. Spark Combo, the second move of Huang Pin's medium-level peak martial arts skill, combined with Zhenyuan on the 9th floor of the perfect Danshan, Chu Zhongshan launched the second attack. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's second attack, Yan Jinghang didn't continue to support her as before. At the same time, after the fight just now, she knew that Chu Zhongshan's attack was very fierce, so after taking out her middle-grade spirit sword and cooperating with her body skills, she began to choose to fight with Chu Zhongshan. Although the martial arts of Yan Jinghang's body method is not high, it is difficult to accurately hit the weakness of King Xinlian's defense after the body runs up. At the same time, Yan Jinghang also knows her only weakness, so whenever Chu Zhongshan chooses to attack King Xinlian's weakness, she will use the spirit sword to obstruct, which makes him lose the opportunity to continue to hurt Yan Jinghang. After 5 uninterrupted attacks, Chu Zhongshan knew he had to change his attack strategy. Otherwise, you can't accurately attack the weakness of King Xinlian's defense, and you're just wasting real yuan in vain. If you want to make every attack accurate, you must limit her movement in the weakness of King Xinlian. To restrict her movement and solidify the potential of the surrounding environment is nothing more than the best means. The sea of fire is boundless. When Yan Jinghang was forced to defend with all his strength by using the knife technique of one-move group attack, a force that could change the color of the world and solidify the surrounding environment rose from him and quickly shrouded Yan Jinghang with all his strength. Since the level of heaven potential in the middle of Chu has been raised to the 6th floor, and the scope of potential envelopment has reached 60 meters, the potential he just displayed not only directly solidified Yan Jingyun, but also solidified Hakil, Hanyur and Dongfeng Yuner standing not far away. Mind controls the power of potential and eliminates the power solidified on Dongfeng Yuner. Chu Zhongshan ordered her, Yuner, you have seen the means I use now and know its power and function, so Hakil gives it to you. Whether he lives or dies depends on your own wishes. Chu Zhongshan didn't consider Hachir and Hanel when he began to show his potential, because he wants to torture Hachir severely after solving Yan Jinghang so that he can know the consequences of his own woman's idea. However, when the power of the potential solidified the two people, especially when he saw Hachir, the mastermind of the kidnapping, he immediately had an idea to temper Dongfeng Yuner's docile character. Therefore, he told Dongfeng Yuner, Yuner, Hachir is the mastermind of today's disaster. Whether he lives or dies depends on your own decision. If you want to let him leave the cave, I won't object. After telling Dongfeng Yuner to deal with Hachir by herself, Chu Zhongshan no longer paid attention to whether she would do it, but focused on Yan Jinghang, who was solidified by the potential. The promotion of potential level can not only affect the further range, but also greatly improve the solidification force. Even the green heart lotus, which is a semi-finished spirit tool, can't move for half a minute. Of course, Yan Jinghang, hiding in the defense of King Xinlian, can still move her hands and feet freely. Now that the goal has been achieved, Chu Zhongshan then began to continuously display every move of Huang Pin's medium-level peak saber technique. In addition to constantly attacking the weakness of King Xinlian, he continued to hurt Yan Jinghang by taking advantage of the attack power that cannot be completely offset by the weakness. At the same time, with the help of attacking the defense layer of Qing Xinlian, we are familiar with and understand the essence of the sword method, and enhance the power of sword skill. After the 3-move saber attack, Yan Jinghang, hiding in the defense of King Xinlian, was attacked by the power penetrated by King Xinlian's weakness. Finally, she couldn't control the deteriorating injury in her body, spit out a mouthful of blood, and the breath of the whole person was much depressed. After the 10-move saber attack, Yan Jinghang, hiding in the defense of King Xinlian, not only continued to spit blood, but also gradually turned pale. After the 30-move saber attack, Yan Jinghang, who was hiding in the defense of King Xinlian, began to falter and could fall at any time due to the deterioration of her injury. At the same time, with the help of the perception when using the saber technique, Huang Pin's medium-level saber technique, which has reached the peak, has a vague trend of breakthrough. After 50 moves of saber attack, Chu Zhongshan had to stop the attack. because after 50 moves to continuously display the medium-level sword skill, he consumed a lot of real yuan in the perfect danshan, which consumed nearly 2 layers. Yan Jingheng, who is hiding in the defense of King Xinlian, is not only getting ruddy, but also gradually regaining her momentum. Boy, continue to attack. I think you are so domineering that you can break through the defense of King Xinlian, a semi-fine spirit weapon. Seeing Chu Zhongshan take the initiative to stop the attack, Yan Jingheng defied proudly. At the beginning, after King Xinlian was solidified by the potential, Yan Jingheng, who did not adapt to the solidification of King Xinlian, tried every means to control King Xinlian to leave the scope shrouded by the solidification force, so she suffered the attack of the 3 moves of Chu Zhongshan. As a result, she could not completely control the further deterioration of the injury and finally vomited blood. Since she could not control King Xinlian from the solidified power, Yan Jingheng could only rely on her cultivation to resist the next 10 moves of Chu Zhongshan, which led to her constant vomiting of blood and the deterioration of her injury. With the hard resistance to the attack of Chu Zhongshan, Yan Jingheng gradually adapted to the attack of Chu Zhongshan under the condition of deteriorating injury. After gradually adapting to Chu Zhongshan's every attack, the power transmitted through the weak part of King Xinlian was gradually controlled by her and transferred to the non-critical part of her body. It is precisely because of constant adaptation that Yan Jingheng continues to bear the attack of strength and uses the high-quality healing pill she has collected for many years to recover from the deteriorating injury. Although Chu Zhongshan's attack is very powerful, the remaining power is not so strong after being offset by the defense layer of King Xinlian. This makes Yan Jingheng, who uses high-quality healing pill, not only stabilize the injury, but also gradually recover the deteriorated injury with the help of the power of the pill. It is for this reason that the genius in Chu had to stop the attack. Chu boy, now do you still think you have the ability to break the defense of King Xinlian? Since Chu Zhongshan confidently said that he was sure to break the defense of King Xinlian, Huang chose a silent attitude. Because he knew that through today's lesson, Chu Zhongshan could put away the arrogance gradually generated in his heart with the rapid breakthrough of cultivation, so that he could more clearly recognize his shortcomings and increase his accumulation with the help of insufficient strength. At this moment, Chu Zhongshan's helplessness in the face of King Xinlian's defense made Huang Lao feel the opportunity to instruct him, so he chose to speak and use the tone of ridicule. However, Chu Zhongshan did not respond to Huang Lao's words, but thought about which card he had was suitable for breaking the defense of King Xinlian. The copy and paste program is only a means of assisting cultivation and is not suitable for breaking the defense of Open Heart Lotus. The space-cutting method possessed by the power of space law is very suitable for breaking the defense of King Xinlian, but your cultivation still can't master this power. Zhao Enjun left his life-saving jade pendant, which can only be used when his life is in danger, and it is not suitable to break the current dilemma. After thinking about it, Chu Zhongshan finally decided to use the 6 Famine 8 combination boxing secretly presented to him by Chu Zhongba. At the beginning, when facing Liu Jiafu, the 11th ranking disciple of the outside sect, Dabai, a disciple of the outside sect, once performed the 6 Barons and 8 Harmonies fist. He is still deeply impressed by the power of the first move in the fist technique, Miki Fist. After all, he can form the power that can destroy the void with the help of the power of Miki Fist, with the cultivation of the 8 levels peak during the body training period. This is the most powerful move among all the attack means he has mastered now. Of course, the fist technique of 6 Famine and 8 combination fist is also a severe test for genuine in the body. However, with the help of the perfect danshan formed after the self-explosion of 9 genuine pills, Chu Zhongshan felt that he had enough ability to display the complete version of Miki Fist. After closing his eyes, Chu Zhongshan began to recall the running track of the first move of Miki Fist in Liu Huangba Fist. When he was fully familiar with the running track of Miki Fist, he suddenly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, Chu Zhongshan didn't immediately show his Miki Fist. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Dongfeng Yuner. Then there was a satisfied smile on his face. Because Dongfeng Yuner finally took the most important step in her life in the face of Hachir who wanted to kidnap her, that is to kill. Since we can take such an important step as killing people, the gentle and weak character of Dongfeng Yuner may form earth-shaking changes. Seeing Dongfeng Yun'er's pale face and trembling body, a trace of heartache flashed in Chu Zhongshan's heart, because he knows very well what it means for Dongfeng Yun'er to take the step of killing people. However, now is not the time to comfort her, so Chu Zhongshan whispered, "Yun'er, stay back for a while, because next I want to use the fist technique I used to use when the sect Dabai." After forcibly suppressing the killing, Dongfeng Yun'er nodded tearfully in the corners of his eyes, and then trotted 10 meters away from Chu Zhong. Chu Zhongshan showed the fist technique that can destroy the void during the qualifying of the disciples outside the sect. Dongfeng Yun'er was one of the witnesses. She knew the power of that fist technique very well. What's more, through the fight between him and Yan Jingheng just now, Dongfeng Yun'er knows that in just a few months, the cultivation has just broken through the gas transformation period, and Chu Zhongshan, who shows his demonic talent, has ushered in another big outbreak of cultivation and strength. Today, Chu Zhongshan's accomplishments not only catch up with Dongfeng Yangping, but also far surpass him. If it weren't for the complexity of the current situation, she would have been shocked and speechless by Chu Zhongshan's cultivation. After Dongfeng Yun'er left for a distance, Chu Zhongshan didn't immediately show his chi-killing fist. Instead, he went to the beheaded Hatchier and solidified Hannier, reached out and took off the storage bag hanging around their waist, and then returned to Yan Jingheng again. Miki fist. Take a deep breath and mobilize the remaining 80% genuine in the perfect danshin. According to the track of Miki boxing, Chu Zhongshan officially performed Miki boxing. In the face of his ridicule, he didn't give any response. Old Huang noticed the abnormality of Chu Zhongshan, so he paid serious attention to every move of Chu Zhongshan next. When Chu Zhongshan whispered out the words Miki fist, Huang was shocked and almost rushed out of his mind. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, "Impossible! How can the 6 famine 8 combination divine fist still exist in the world?" After he sensed the track of the true Yuan in the celestial body in Chu, Huang Lao was shocked and muttered to himself, 6 Wasteland 8 combination divine fist, the legendary famous magic skill of Wasteland God, didn't expect to really exist in this world. As Chu Zhongshan used the remaining 8 layers of genuine in the perfect danshin and began to operate according to the track of Miki fist, a force that made heaven and earth feel afraid gradually emanated from his right fist. Feeling the power that can frighten the world, the green heart lotus, which is already a dead object, seems to touch a trace of ideas left in the body, make it tremble involuntarily, stimulate all its strength, and make its own defense power infinitely close to the ranks of the best spiritual weapons. With the destructive power of the right fist becoming more and more powerful, Chu Zhongshan gradually felt that if he wanted to really display the complete version of the Miki fist, the cultivation in the chi refining period and the body refining period would not work at all. Because the quality of spiritual power used in chi refining period and body refining period is too low and the energy is too weak, it is impossible to give play to the destruction mystery contained in Miki fist. Only genuine with higher quality can give full play to the power of Miki fist. However, if you want to fully display the chi-killing fist, you still have insufficient cultivation during the chi melting period. Because the amount of real yuan needed to use the Miki fist will make the master of chi cultivation feel desperate. Only those who have reached the stage of chi si and have perfect danshin can really display the complete version of Miki fist. When genuine finished running according to the track of Miki fist, the cave left by Master Dandao had begun to tremble slightly, and some stones had begun to fall over the sky in the middle of Chu. "Young clan leader, please show mercy." Yan Jingheng, who was originally elated, felt the terrible power that could destroy heaven and earth on Chu Zhongshan's right fist and the instinctive fear of King Xinlian. She had no elated psychology. She begged Chu Zhongshan not to hit the force on his right fist in panic. Unfortunately, the Miki fist, which completely condenses its strength, is beyond his control. Ignoring Yan Jingheng's plea, Chu Zhongshan directly hit out the destructive power condensed on his right fist. When the destructive power formed by Miki fist was knocked out, he felt tired and heavy, making him want to fall to the ground and sleep immediately. He knew very well that this was because he used the full version of Miki fist and emptied all the genuine in the perfect danshin at once, leaving his body in an extremely tired state. An extremely tired state, so that their brain is in a state of short-term hypoxia. Fortunately, Chu Zhongshan knew that this was the side effect of the full version of Miki fist, so he forced himself to resist the drowsiness caused by fatigue. The invisible destructive power formed by Miki Fist directly destroys the solidified power formed by the momentum, allowing Yan Jingheng and Hanier to temporarily restore their ability to move freely. However, in the face of the invisible destruction force that can destroy the void, Hanier was only gently swept by the afterwave of the power of Miki Fist, and the whole person was completely transformed into nothingness, which made Dongfeng Yuner standing in the distance stare wide, and a trace of uncontrollable fear flashed on his face. The invisible destructive power formed by Miki Fist, after destroying the solidified power formed by potential, directly blows on the defense cover of King Xinlian. There was no sound. Yan Jingheng's position was directly blasted into powder by the destructive force formed by Miki Fist. At the same time, the remaining force blasted on the ground of the cave, making Yan Jingheng's original standing position be blasted out of a black hole with a diameter of nearly 3 meters. Then, waves of suction gradually came from the black hole. As a penetrator, Chu Zhongshan was too aware of the power of the black hole, so he took a blood essence directly from the storage bag. After taking it, with the help of the blood essence, you can instantly restore your essence, qi and spirit, and use the body method and martial arts that will break through the upper level of Xuanpin, so as to escape to the position of Dongfeng Yuner desperately. Chu boy, show your qi-killing fist again and destroy the black hole in front of you. However, before he came and used his martial arts skills to escape, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly made a voice to stop him. Huang Lao, I know very well about black holes. They are formed in a short time, but they are powerful. As long as we can escape the range covered by suction, we will be basically safe. Chu Zhongshan did not agree to Huang's request. Just now, when he cast the full version of Miki Fist, the pain of Zhenyuan was evacuated in Danshan, which made him decide his cultivation. He would never cast Miki Fist before he was promoted to the high level of Kihai period. Chu boy, as long as you are willing to reapply your qi-killing fist, destroy the black hole in front of you, and keep this cave from being destroyed, I will not only help you find countless high-quality pills, but also help you get an opportunity you can't imagine in the wilderness. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was unmoved and wanted to continue to escape, old Huang, who knew that the cave was changing, was in a hurry and had to promise enough temptation to attract Chu Zhongshan. Numerous high-quality pills are an opportunity beyond one's imagination in the secret land of the wilderness. The promise made by old Huang solemnly makes Chu Zhongshan instantly fall into meditation. However, the meditation time was not long, that is, the kung fu of closing and opening eyes. Chu Zhongshan decided to accept Huang Lao's promise. First of all, if you want to continue to maintain the speed of rapidly improving cultivation and continue to have the strength of higher-level combat, high-quality pill is one of the keys. At the same time, as long as you have the original pill of high-quality pill, the copy and paste program can really play a role. While copying and pasting programs play a role, they can not only continue to help themselves improve their accomplishments and strength, but also help the Chu family and some friends. Second, with Huang Lao's mentality of working hard to enter the wilderness secret place, and his physical strength and experience before he lost his body, it must contain secrets that Jiao and Jun doesn't know. Then the opportunity promised by Huang Lao may be beyond his imagination. It was based on the above psychology that the genius in Chu decided to accept Huang Lao's proposal and decided to reapply the Miki Fist. As he has just performed the Miki Fist once, he is very familiar with the running track of the Miki Fist, so he doesn't need to repeat his memories and directly mobilize the perfect Danshan with the help of the Zhenyuan just recovered from the blood essence. Fortunately, this time, Zhenyuan in his Danshan was at its peak. Miki Fist didn't empty all Zhenyuan in his Danshan at once, so he didn't feel the fatigue caused by Zhenyuan being evacuated in an instant. The destructive force formed by Miki Fist met with the strong suction generated by the black hole. Just like the first time of Miki Fist, the two forces didn't make any sound after colliding. The two forces that met entangled each other, offset each other, and both turned into nothingness. The black hole that loses its suction gradually shrinks and eventually disappears. Seeing that the black hole was completely eliminated by Chu Zhongshan's qi-killing fist, old Huang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, his mind dispersed. According to the residual shadow he had just inadvertently seen and the array he thought of, he checked his mind to verify whether his guess was correct. Just as Huang Laoli used his mind to check the changes in the cave, Chu Zhongshan took out a 4-grade upper-level spirit stone harvested from Gowen's storage bag. While recovering the true yuan with the help of the huge aura in the spirit stone, he quickly walked to Dongfeng Yuner. Seeing Chu Zhongshan coming towards her, Dongfeng Yuner, who had been very nervous, relaxed completely. But just after she relaxed completely, she suddenly remembered that she had just killed Hachier by herself. After the first murder, the disgust and guilt in her heart made her jump into Chu Zhongshan's arms and cry softly. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan didn't say much or comfort, but just patted her on the shoulder to give her psychological support. Killing. No matter who kills for the first time, there will be a sense of heaviness and guilt in his heart. However, after everyone kills for the first time, the heaviness and guilt in his heart are different. Some people's inner heaviness and guilt are very light, and they quickly eliminate this feeling and can quickly adapt and accept it. Some people need a long time to get rid of this guilt. Chu Boy, feel the changes in the cave carefully. While Chu Zhongshan patted Dongfeng Yuner's fragrant shoulder and recovered the consumed genuine with the help of Lingxi, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly reminded him. Temporarily stop absorbing the aura in the spirit stone. Chu Zhongshan carefully felt the changes in the cave. Later, he was surprised to find that the concentration of aura was increasing in the cave, and the rate of increase was very fierce. In more than 10 seconds after he felt the changes in the cave, the aura in the whole cave was strong and increased by at least 3 levels. Huang Lao, what's going on? The aura in the cave increased for no reason, which made Chu Zhongshan feel very confused. He immediately asked Huang Lao for testimony. Chu Boy, do you remember I told you the true identity of the owner of the cave before entering the cave? Without directly answering Chu Zhongshan's question, old Huang asked proudly. Remember, you old man said that this cave is still the cave left by Master Sampan Dandao. Chu Zhongshan replied with deep memory. Before he reconciled with Dongfeng Yuner, if it weren't for the temptation of the cave left by Master Dandao, he wouldn't choose to follow Yan Jingheng and Ha Chier, let alone enter the empty cave in front of him. Chu Boy, from now on, you should remember one word, that is, always believe my words, and my words are the truth of the world. Huang Lao roared like a magic stick, because this cave is the cave left by Master Dandao. However, he forgot that in order to let Chu Zhongshan enter the cave, and let him get the Sanyang soul reviving pill to restore the body of the divine soul, the cave left by Master Dandao was just a big lie he told. How is that possible? The roar of Huang Laoxin's oath made Chu Zhongshan forget to use magic to transmit sound, and he was shocked and shouted directly. Brother Chu, what's the matter with you? Hearing Chu Zhongshan's surprised cry, with the help of Chu Zhongshan's warm embrace, Dongfeng Yuner comforted his injured heart, immediately stopped crying and asked with tears in his eyes. Oh, nothing, I suddenly thought of an incredible thing. Reaching out to help Dongfeng Yuner wipe the residual tears from the corners of his eyes, Chu Zhongshan responded very gently. At the same time, I can distinguish myself from Huang Lao. Huang Lao, Master Sampan Dandao is equivalent to the strong in the king's territory. How can the cave left by the strong be so dilapidated? Chu Boy, to be honest, after entering the cave, I have the same doubts as you. Don't say it's the cave left by the strong in the king's territory. Even the cave left by the strong in the spirit period is hundreds of times stronger than this cave. After explaining this, Huang Lao looked at Chu Zhongshan with a complicated look through the endless sea, and then said, Later, in order to break the defense of King Xinlian, you used the 6 Wasteland 8 combination Divine Fist originally created by the legendary god of Wasteland. The power formed by the 6 Barons and 8 Harmonies Divine Fist contains the power to destroy the rules, and the power to destroy the rules is the most suitable power to break the array. Therefore, the array that hides the original appearance of the whole cave is constantly eroded under the influence of the destructive power formed by the 6 Wasteland 8 combination Divine Fist, exposing a trace of the original appearance of the cave. Famine God, 6 Famine 8 combination Divine Fist, the power of destroying rules. Huang's detailed explanation made Chu Zhongshan temporarily forget the cave left by Master Dandao, and his attention was completely attracted by the 6 Harmonies and 8 Wastelands Divine Fist he mentioned. It was a remnant bought by Chu Zhongba from a stall when he was playing outside Lu City. It only had 3 moves, and was worth only 15 copper coins. Although it was bought to practice and play, after trying to practice later, Chu Zhongba found part of the mystery of boxing and regarded it as a treasure. Later, when hunting Dabai, the younger generation of the Chu family suffered heavy losses. At that time, as the leader of the younger generation, Chu Zhongba, in order to make Chu Zhongshan beg for him and reduce his punishment, gave him 6 Famine 8 combination boxing as a gift. Now, in Huang Leigang's description of the 6 barons and 8 harmonies boxing, the origin belongs to the legendary god of barrenness, and the power formed by the boxing contains the power to destroy the rules, which makes Chu Zhongshan have a very strong interest in the real origin of this boxing. So he turned to the 6 barons and 8 harmonies boxing. Old Huang, can you tell me in detail the specific origin of 6 Wasteland 8 combination boxing? Chu boy, it's not that I don't want to tell you the origin of the 6 Wasteland 8 harmonies divine fist, but that your current cultivation is too low. The 6 Wasteland 8 harmonies divine fist involves a secret that countless title supreme and powerful people want to know, so when your cultivation breaks through the title supreme, I'll tell you in detail. As for Chu Zhongshan's inquiry about the real origin of the 6 Wasteland 8 combination divine fist, old Huang flatly refused. As an array master millions of years ago, with his powerful array means, old Huang has excavated many unknown secret places alone, and learned many secrets that are difficult to know even at the highest level. The secret involved in the 6 barons and 8 harmonies divine fist is not to mention Chu Zhongshan, who has only the cultivation of Qihai period. Even Zhao Jun, a master with the highest cultivation, is not qualified to know this secret. Huang's outspoken refusal made Chu Zhongshan put out the idea of continuing to inquire about Liu Huangba boxing, because after such a long time of contact, he knows Huang Lao's character very well. As long as it's a secret he doesn't want to tell, he won't tell you what you're asking. Since he couldn't find out the cause of Liu Huangba boxing and the secret behind the boxing technique, Chu Zhongshan's attention returned to the cave. He looked up and observed the cave carefully. He found that in addition to the increasing aura, the cave was still empty. Chu Zhongshan asked, Old Huang, if the whole cave was covered up by the array according to what you just said, the whole cave would be empty. Now the array of the cave has been wiped out by the destructive power contained in my fist technique. So why do I only feel the increase of aura, but I haven't found any valuable elixir? Cut. After Chu Zhongshan mentioned that the Dongfu array was wiped out by the destructive force, old Huang couldn't help humming coldly. Then, he said with a slightly sarcastic tone, Chu boy, in the age when my body was not damaged, Liu Huangba divine fist belongs to the legendary divine level martial arts. Even the powerful people with the title of supreme level can't give full play to their real power, let alone you who only has the cultivation of Qihai period. Chu Zhongshan, to tell you the truth, the destructive power formed by your Miki fist just now only wiped out 1% of the defense of the outermost layer of the array, and let part of the aura accumulated in the cave for countless years leak. Huang Lao, as a master of array, I wonder if you can break the array of this cave. Chu Zhongshan didn't take Huang's ridicule to heart at all. He asked with expectation. For Chu Zhongshan, it doesn't matter if he is sarcastic or not. As long as he can break the cave array and harvest countless pills in the cave, it doesn't matter if Huang continues to ridicule. Alas, looking at the cave with increasing aura, old Huang couldn't help sighing. Later, he explained, through the observation just now, I found that the owner of this cave is not only the Dandao master at the top of the 3 grades, but also his array level is quite powerful. With the help of the special terrain of this mountain, the grade of the array he has arranged will be close to the top of the 3 grades. If it was before my body was damaged, there might be 7 layers of assurance broken, but now I don't even have 1 layer of assurance. The explanation of Huang's lack of confidence made Chu Zhongshan frown slightly, because he felt that Huang Lao was insincere. He is not sure of breaking the array. Why did he make a promise to use his chi-killing fist to wipe out the black hole in the cave? Perhaps feeling the suspicion of Chu Zhongshan, Huang adjusted his mind and said with some words, Chu boy, if you're willing to contribute all the spirit stones, then I use these spirit stones to arrange a 6-grade self-exploding array, which can barely tear apart a corner of the array and then enter an area covered by the array. I don't know if you want to. This. Chu Zhongshan was temporarily in deep thought about Huang Lao's proposal for adventure. After refining in different secret places and consulting a large number of ancient books, Chu Zhongshan has a certain understanding of the cave left by the strong. The stronger the cultivation is, the more perfect the cave is built for cultivation and daily life. The more perfect the cave is, there will be many useless areas. For example, a garden for enjoying the scenery. For example, wind pavilion for chatting. For example, a testing ground for testing martial arts skills, etc. Use all the spirit stones to open an area at the cave. If the area opened is the back garden for enjoying the scenery, isn't the spirit stone wasted in vain? However, if the open area is the Dan pavilion with a large number of pills, isn't it? Therefore, Huang Leigang's proposal is a gamble with the help of his own luck. Chu Zhongshan is not willing to take risks for gambling without any assurance and relying only on luck. Chu boy, the array to cover up this cave is called the sky blocking the sun array. Before my body was damaged, I also used this array to decorate my cave. The anxiety revealed by the divine feeling in Chu made old Huang know that he was unwilling to take risks, but he was unwilling to be penniless, so he could only use words to continue to seduce the way. Forget it, since old Huang is willing to try, how can the boy love Lingxi? Huang Leigang's words brightened Chu Zhongshan's eyes and immediately made a forthright attitude. At the same time, he began to take out all the spirit stones from the storage bag and storage ring, even the small number of 8 grade lower-level spirit stones and 4 grade upper-level spirit stones. Brother Chu, what are you doing? Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who hadn't spoken for a long time, he suddenly took out a large number of spirit stones. Among these spirit stones, the number of low-level spirit stones was very small. Most of them were middle-level spirit stones of grade 5 and 6, and even 4 upper-level spirit stones the size of a baby's fist. Dongfeng Yuner was shocked and asked, puzzled. In order to make you happy and forget your uncomfortable thoughts for the time being, I'm going to do a little magic trick. He responded with a joke like Dongfeng Yuner. Chu Zhongshan quickly obeyed the instructions of Huang Lao in his mind. Now that he has decided to gamble, Chu Zhongshan has no idea of hiding. He directly took out all the grade spirit stones of the storage bag and storage ring. The higher the grade of the spirit stone is, the more aura it contains inside, and the larger the spirit stone is. Therefore, all the spirit stones taken out by Chu Zhongshan are stacked together, almost as many as a small earth bag. Looking at the Lingxi stacked in front of him, Chu Zhongshan took a deep breath to dispel the tension and excitement in his heart. He asked calmly, Old Huang, what should I do next? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was not only willing to take a risk with himself, but also didn't have any private possession to use all the Lingxi, old Huang was moved and decided to help him. However, before deciding to help him, we must eliminate the unused low-level spirit stones, so as not to make a fatal mistake when using all the spirit stones. Chu boy, the level of spirit stone required by the 6 grade self-explosion array must at least reach the middle level of 7 grades or above, so put away the thousands of 8 grade lower-level spirit stones for the time being. Yuner, the lower-level spirit stone of the 8th grade is just suitable for your current state, so these thousands of spirit stones belong to you. Send the removed Bapin lower-level spirit stone to Dongfeng Yuner, and Chu Zhongshan said gently. Arranging the 6th level self-explosion array can't use the lower-level spirit stones of the 8th level. He can't use the lower-level spirit stones of the 8th level because of the perfect danshan. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan directly gave these spirit stones to Dongfeng Yuner, who has only 5 layers in the cultivation period. It's just suitable to use the lower-level spirit stones of the 8th level to practice. Thank you, Brother Chu. After thanking, Dongfeng Yuner directly put away the spirit stone of the lower level of Bapinling. The reason why Dongfeng Yuner didn't refuse was that the cultivation reached the Kihai period. The 8th grade spirit stone basically didn't have much effect on him. Second, it is also because among the spirit stones just taken out by Chu Zhongshan, there are even 4 grade upper-level spirit stones. Dongfeng Yuner thinks he is very rich. When Dongfeng Yuner put away all the 8 grade lower-level spirit stones, Old Huang said solemnly, Chu boy, next I'll give you a great opportunity to feel the power of the spirit used in the spirit period and longevity period in advance, which will help you break through these 2 boundaries in the future. At the same time, you can improve your array level by arranging the 6-product self-exploding array yourself. Huang Lao, what should I do? Huang Leigang's proposal surprised Chu Zhongshan and couldn't help asking him immediately. The method is very simple. I will ferry the power of the soul into your body, so that you can use the power of the soul briefly and give full play to the strength of the peak of longevity. Old Huang said the way to sense the realm of divine soul and longevity in advance. In fact, according to the power of Huang Lao's spirit, you can freely and easily arrange the 6-product self-explosion array. However, to transfer the power of the divine soul into the body of Chu Zhongshan, not only the speed of arranging the array is slower, but also the consumption of the divine soul is doubled. However, in order to thank Chu Zhongshan for his trust and selflessness of contributing to the spirit stone, he decided to do so. Huang Lao, is this appropriate? After hearing Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan was reluctant. Don't worry, Chu boy, although this will consume the power of the spirit, compared with your harvest, this consumption is still within my tolerance. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's reluctance, old Huang thought he was worried that his spiritual power would be consumed too much and affect his foundation. Therefore, he was deeply moved and said very happily. In fact, what he didn't know was that Chu Zhongshan was worried about the power consumption of his soul. Chu Zhongshan was more worried about the secrets he had. According to Huang Leigenkai, if you want to give full play to the strength of the peak of longevity, his spiritual power must enter your own danshan. Above his elixir field, there floated the second important secret of his life. That is, the power of space law obtained from Shura Secret Realm. There was also a time when he got the power of space law from Shura Secret Place. In his spare time, he often used his mind to approach the power of space law. One is to continue to improve their state of mind and cultivation. Second, it is also with the help of constantly approaching the power of space law to understand and be familiar with the breath of space law. After a period of understanding, Chu Zhongshan has a little understanding of some states of the power of space law. As the treasure of space, the power of space law can easily avoid the view of divine power, which is also the reason why Jiao Jun and Huang Lao haven't found it until now. But if according to Huang Leigang's method, the power of the divine soul enters his body, and the body of the divine soul contains his own ideas, it means that everything in his body is presented in his mind, which reveals the secret of the power of space law. Chu boy, in addition to giving you a chance, I also want to avoid being discovered by your woman. Do you want me to leave your sea of knowledge and let her discover the secret between you and me? Huang Lao, crossing the power of the soul into my body has no effect on your mind. Huang Leigang's reminder is also right. The dangerous predicament inspired the emotional explosion of Dongfeng Yuner, which made her finally resolve the misunderstanding between the two people and bravely take the first step of killing. He didn't want the relationship just restored between the two people to fall into the freezing point at once. However, before agreeing to Huang's request, he must determine whether Huang's consciousness will also enter his body. If his thoughts enter his body with the power of the spirit, Chu Zhongshan would rather give up breaking the array than expose the power of the law of space and the secret between him and Huang Lao. Chu boy, if my consciousness enters your body, there will be only two results. Either you die or I die, so what I cross into your body is only the energy of the spirit. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan asked such a question without common sense, Huang couldn't help laughing and scolding. All right, come on, Chu Zhongshan said excitedly. The power of the divine soul crossing into the body only contains the energy of the divine soul. After hearing Huang's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongshan was secretly relieved. At the same time, his heart was also full of expectation. It was expected that it might be the supreme level of divine soul energy. What kind of mystery does it contain? Chu boy, feel the mystery of this power carefully. It's another key for you to quickly break through the realm in the future. With Huang Lao's last advice, a force hundreds and thousands of times stronger than Tanda Zhenyuan poured into the sea of knowledge from his mind along the meridians. When the power of the divine soul entered the sea, Chu Zhongshan suddenly felt that his vision seemed to be suddenly expanded thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. At the same time, the infinitely expanded line of sight can vaguely see the array filled in the cave. After helping Chu Zhongshan expand his sight, the power of the spirit who crossed into the sea flows through the whole body along the 7 meridians and 8 veins in his body, and finally flows into the danshan. After the forced expulsion of Zhenyuan, the power of the divine soul suddenly merged into the danshan, and the danshan, which was originally self-exploded by 9 Zhenyuan pills and expanded to a perfect state, was forcibly expanded at one time. At the same time, it also makes the perfect danshan full of toughness. Seeing danshan, which was continuously expanded by the power of the divine soul, and Chu Zhongshan, whose strength was further improved, not only did he not feel a trace of joy, but his heart was full of sorrow. Originally, it was because of the perfect danshan that he had to face the compression of the perfect danshan after reaching the 7th floor of the Kihai period. Now, due to the further expansion of Huang Leidu's power to enter the soul, the process of Danshan compression will be more difficult and time-consuming in the future. However, the idea of worrying was only temporary. He soon adjusted his mind and felt the influence of the power of the spirit on different realms with the help of the power of the spirit pouring into the Danshan. At the same time, use the sight expanded by the power of the spirit to carefully observe the hidden array in the cave. Just as the power of Huang Leidu's spirit entered Chu Zhongshan's body, the dark yellow gas suddenly rose on him, which shocked and worried Dongfeng Yuner, who had expected Chu Zhongshan to perform a little magic for himself. Different from other royal children of the Tianlong dynasty, Dongfeng Yuner, who is regarded as the pearl of the eye by Dongfeng Xingba, once saw the power of Dongfeng Xingba in displaying dark yellow gas during the initiation ceremony. 2 years ago, when she was just 16 years old, when Dongfeng Xingba held a rite of passage for her, in addition to the simple test of cultivation talent on the surface, it also secretly used the method of Liyan sect to test her disciples to test her understanding, talent, potential, blood, and other factors. The secret test is conducted quietly. In addition to the tested Dongfeng Yuner, there are only Dongfeng Xingba who presides over the test. Originally, I didn't want to disturb anyone, but what Dongfeng Xingba didn't expect was that Dongfeng Yuner suddenly burst out a cold and biting gas in her body during the blood test, in addition to her fairly good cultivation talent, savvy, and potential. As a powerful man at the imperial level and proficient in the art of prophecy, the Oriental tyrant is too clear about the origin of the power exploding from his daughter's body. At the same time, he was also very clear that this cold and piercing gas did not have much effect on ordinary martial arts, but for strong people above the level of great power, this cold and yin gas was a panacea for them to quickly improve their cultivation. Because the yin cold qi that erupted from her body is still a very rare mysterious yin qi in this world. The qi of Xunian is rare in 10,000 years, and only appears in women, but it is of no use to women. For strong men with advanced cultivation, the special energy contained in this Xuanyang qi is comparable to the second pill that directly improves cultivation. In other words, the mysterious and yin qi hidden in Dongfeng Yuner can help the strong in the imperial realm break through the supreme level. Coincidentally, when the qi of Xuanyang broke out in her body, a strong man in the imperial realm, who had just finished his training from the Endless Forest and was ready to leave, happened to pass through the Tianlong imperial dynasty and unexpectedly felt the qi of Xunian that could make him advance to the supreme level. The supreme level is the one who can really determine the situation in the southern region, and it is also the limit of life expectancy that can exceed 1 million years. Faced with the Xuanyang qi that can help him advance to the supreme level, the strong emperor didn't have any hesitation and didn't worry that someone could stop him, so he directly broke into the Tianlong imperial dynasty and tried to rob Dongfeng Yuner in front of the Oriental hegemony. As the overlord of the Tianlong imperial dynasty, the genius of the golden generation of Liyan sect, and the Oriental tyrant who is proficient in prophecy, can't watch his beloved daughter be robbed, so he directly erupted the power of the powerful in the imperial territory. The aftermath of the fight between the powerful in the imperial territory is enough to destroy the whole Tianlong imperial dynasty. Therefore, after the two strong men simply fight each other, they transfer the battlefield to the void. It is precisely because the two people had a simple hand-in-hand. As the protagonist of the event, Dongfeng Yuner witnessed the dark yellow gas emitted from the Oriental hegemony and the powerful emperor. Afterwards, the Oriental tyrant did not hide the Xuanyang qi contained in her and urged her not to reveal the secret of her possession of Xunian qi. Otherwise, her fate can only be regarded as a cauldron to improve her cultivation. In just a few months, the cultivation of Chu Zhongshan broke through the period of heresy, which has been difficult for Dongfeng Yuner to accept. Fortunately, Chu Zhongshan's demonic talent revealed when she broke through the qi transformation period, so that she finally reluctantly accepted his abnormal promotion speed. However, if Chu Zhongshan's cultivation now reaches the level of her father's Oriental hegemony, Dongfeng Yuner really needs to seriously consider whether she is suitable for Chu Zhongshan. Yuner, before I broke through the qi transformation period, I was once arranged by my master to go to the Shura secret realm of the Magic Heart sect for refining. In the process of refining, I accidentally obtained a 6 pill containing dark and yellow qi, so I can emit dark and yellow qi. It's all because of the pill. Using the expanded vision of the power of the divine soul, when observing the hidden and flashing array in the cave, Chu Zhongshan found the shock on Dongfeng Yun'er's face and the worry in his eyes. In order not to let Dongfeng Yun'er misunderstand himself at once, Chu Zhongshan can only put everything that happened to him on the pill. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation, Dongfeng Yun'er was relieved. As long as Chu Zhongshan's cultivation has not reached her father's level, she feels very reasonable. However, another question arose in her heart. Chu Zhongshan wasted the extremely precious 6th pill. I'm afraid it's not just for magic. Chu boy, next, arrange the spirit stone according to the direction I pointed out to you. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was ready, Old Huang said solemnly, I see, Old Huang, just tell me. The next task is about whether you can gain something from your efforts. Chu Zhongshan also doesn't dare to be careless. Concentrate and listen carefully to Old Huang's instructions. 13,000 meters ahead, 336 7-grade medium-level spirit stones are arranged. After the precise positioning of the power of divine thought, Old Huang ordered, use the power of the spirit to take out 367-grade medium-level spirit stones. Chu Zhongshan quickly and accurately placed 336 7-grade medium-level spirit stones at 13,000 meters. At 2,500 meters ahead, 128 7-grade medium-level spirit stones are placed. 7 kilometers ahead, 136 6-grade medium-level spirit stones are placed. Old Huang continued to command. 76-grade medium-level spirit stones are placed at 7,300 meters ahead. As Old Huang kept ordering the location of the spirit stones, the pile of spirit stones stacked in front of Chu Zhongshan was rapidly decreasing like quicksand. In just 30 seconds, except for 88 pieces of 4-grade upper-level spirit stones, hundreds of thousands of middle-level spirit stones of 7, 6, and 5 levels have been placed at different distances in front of him. Chu boy, the remaining 88 4-grade upper-level spirit stones are placed in the positions where I asked you to arrange the middle-level spirit stones. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan completed the point he had just handed in without any mistake, Old Huang was deeply satisfied and continued to test him further. For Huang Lao's further consideration, Chu Zhongshan was not nervous at all. Because in his opinion, if the 6 self-exploding array can be completely arranged under the command of Huang Lao, it can not only tear a corner of the cave array, but also unimaginably improve his own array ability. Therefore, he wrote down every point of the Lingxi that Old Huang ordered just now. After hearing Huang Lao's orders, Chu Zhongshan used the power of the divine soul to make 84-grade spirit stones, which were accurately placed at 48 points. Yes, there are 88 4-grade upper-level spirit stones. There is no mistake in the position. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan accurately placed 88 upper-step spirit stones, Old Huang praised with satisfaction, immediately began to seal with both hands, and reminded Chu Zhongshan to follow his gesture. In order to arrange the array completely, in addition to the special requirements for the array materials and the accurate layout of the materials, the most important thing is to connect the materials of these arrays with each other by means of binding. Only through the connection of fingerprints can the power of the array be truly brought into play. After the living space of the blood god tree, when using the fingerprints to establish a special channel with the blood god tree, he showed the complexity of the fingerprints, which made him think that the fingerprints of the 6-product array would be very complex and cumbersome, but he found that the fingerprints of the 6-product array were very simple after drawing with Huang Laobai. Chu boy, the last seal is right at the position of 66 meters. When the fingerprints reached the last one, Old Huang warned loudly. Go! Chu Zhongshan, who had been prepared for a long time, heard Huang Lao's order, and the knot seal formed by the power of the divine soul was printed on the point designated by Huang Lao at a lightning speed. Then, the sound of blasting began to spread continuously from the 88 array points arranged by Lingxi. Every time the array point of an array explodes, the aura in the cave will increase by 1 layer. When the sound of array blasting sounded 87 times, the aura in the whole cave was strong and could be recognized by the naked eye. After the sound of 87 blasting sounds, the 88th blasting did not sound immediately. At the same time, Huang Lao in Chu Zhongshan's mind suddenly reminded him, Chu boy, in 30 seconds, the real power of the 6-grade self-exploding array will explode. At that time, the sky blocking array that covers the whole cave will temporarily break part of the array that will explode. The time of the broken array is very short, so you must hurry to enter the broken array. Well, I see. After answering, Chu Zhongshan appeared at the side of Dongfeng Yuner in an instant with the power of God and soul, and whispered, "Yuner, I'll take you to a place later. Don't be nervous." "Yes," nodded. Dongfeng Yuner didn't say anything, but just hugged Chu Zhongshan's arm tightly, and responded to Chu Zhongshan's instructions back and forth with his own actions. Chu Zhongshan felt strange about Dongfeng Yuner, who suddenly became clever and sensible. At the same time, he also thought that this was the woman he could accept and like. After expelling the messy thoughts in his heart, he turned his head and stared at the position of 6666 meters and silently recited the countdown in his heart. 3. Mobilize the power of the spirit temporarily crossed into the Danshan. 2. Run the body method and martial arts that will break through the lower level of Chuanpin. 1. Reaching out to embrace Dongfeng Yuner's arrogant waist, Chu Zhongshan made a posture of attacking immediately. As the 88th explosion in the cave sounded, at the position where Chu Zhongshan's handprint was last printed, that is, at a distance of 6666 meters from him, with the simultaneous explosion of spirit stone and handprint, a Reiki-approaching liquefied pavilion appeared in his eyes. "Go." When the pavilion became clear, Old Huang reminded. Chu Zhongshan, who had been ready for a long time, held Dongfeng Yuner's arrogant waist, and directly passed through the barely torn array gap at a speed that could not be reached before, and entered the large array that blocked the sky and the sun. When Chu Zhongshan just rushed into the pavilion and was torn, the array immediately closed again. Seeing the closing speed of the array, Chu Zhongshan somehow understood why Huang Lao had to consume the power of the spirit to cross into his body. In addition to making himself feel the mystery of the power of the soul in advance, and helping him improve his cultivation faster, that is, he needs to enter the array at the moment when the array is torn. Chu Zhongshan believed that he would never be able to enter the array smoothly if he used genuine to display his body method and martial arts skills after the array was torn apart just now and finally closed. "Brother Chu, where is this?" It took less than a second to be hugged by Chu Zhongshan. Dilapidated cave suddenly became a fairyland with ethereal air. Dongfeng Yuner asked incredulously, "Yuner, this is the real face of the cave left by Master Dandao." After a brief explanation, Chu Zhongshan hurried around the attic for a distance and finally saw the plaque hanging on the front door of the first floor of the attic. Yedin Pavilion. On the plaque at the front door of the first floor of the attic, there are 3 big characters of Yedin Pavilion. "Huang Lao, what is the discussion hall for?" Looking at the 3 big characters of Yedin Pavilion on the plaque, Chu Zhongshan asked, very puzzled. The Chu family, born in Chu Zhongshan, was originally a family founded on pills. Although the family's Dandao level is not high, the pattern of family Dandao building complies with the most orthodox Dandao specifications in the southern region. However, he has been to the Dan room of the Chu family several times and has never seen a place like Yidin Pavilion. "Chu boy, it seems that the owner of this cave has an unusual origin. He probably made his debut much earlier than me." Chu Zhongshan's doubts about Yidin Pavilion made old Huang sigh uncontrollably. "What, the master of the cave came out much earlier than you?" Hearing Huang Lao's speculation about the origin of the cave master, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help asking in surprise. Huang Lao, who had not lost his body, was a strong man more than 1,000,000 years ago. If the time of his debut is much earlier than Huang Lao, then the origin of the master of the cave may be very mysterious. "That's right." For Chu Zhongshan's surprise, Huang Lao answered and began to explain to him the meaning of Yedin Pavilion. As old Huang explained in detail the origin and function of Yedin Pavilion, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help looking at the 3 big characters carved on the plaque in the attic, showing a look of admiration on his face. According to Huang Lao's narration, in the age when his body was not damaged, there was no discussion of Dan Pavilion in the Dandao practice system. The reason why he knows and understands Yedin Pavilion is that he once used the ability of a Ray Master to open a corner of a forbidden place. In the era when Huang Lao really made his debut, the whole Eternal Continent was divided into 99 forbidden places, according to the degree of danger and mystery. These 99 forbidden places are distributed in the 5 regions of the Eternal Continent and the Endless Ocean. Among them, the place of taboo ranked from 70 to 99 is known as the burial place of the strong in the imperial territory. which means that only the martial arts above the strong in the imperial territory are qualified and able to enter the place of taboo. And those who practice martial arts below the strong in the imperial territory enter the taboo place in the last 30, basically dying. The taboo place ranking from 40 to 69 is called the burial place of the supreme strong, which means that only the strong above the supreme level can enter with qualification and ability. Even if you are an expert at the peak of the imperial realm, even if you are a strong man at the half-step supreme level, if you enter the 30 forbidden places in the middle of the ranking, you will die. The taboo place from the 10th to the 39th place is called the burial place of the most powerful, which means the same as the taboo place in the previous 2 stages. The top 9 forbidden areas are called forbidden areas that no one can step into, and they are the real places of death. However, Huang Lao, who was not even the supreme title at that time, not only successfully broke into the 6th taboo place, but also left the taboo place safely after obtaining a treasure in the taboo place with the ability of the array master and the luck against the sky. Huang has never disclosed his experience of breaking into the number 6 forbidden place alone. Chu Zhongshan is the first and only person who knows this experience. According to Huang Lao, the treasure he got from the 6th taboo place was a pill. However, this pill is neither a pill for improving cultivation, nor a pill for enhancing potential, nor a pill for improving understanding. It is also not a pill for healing. It is a pill inherited from the pill. According to what Huang Lao said, the pill he obtained contains the prescriptions of tens of thousands of existing and lost pills in the eternal continent, tens of millions of medicinal materials of different grades, as well as all matters involved in the Dandao cultivation system. Among the matters that need to be involved in the practice system of Dandao, the origin and real role of Yedin Pavilion are included. Before Huang Lao's debut, I do not know that the era of millions or tens of millions of years ago was an era of flowers competing for beauty. Although the practitioners of that era also made great efforts to strive for the resources of cultivation, they not only had no private ideas about the perception and innovation in their own cultivation, but were very willing to come up with them for everyone to enjoy, and hoped to point out the deficiencies in perception and innovation through the observation and identification of different strong people, so that they could continue to improve. The discussion pavilion is a place specially prepared for Dan division to observe Dan medicine. After Dan masters refine the rumored pills or create new pills through their own matching, they will gather in the cave of the Dandao sect, especially in the Dan discussion pavilion, so that all interested Dan masters can observe and specify the pills they refine. When introduced here, old Huang couldn't help sighing. "Chu boy, you know that in the age when my body was not damaged, the strongest Dan cultivation was the Dan king who claimed to be able to refine the holy pill, and the grade barely reached the 1st grade. When I got the record in the inheritance of Dandao, in the era when the master of the cave came out, the number of Dandao masters who reached the 2nd grade of Dandao reached tens of thousands, while the number of Dandao masters who reached the 1st grade of Dandao king also reached hundreds, not to mention the 3 Dandao masters who reached the level of Dandao master with more than 1 grade of Dandao. At that time, the cultivation of Dandao was able to develop so fast and powerful that the discussion hall of Dan, which was used to evaluate Dan medicine, played more than half of the credit. Huang Leigang's evaluation of Yedin Pavilion is very much agreed by Chu Zhongshan. Before crossing, his motherland, Longshuo, experienced prosperity in the period of accommodating all things, depression and oppression in the period of closing doors and locking the country, and the rise after reform and opening up. All these examples prove that selfishness can never be strong. Mr. Huang, did you mention the existence of precious pills in the discussion of pills pavilion in the pill inheritance pill you obtained? Agree, but Chu Zhongshan has his own ideas. The era of Dandao prosperity has passed. He gambled on all the spirit stones in order to find high-quality pills that can improve his cultivation and strength. Therefore, he urgently wants to know whether there are high-quality pills in the discussion hall. I don't know. The Dandao inherits the Dan medicine. It only explains in detail the role of Yedin Pavilion and doesn't mention the situation inside. Huang Lao in his mind shook his head and said without a trace of confidence. Seeing Huang Lao, he didn't know whether there were high-quality pills in the Yedin Pavilion. Chu Zhongshan stopped wasting his words and planned to enter the Yidden Pavilion to look for them in person. Dongfang Yuner, who was standing beside him, was stunned by the scene in front of him. His brain didn't know what to think, but foolishly followed Chu Zhongshan. Go to the bottom of the plaque of Yedden Pavilion and think of the outstanding contribution made by Yedden Pavilion to the master of the cave at that time. Chu Zhongshan placed his right hand on his left chest and bent his upper body 90 degrees, which gave Yedden Pavilion the most respected etiquette. Please come in. When Chu Zhongshan got up after the ceremony, the originally closed door opened slowly. At the same time, with the opening of the door, a voice of invitation came from the Yedden Pavilion. In the Yi Dan Pavilion, which had been idle for millions of years, suddenly came the voice of inviting in. It was reasonable that Chu Zhongshan would at least be startled, but after hearing the voice of inviting in, he was not only very calm, but also a sense of respect rose in his heart. Chu boy, be careful. The voice from inside the Yedden Pavilion not only didn't make Chu Zhongshan turn around and leave, but directly walked into the Yedden Pavilion. He didn't feel the strange voice of Huang Lao, who reminded him in a dignified tone. After stepping into the Yidden Pavilion, Chu Zhongshan first saw a figure standing next to the ordinary wooden chair in the main hall of the Yidden Pavilion, whose whole body was emitting milky light. Junior Chu Zhongshan, I've seen the elder. Seeing the figure standing next to the wooden chair in the main hall and emitting white light, Chu Zhongshan's first reaction was the respectful salute. Younger generation, Dongfeng Yuner, I've seen the elder. After the respectful salute, Chu Zhongshan found that Dongfeng Yuner, who was guarding by his side, was still sluggish. He quickly stretched out his hand to pull her and reminded her to salute quickly. Concealed by the array, there are still strong people living in the cave for millions of years, maybe even tens of millions of years. He and Dongfeng Yuner should salute respectfully. You're welcome, little friend. I'm not an elder but the spirit of this Dan Pavilion. When Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yuner finished the ceremony respectfully, they turned their back to their figure and said gently, discuss the spirit of the Dan Pavilion. Chu Zhongshan was extremely shocked after hearing the other party's introduction. As one of the most gifted geniuses of Liyan sect and the most valued disciple of the supreme level Strong, the introduction of the weapon spirit is not only recorded in the mainland secret given by Zhao Enjun, but also explained to him in detail the various grades of weapons. There are 4 levels of weapons in the Eternal Continent. The weapons of the first level are called treasure weapons. The weapons are tempered with special skills for different times, and the final weapons are called treasure weapons. The treasure ware is divided into 2 grades, 10 refining and 100 refining. The users correspond to the gas refining period and body refining period respectively. The weapon of the second level is called spirit weapon. It is a weapon refined by a special weapon refiner through the way of weapon refining. It is called spirit weapon. The spirit ware is divided into 4 grades. The lower grade spirit ware, the middle grade spirit ware, the upper grade spirit ware, and the best spirit ware. The users correspond to the Qi melting period, the Sea of Qi period, the Soul period, and the longevity period, finally known after the introduction of Old Huang. The weapons of the third level are called real weapons. They are refined by the masters of weapons and Taoism with more than 3 grades and the power of the rules mastered by the users of real weapons. They are called real weapons. The real ware is also divided into 4 levels. The lower real ware, the middle real ware, the upper real ware, and the best real ware, which correspond to the realm of the Great Road, the realm of the King, the realm of the Emperor, and the realm of the Supreme being told by the old farmer. Weapons of the 4th level are called holy weapons. It is a weapon that can't be refined by the weapon refiner. It is integrated by the title Supreme with the power of its own laws, and finally forms a weapon. Because the holy ware integrates the power of the law of the supreme title, the holy ware is also known as the supreme title. It is the real treasure of the town and the foundation of the prosperity of the sect. According to Zhao Enjun's conjecture, sacred weapons are not the final form of weapons. There is a legendary level above sacred weapons. As for how to call this level, Zhao Enjun didn't say it clearly. He just told him that if you want to upgrade the holy weapon to that level, you must make the holy weapon produce a spirit. The figure emitting milky white light in front of me, since it is the weapon spirit of Yedden Pavilion, the attic I entered is the legendary weapon of that level. Little friend, since this cave has been blocked by the Elder with a powerful array, you are the first person to enter the Yedden Pavilion in 10 million years. It seemed that he didn't feel the shock of Chu Zhongshan. The instrument spirit turned around, as if it were like a normal human, and his tone was full of emotion. It's an honor for the younger generation to enter the council hall. Hearing that the cave had been sealed for more than 10 million years, Chu Zhongshan felt admiration for the master of the cave when he sighed that the spirit of the exclamation device could survive so much. It's too powerful to use a set of 3-grade array to keep his cave from being destroyed for tens of millions of years. Alas! After lamenting the long time, the spirit of the instrument in Yidden Pavilion carefully observed Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yuner. Then its tone was full of regret and said, "Unfortunately, the little friend who entered the Yidden Pavilion and the female companion around him are not orthodox Dan masters. In other words, I'm afraid your purpose of entering the Yidden Pavilion is not to verify the pills you refined. Senior, in the era when you lived, 100 flowers competed in the study of Dandao, and Dan masters and wizards emerged one after another. But now the world is full of clouds and dogs, and the sea is full of vicissitudes. Not only the way of martial arts is scattered, but even the study of Dandao is also sweeping the snow in front of the door. It is in decline." Chu Zhongshan felt a little bad about the regret expressed in the spirit tone of the Yi Dan Pavilion, because the meaning of Qi Ling's tone just now, "Since you didn't come to verify the pill, you can leave." Can leave. After consuming all the collected spirit stones and using the 6-product self-explosion array, he finally entered the Yidden Pavilion. How can Chu Zhongshan return empty-handed? So he quickly started his brain and began to think about ways. Finally, he thought of taking advantage of the decline of the pill road, hoping to arouse the sympathy of the instrument spirit of the Dan Pavilion and give himself some high-quality pills. In fact, Chu Zhongshan's judgment is very accurate. Just after confirming that neither Chu Zhongshan nor Dongfeng Yuner is a real Dan master, the spirit of Yidden Pavilion has the idea of seeing off guests. However, hearing Chu Zhongshan's evaluation of the decline of the Dan Road, the spirit of Yidden Pavilion asked with some doubt, "Really? Elder, I know you doubt my evaluation just now. Then, you can test the quality and refining methods of these pills." The skeptical tone of Qi Ling in the Dan Pavilion made Chu Zhongshan feel happy. "I'm not afraid you doubt, I'm afraid you don't doubt. As long as you doubt, it means that you are interested in the changes of the current Dandao. As long as you are interested in the current Dandao, Chu Zhongshan is confident that he can get enough benefits by virtue of his verbal advantages. From the storage bag, take out 10, 9 and 8 grades of Zenki pills, Patient pills, 27 condensate pills in total, and get the upper grade 8-grade Dingyan pills from Hatcher storage bag." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan took out 27 common pills of low-grade grade, and the women's dream of fixing Yan pill, there was a look of dissatisfaction on the spirit's face. Then he reached out and sucked in the 28 pills Chu Zhongshan placed on the table on the right side of the living room, all of which were inhaled into his hands. Through the color, smell and energy contained in the pill, the spirit of the discussion pill pavilion carefully distinguishes the quality of the pill. This is the pill made by those bastards who don't enter the stream. Not only the refining method lacks several key procedures, but also the materials for refining pills are more than several materials that can't be used at all. With the in-depth observation of the 28 pills actively contributed by Chu Zhongshan, the spirit's face gradually showed pain and anger. When he had thoroughly observed the 28 pills of different grades, he couldn't control his anger and scolded directly. "Even the pills refined by the little medicine boy around Yeazun are 100 times stronger than those refined by these waste things." The angry scolding of the instrument spirit in the Dan Pavilion made Chu Zhongshan's face also show a look of heartache. In fact, his heart was already happy. As long as he continues to express his inner doubt, according to the dissatisfaction of Yidden Pavilion instrument spirit with the pill refined by modern Dan master, he is likely to take out the pill refined by the master of the cave at that time and compare it with himself. As long as the elixir of the elixir pavilion takes out the hidden elixir, Chu Zhongshan will have a way to take it as his own. "Elder, is the pill in my hand very poor?" Questioning suspiciously, Chu Zhongshan said to himself, "However, I can improve my cultivation to the high level of the second floor of the Kihai period in such a short time. Nearly half of the credit comes from these pills." Chu Zhongshan questioned himself, which made Qi Ling couldn't help observing Chu Zhongshan carefully. When it found the strange body of the spirit hidden in Chu Zhongshan's mind, it frowned slightly, but it didn't say anything more, but said it according to its own observation. To be honest, since the moment I was refined, I have seen countless talents because of the special identity of Yao Zun. Xiaoyu, your aptitude can definitely rank 5th among all the geniuses I have seen. Among the 4 geniuses in front of you, the one with the lowest achievement also reached the highest level of title at the age of 30. What? At the age of 30, cultivation has reached the highest level of title. Chu Zhongshan asked incredulously when he heard the evaluation of Yidden Pavilion's instrument spirit on the genius of that era. You know, only after knowing that the realm reaches the supreme title can you master the ability to tear the void and roam proudly in the stars. Chu Zhongshan set a goal for himself. Within 30 years, even if he is fighting for his life, he should raise his realm to the level of supreme title, so that he can tear apart the void, return to the earth and visit his elderly parents. Although his current cultivation seems to have improved rapidly, since repairing the damaged meridians, it has taken less than a year to break through the qi refining period, body refining period, and qi melting period, and reach the current qi C period. He has no full confidence in the next few realms. Because the first 4 realms of martial arts cultivation completely belong to the stage of laying the foundation. There are not many places that really need enlightenment. Most of them can forcibly break through the realm with the help of the accumulation of spiritual power and genuine. However, after the cultivation is promoted to the divine soul stage, if you want to improve a small realm, you need profound perception, which is very time-consuming. What's more, after entering the Great Road period, cultivation needs to understand the power of laws in the void. To improve the realm of the Great Road period, we need not only profound understanding, but also certain opportunities. Therefore, the limit of 30 years is only the pressure he gives himself and the motivation to work hard for it. His confidence is not full whether he can finally break through the supreme realm of title within 30 years. However, now the Qi spirit of Yedden Pavilion tells himself that someone can not only break through the title supreme, but also rise to the top of the title supreme at the age of 30. How can he accept it? Little friend, do you know how long it took Yao Zun, who was known as the first genius, to break through the title of supreme? Chu Zhongshan's extremely shocked response made the instrument spirit of Yedden Pavilion gradually realize that there must have been changes in the outside world that he didn't know. Otherwise, this talented young man would not be so surprised. I don't know. Forced to suppress the inner shock, Chu Zhongshan shook his head and said he couldn't guess. At the age of 24, he broke through the title of supreme, reached the peak of title supreme at the age of 26, and broke through the immortal realm of immortality at the age of 27. When mentioning Yao Zun's first genius when he was born, his face and tone showed admiration. Chu Zhongshan was not as shocked as just now about the first genius mentioned by Qi Ling. Because the achievements made by the first day of that era have exceeded his imagination, making him feel that this is not the limit that human beings can reach, so he can accept it calmly. Little friend, don't belittle yourself. Yao respected the genius of that era. The reason why cultivation improved so fast is not only the special environment of that era, but also the prosperity of Dandao in that era. He comforted Chu Zhongshan, and the spirit of the Dan Pavilion stretched out a jade hand that was whiter than a woman. With a stroke in the void in front of him, 9 glittering and translucent pills appeared in his hand. Then, it sent the 9 crystal clear pills to Chu Zhongshan and said, Xiaoyu, these 9 pills are genuine pills from the lower level 10 products to the upper level 8 products. They are used to improve the martial genuine. You can take them now and experience the pill effect of that era. Thank you for your gift. With a flick of the sleeve, 9 pills were neatly placed on the ground. He motioned to Dongfeng Yuner. Chu Zhongshan bent his knees and sat down, and took out a 10-grade lower-level real yuan pill from the ground. Chu boy, you must think clearly. Seeing Chu Zhongshan sitting down with his knees bent, he directly took out a 10-grade lower-level genuine pill, and reminded Huang Lao, who had been silent all the time, that he was worried. Since entering the Yedden Pavilion, Huang Laojun didn't dare to use his spiritual power after discovering the spirit of the Yedden Pavilion. As a supreme array master, Old Huang knows much more about the spirit of the weapon than Chu Zhongshan. He is well aware of the danger of the spirit of the weapon. So while he was silent and lurking, he carefully recalled the records of discussing the spirit of the Dan Pavilion in the Inheritance of Dan Medicine. Huang Lao, don't worry, I know. Huang Lao's worried reminder did not change Chu Zhongshan's intention to take pills. First of all, the Qi spirit of Yeden Pavilion was able to take out the pill. The pill of Zun at that time was successfully won by him through strategy and words. When it was impossible to face the victory, he took the initiative to retreat. Second, the weapons that can produce the spirit of the weapon are all powerful beings with a grade higher than the holy weapon. Chu Zhongshan doesn't know what terrible means the spirit of the weapon has. In order to avoid stimulating it, he can't refuse to take the pill. After rejecting the kind reminder of old Huang, Chu Zhongshan took the lower-level real yuan pill directly. After the 10-grade lower-level genuine pill became a pure genuine and integrated into the perfect danshan, Chu Zhongshan obviously felt that the number of genuine in the perfect danshan increased significantly. Chu Zhongshan was shocked by this. You know, in the role of the self-exploding power of 9 genuine pills, the number of genuine pills in the danshan, which has been extended to the perfect state, has reached a terrible number. As for genuine pill, in Gowen's storage bag, there are dozens of genuine pills that have reached the upper grade 7. He has also taken several, so he is deeply impressed by the effect of genuine pill. After comparing the pills refined in 2 different ages, Chu Zhongshan was surprised to find that the 7-grade upper grade genuine pills in Gowen's storage bag were 10 times better than the 10-grade lower grade genuine pills given by the instrument spirit. But the purity of genuine was far from the following 10-grade genuine pills. In other words, taking the upper-level 7-product genuine pill can quickly increase the quantity of genuine, but it will reduce the quality of genuine. It is necessary to purify the genuine in the elixir field in the next period of time in order to continue to improve cultivation. If you take the 10 lower-level genuine pills provided by Kailing, although the number of genuine pills is much lower than that of the upper-level genuine pills, you don't need to purify the genuine again, and you can improve your accomplishments without scruples. After comprehensive comparison, the effect between the two is basically not much difference. However, don't forget that the genuine pill he just took has only reached the lower level of 10 products, and the effect is comparable to the 7 upper-level pills refined at the current level of Dandao. So, if it's genuine pill of the same grade, isn't there a big gap between the two? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan directly crossed the 9-grade genuine pill, took out the medium grade 8-grade genuine pill and took it. How about the effect of this grade of pill? As for why he didn't take the upper grade 8-grade genuine pill, it was because Chu Zhongshan wanted to keep the procedure of copying this grade pill so that he could paste it unrestricted after leaving the cave. When the medium-level 8-product genuine pill becomes a huge energy that he can't imagine, and finally flows into the danshan, the high-level cultivation of the second floor of the Kihai period smoothly enters the peak of the second floor of the Kihai period. Too strong. By taking the medium-level 8-product genuine pill, Chu Zhongshan finally deeply realized the strength of the pill refining division when the pill was flourishing thousands of years ago. The medium-level 8-product genuine pill provided by Kailing is more than 10 times higher than the upper-level 7-product genuine pill refined by Danshi today, and there is no need to purify genuine after taking it. The effect of this rapid improvement of cultivation gradually enabled him to understand and accept the possibility of the genius of that era and the terrible improvement of cultivation. At the same time, he also secretly congratulated himself that he had not taken the superior 8-product genuine pill with better effect just now. Otherwise, he is likely to lose the hope of pasting this high-grade pill. Senior, there is a world of difference. After finishing his work, Chu Zhongshan quietly put the 7 real yuan pills of different grades placed on the ground into his storage bag, and then pretended to be nothing, sighed to the inspiration of the discussion Dan Pavilion. Little friend, since you have tested the effect of pill, do you have the idea of learning alchemy? Chu Zhongshan used the word great difference in the evaluation of the quality of pills now and in the past, which made the Yi Dan Pavilion instrument very happy and expressed its own ideas at the same time. Senior, I'm not suitable. Chu Zhongshan reluctantly refused. He was born in a Dandao aristocratic family and has a constitution of fire attribute. If he wanted to practice the art of Dandao, he wouldn't wait until now. As a modern man who came through, Chu Zhongshan knows a truth very well, that is, he is greedy for more than he can chew. In addition to the martial arts major, he is now learning array knowledge with old Huang. What's more, he himself has a wish that is difficult to realize. It takes a lot of time, and it is impossible to spend more time learning alchemy. Xiaoyu, the genius of Yao Zun's era, in addition to majoring in martial arts, will more or less involve Dan Dao and Qi Dao. Because these two auxiliary cultivation systems are the key to help the genius improve his strength and combat effectiveness. Although Chu Zhongshan didn't refuse directly, he showed his meaning in his tone just now, which has indicated his point of view. However, the spirit of the Elixir Discussion Pavilion, which was specially refined for the identification of Dan medicine, has the idea that it can revive the Dan Dao and want the Dan Dao to reproduce its prosperity in that year, so he must find someone who can accept the inheritance of the Dan Dao. In fact, Chu Zhongshan is not the right person to accept the inheritance of Dan Dao in the heart of the instrument spirit of Yidden Pavilion. Because Chu Zhongshan's character is very similar to those top talents thousands of years ago, in the eyes of those talents, what really makes them pay attention to is the martial arts of their major system. Dan Dao and Qi Dao are just the side branches and side details he uses to assist his major. They won't calm down and concentrate on the study of Dan Dao at all. However, there is no way if it is not appropriate. Because of the sudden change thousands of years ago, Yao Zun, who had no confidence, directly used the sky-blocking array to completely seal the cave, making it impossible for people outside to enter and leave the cave. Elder generation, younger generation's ambition is not in Dandao, so we can only refuse the kindness of elder generation. The words politely refused the kindness of Qi Ling. Chu Zhongshan immediately explained, however, if the elder wants to find a suitable inheritance of Dan Dao, the younger generation has a way. Oh, I don't know what you can do. Chu Zhongshan politely refused, which disappointed the Qi Ling of Yedin Pavilion, but it must be your love and my wish to accept and inherit this kind of thing. Otherwise, the inheritance cannot go on. However, just when he was disappointed and wanted to see off the guests, Chu Zhongshan suddenly said he had a way, which made Kailing very interested and asked, Senior, according to what you just said, the cave has been sealed by the array for thousands of years, and Yuner and I are the first people to really enter the cave, aren't we? Chu Zhongshan secretly rejoiced when he saw the spirit of Yidden Pavilion. However, some of the following words will involve Huang Lao, and the revived Dongfeng Yuner stays by her side, which is inconvenient for her interview, so Chu Zhongshan can only get in touch with Huang Lao in his mind. Old Huang, would you please pass me a few words with the power of your mind? The more he recalled the records of the pill on the spirit of the instrument, the more frightened Huang was about the spirit of the instrument in front of him, and the more frightened he was, the more he didn't want to talk to the spirit of the instrument. Facing the request of Chu Zhongshan, Huang Lao, who didn't want to have any contact with the tool spirit, politely refused. Chu boy, the tool spirit has more means than you can imagine. You can directly use the little spell I gave you to talk to him. All right, since the small spell of sound transmission can talk to the spirit of the instrument in the Yidan Pavilion, Chu Zhongshan is also embarrassed to bother the array master to make his own microphone. Senior, no one can really break into the cave for tens of millions of years, but the younger generation can break in, relying on the ability of the younger array mage. Using the small magic taught by old Huang, Chu Zhongshan flattered himself. I know. Seeing the use of sound transmission magic, the instrument spirit knew that he had some words that were inconvenient for his female companions to know, so he used sound transmission to respond with understanding. I felt it when you used the array to break the cave array. At the same time, I also know that you can break a corner of the sky-blocking array, which mainly depends on the spirit in your mind. Chu Zhongshan didn't feel strange that the instrument spirit could find the existence of Huang Lao. As a super sacred vessel, that is, the existence of surpassing the title of supreme level, it would be strange if the existence of Huang Lao could not be found. Senior, I have a friend who is the same age as my younger generation. He was born in a Dandao family and has a high talent for Dandao. Moreover, I am very obsessed with Dandao. I think he should be more adapted to accept your teaching than I am. When Qi Lingti was learning alchemy, Chu Zhongshan politely refused, and a person suddenly came to mind. This person is Zhang Xing, who participated in the disciple test of Ligun's sect with him and became an elite disciple at the same time. Unfortunately, after the blood crystal transaction was agreed, Zhang Xing suddenly disappeared, which worried him for a while. Fortunately, Zhao Yinjun predicted Zhang Xing's misfortunes and blessings through his supreme strength, and determined that he not only didn't find an accident, but may have an unimaginable adventure. In fact, Chu Zhongshan also worried about whether to recommend Zhang Xing. If the relationship is close, the first person in the heart of heaven in Chu is a great elder like father's love. Although the elder's level of Dan Dao is not high, his obsession with Dan Dao is not weaker than that of Zhang Xing. However, after serious thinking, he decided to recommend Zhang Xing. Because Zhang Xing is younger and has higher Dan Dao talent, he can better inherit the Dan Dao of the receiver spirit. Little friend, do you mean that after going out, use the same method to send your friend who is obsessed with Dan Dao in, and then learn the way of alchemy from me? Chu Zhongshan's proposal just now didn't change the spirit's mood and look. It said calmly, "Yes, that's what I mean," Chu Zhongshan expected to admit. Little friend, thank you for your kindness. However, in the face of Chu Zhongshan's proposal, Qi Ling gave a negative answer, that is to say, he refused to accept Chu Zhongshan's proposal. Senior, why? Chu Zhongshan asked, very puzzled. Isn't Kailing trying to revitalize the Dandao and make the Dandao reproduce the glory of the Yaezun era? I recommend him a genius with Dandao talent. He should be happy to accept it. How can he refuse it so calmly? Little friend, you have made great efforts to break the sky blocking array and break into the elixir pavilion. I'm afraid your purpose is to obtain the elixir. Without answering Chu Zhongshan's question, Qi Ling shifted the topic to his purpose of entering the Yidden Pavilion, and also ended the way of secret voice transmission. As an instrument spirit of Yidden Pavilion, whose grade exceeds that of Holy Ware, he is very proud. He has seen countless top talents, which leads to his high vision. Ordinary talents are not his eyes at all. If it is not Chu Zhongshan who broke into the Yidden Pavilion today, but other ordinary martial artists, even if the martial artist's cultivation reaches the supreme level, as long as his talent can't meet its requirements, the instrument spirit can't take the initiative to invite him in. Therefore, Qi Ling didn't believe that the friend recommended by Chu Zhongshan was talented enough to meet its requirements. He turned down his kind proposal by changing the topic. That's right. I broke into the elixir pavilion to find a pill that can improve my cultivation and strength. Since the instrument spirit ended the way of sound transmission, Chu Zhongshan was embarrassed to continue the sound transmission and nodded without hiding his thoughts and purpose. Chu Zhongshan stated his purpose directly, and Dongfeng Yuner, who guarded next to him, was frightened. Although she didn't know what the tool spirit represented, she could not imagine the strength of the tool spirit with a lifespan of more than 10 million years. In the face of such powerful existence, you don't try to hide your intention. Why do you have to admit it so frankly? Isn't it suicide? Although he was very worried that Chu Zhongshan would annoy Qi Ling, Dongfeng Yuner didn't dare to remind him, so he could only wink constantly. Unfortunately, Chu Zhongshan's eyes haven't shifted since he talked to Qi Ling, and he didn't notice her eyes. Chu Zhongshan's frank attitude not only didn't make Qi Ling angry, but made it feel that Chu Zhongshan's straightforward character is very similar to Yao Zun, the master of this cave, which makes Qi Ling appreciate him more. Little friend, your cultivation is already the peak of the second level in the Qihai period, and you have practiced the secret method of Jiazhuan Zhenyuan Pill, which has led to your Danshan evolving into a perfect Danshan. While appreciating it, the instrument spirit has decided to give Chu Zhongshan a small part of treasures that can improve his practice. So it began to use its powerful cultivation to observe the current situation of Chu Zhongshan, and then decided what type and grade of pill to give. Of course, there are other reasons for the spirit to do so, as the existence of a higher grade than a holy instrument. The meridians are very strong and can withstand the impact of the upper level 7 pill. Moreover, the internal organs are very strong. It seems that the foundation of the body refining period is very solid. Seeing that the spirit used the power of God to check the condition of his body, Chu Zhongshan's careful dirty couldn't help but pull it up. As the existence of super-earth sacred vessels, Chu Zhongshan was very worried that the spirit of the vessel might find the power of space law hidden in his Danshan. I don't know whether the spirit will be greedy when facing the force of space law, which ranks second among the thousands of laws, and whether it will find a way to deprive itself of the force of space law. A. The surprised tone of Qi Ling almost made Chu Zhongshan's little heart jump out, because he felt that this was the surprise after the tool spirit was shocked to find the power of space law floating in his Danshan. However, when he heard the instrument spirit say the reason that surprised it, he reluctantly put down half of his heart. Since he decided to present a small part of the pill to Chu Zhongshan, Qi Ling made a very detailed observation of Chu Zhongshan's current physical condition. Genuine, Danshan, meridians, viscera and bones. As long as they can affect talent and potential, they are carefully observed. At the same time, I was also calculating what grade and type of pill I gave him. However, when it observed the blood vessels of Chu Zhongshan and nearly 5 layers of purple blood transformed in the blood vessels, a shock flashed in the heart of the instrument spirit. Purple, among all colors, belongs to the most precious color and represents dignity. The person with purple blood is the one with the most outstanding talent, the deepest potential, the strongest strength, and the most noble status among all living beings. Coincidentally, Yeazun happens to have a close friend with purple blood. The strong man with purple blood not only has the highest strength in the world, but also has the highest status. Therefore, when facing the purple blood transformed into half in the celestial body in Chu Zhang, Qi Ling said excitedly, "Little friend, the blood in your body is very similar to a close friend of Yao Zun, as if it comes from the same root and source." At the same time, the original idea of giving a little pill to send Chu Zhongshan away from the cave has changed. Now it should give the most suitable pill according to the specific situation of Chu Zhongshan, so that he can improve his cultivation and strengthen purple blood in the shortest time. Because helping Chu Zhongshan now is equal to helping himself in the future. Not because he found the power of space law hidden in his body, Chu Zhongshan just put down half his heart and turned it into a surprise in an instant. The original normal blood produced purple blood after experiencing the transformation of special energy in the family blood prison pavilion, and he believes that this is the unique effect of the blood prison pavilion. Purple blood exists more or less in every Chu child who has experienced the experience of the blood prison pavilion. However, after returning to the family this time, he specially interrogated the elder. But the result was that among the thousands of people who had experienced the experience of blood prison pavilion, no one had purple blood in his body, which made him doubt the origin of purple blood in his body. At the same time, in the living space of the blood god tree, the boiling of purple blood can fill his eyes with purple light, see through the hidden ability of the blood god beast reaching the peak of grade 6, and purple blood can also hit the blood god beast. Since then, Chu Zhongshan has another task, that is, to find out the reason for the generation of purple blood in his body, and why only he has produced this change among tens of thousands of people in the Chu family. Now, hearing that Qi Ling mentioned the particularity of his blood, he seemed to know the origin of this blood very well. Chu Zhongshan, who was eager to solve his doubts, hurriedly asked, "Elder, what's the origin of the purple blood in the younger generation's body?" When Chu Zhongshan was full of expectations for interrogation, Huang Lao in his mind also quickly pricked up his ears. Because he was not only interested in the origin of the purple blood in the celestial bodies in Chu, but also interested in the mysterious eyes when his eyes glowed purple. Because those eyes without any feelings are as terrible as God's eyes. He looked at Chu Zhongshan with a complicated look. The spirit didn't answer the origin of purple blood, but stretched out his jade hand, took out 6 blood-red Dan bottles from the void, and sent them to Chu Zhongshan with the power of God. Zioyu, the pill in the pill bottle is called coagulation pill. The grade is from the lower level of 10 products to the upper level of 5 products. Its function is to purify blood and help you continue to transform purple blood in your body. It's a blood clotting pill that can help purify blood, and it's also a blood clotting pill given by Kailing. Chu Zhongshan should have been happy. However, compared with the transformation of purple blood in the body, Chu Zhongshan wanted to know the origin and causes of purple blood at this time. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was unwilling to put away the pill bottle, Qi Ling thought about it a little and finally decided to reveal some secrets about purple blood in advance. "Little friend, purple blood involves a taboo strong man. I can't and dare not reveal any secrets of that strong man. However, when all the blood in your body is transformed into purple, the purple blood will reveal some of its origin and its hidden secrets. Really, when all the blood in the body is transformed into purple blood, you can know the secret of purple blood." Chu Zhongshan was surprised to hear the news revealed by Qi Ling. "That's right," nodded, and Qi Ling confirmed what he had just said. However, it changed its attitude and said with regret, "Although I'm the spirit of the elixir pavilion and have numerous alchemy techniques in my hands, I can't refine pills because of my body. The 6 bottles of coagulation pills I gave you are the only pills in my collection that can help transform purple blood. Unfortunately, 6 bottles of coagulation pills of different grades can't convert all the blood in your body into purple blood. Otherwise, you can know the secret of purple blood earlier. Chu Zhongshan was secretly happy with the sigh of regret for the spirit. As long as he has the original pill of high-quality clotting pill and the copy and paste program, he can ask for as many clotting pills as he wants. When the purple blood in the body transforms into 10 layers, it is the time to know the secret of purple blood. Therefore, in his next cultivation plan, in addition to continuing to improve the level of ascension, he should also use the coagulation pill to accelerate the process of blood transforming into purple, and strive to discover the secret of purple blood one day earlier. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan can calmly accept the reality of the lack of coagulation pills, Qi Ling nodded with satisfaction. Then he took out 3 pills from the void and sent them to Chu Zhongshan. Zaiyu, these 3 bottles of pills are genuine pills from the lower level 7 to the upper level 5. Together with the 9 genuine pills of different grades I just gave you, they can help you improve your cultivation during the Qi Si period. Thank you for your gift. Chu Zhongshan was also happy to thank the spirit of the instrument for giving a higher grade genuine pill. 8 grade middle level genuine pills can improve his cultivation in a small stage in a small realm. Will the 7 grade, 6 grade and 5 grade genuine pills with better grades always support him to break through to the soul stage? Even if the genuine pill given by the spirit can't support him to break through the divine soul period, if he has the copy and paste program, he can copy more 5 and 6 genuine pills, which is enough to ensure that he can break through the divine soul period smoothly. What's more, according to the different times and the different development of Dandao, the 5 genuine yuan pills given by the spirit of the instrument may play a great role in the period of divine soul and longevity. After Chu Zhongshan happily put away 3 bottles of genuine pills, the spirit raised his jade hand and continued to stroke in the void in front of him. Then, a bottle of elixir floated in front of him and sent it to Chu Zhongshan with divine thoughts. At the same time, the spirit explained, "Little friend, because you use Jiazhuan genuine elixir to build a perfect elixir field, although it improves your potential and enhances your strength, it also hinders your pace of rapid improvement. The pill in the pill bottle is called genuine pill. It is a pill specially refined by Yeazun for the perfect pill field in those years. Its function is to use the power of the pill to forcibly shatter the perfect pill field, and then purify and compress it when the pill field is recondensed. There are 9 genuine pills in the pill bottle, all of which are top-level 7 products. Each genuine pill can shatter the pill field once. 9 genuine pills can shatter the pill field 9 times, just in contrast to the expansion of Jiazhuan genuine pill to the perfect pill field. Zaiyu, although using genuine pill can improve the speed of compressing the danshan, the process of the danshan being broken instantly is quite painful, so whether to use genuine pill depends on your own will. The genuine pill that can accelerate the compression of the danshan. Looking at the pill bottle floating in front of him, Chu Zhongshan was ecstatic. Originally, due to the perfect danshan, Chu Zhongshan was full of worries about whether he could break through the peak of Qihai period in a short time. Because among the pills known to Huang Lao, there are pills specially for danshan compression, but there are few categories. Chu Zhongshan is worried that he may not be able to find them in a short time. I didn't expect that the instrument spirit would give itself such a precious pill. At this moment, Chu Zhongshan not only didn't regret consuming all the lingxi and risking to open the array, but felt very lucky that he believed in Huang Lao's means. Otherwise, how could he get genuine pill and genuine pill to improve his cultivation? As for the pain caused by taking genuine pill, he has experienced the repair of meridians inch by inch. He has no fear of physical pain for a long time. When Chu Zhongshan happily put away the genuine pill, Qi Ling showed indifference from his eyes, as if he saw the wind color of several top talents in Yeazun's era. Zaiyu, according to your talent and potential, I'm afraid the realm of the Sea of Qi will not delay you for long. Next, you will face a breakthrough in the soul period. Just now, when I used my mind to observe your own situation, I found that you know that there is a huge amount of spiritual power sealed in the sea with extremely pure energy. You must have absorbed the spiritual power in the 6-blood god tree by using mind-mind seal. Holding the attitude of being responsible for Chu Zhongshan, Qi Ling had found out his sealed spiritual power in the sea when he used his mind to check his physical condition just now. As a spirit who has lived for many years, he has seen too many treasures and countless spiritual roots in trees. Therefore, only with the breath leaked by the spiritual power, he knows that the spiritual power sealed in the sky and sea in the middle of Chu comes from the blood god tree. Originally, after discovering the sealed spiritual power in the sky and sea in the middle of Chu, the instrument spirit didn't want to pay attention to it. Because at the beginning, he just wanted to give some pills casually and send Chu Zhongshan away from the cave. But his idea changed after he found the purple blood in the celestial body in Chu. Therefore, he must now give available pills for the spiritual power in the sky and sea in the middle of Chu. What the elder said is very true. Just before entering the cave, I accidentally broke into the living space of the blood god tree, found the blood god tree in the state of promotion, and then absorbed the mental power in the blood god tree and part of its blood by using the method just said by the elder. It is precisely because of absorbing the pure blood in the blood god tree that the younger generation can finally practice the 9-turn genuine pill and break through the sea of Qi period in the state of perfect elixir field. Chu Zhongshan explained in detail how he became a perfect Danshan and why he broke through the period of Qi Si. The reason why Chu Zhongshan is so frank is that Chu Zhongshan feels that after the other party found the purple blood in his body, his attitude towards himself has changed greatly. Each pill presented is aimed at what he urgently needs. So what he wants to say in detail is to see what advice will be given to him by the spirit of an instrument whose grade exceeds that of a sacred instrument. Although the promotion means of blood god tree are bloody and cruel, the blood and spiritual power formed in its body are the most quintessence of energy in the world, which can improve the cultivation and strength of martial artists without any hidden dangers. In the era of Yeazun, there was a strong man with the title of Supreme Peak. When he was young, he used the blood god tree to improve his strength. For Chu Zhongshan's detailed explanation of his formation of perfect Danshan and his breakthrough in the period of Air Sea, Qi Ling guessed his idea, so according to what he learned, Qi Ling gave Chu Zhongshan a reassurance. After explaining the harmlessness of blood and mental power in the blood god tree, the tool spirit took out a pill bottle from the void and sent it to Chu Zhongshan with his mind. Zaiyu, there is only one top-level 7-grade pill in the pill bottle. The name of the pill is Ninghun pill. Its function is to help the martial arts unite the divine soul and improve the probability of the martial arts breaking through the divine soul period. Reaching for the pill bottle floating in front of him, Chu Zhongshan couldn't describe it with ecstasy at this time. Having genuine pill that can improve genuine can enable him to improve his cultivation to the high level of Kihai period in a very short time. Having genuine pill that can compress the Danshan can enable him to improve his cultivation to the peak of Kihai period in a shorter time. Now we have a concentration pill that can condense the soul and improve the probability of breaking through the soul period. With these 3 top pills, Chu Zhongshan is confident that within 3 months or 6 months, his cultivation will break through the divine soul period and become a peerless strong man in the southern region of the eternal continent. Chu Zhongshan's face showed uncontrollable excitement. He let Qi Ling know that the pill he presented was very suitable for his mind, which made him so excited. However, in order to make Chu Zhongshan happier and be willing to do him a favor and help him completely get rid of some restrictions in the future, Ling decided to continue to please Chu Zhongshan and make him owe more people. Thinking of this, the instrument spirit thought for a moment and finally cut through the void in front of him, took out a slightly gray Dan bottle, and then sent it to Chu Zhongshan with divine thoughts. Huang Lao, who has been trying to avoid contact with the spirit, immediately stood up excitedly after seeing the pill bottle taken out by the spirit and shouted to Chu Zhongshan, "Chu boy, give me the pill in the pill bottle quickly." In the face of Huang Lao, who was so excited that he almost fell into madness, Chu Zhongshan did not follow his instructions but directly put the pill bottle into his storage bag. Later, he explained by magic, "Huang Lao, control your emotions. Yuner is still with me. It's hard to expose your existence." Chu Zhongshan's explanation forced Huang Lao, who was excited, to wake up. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Old Huang still said in a trembling tone, "Chu boy, thank the tool spirit of Yedin Pavilion for me, and thank him for giving me Sanyang's soul reviving pill to help me recover my spirit. At the same time, you also tell him for me that when I recover my flesh, I will repay today's kindness." When Qi Ling presented the pill, he did not explain the name, grade, and function of the pill. Chu Zhongshan thought at the beginning that the bottle of pill was still for himself. Therefore, he didn't follow Huang's instructions and directly put away the pill bottle. In addition to not wanting to expose Huang Lao's existence in front of Dongfeng Yuner, it is also a little disgusted with Huang Lao's overbearing and selfish practices. However, after hearing that Huang Lao said the name and function of the pill in the pill bottle, Chu Zhongshan knew he had misunderstood Huang Lao, so he sincerely thanked the instrument spirit by using the sound transmission magic. Senior in my mind, let me thank you for him. Thank you for giving him the Sanyang soul-reviving pill that can restore the body of the spirit. At the same time, the elder in the younger generation's mind made a commitment to repay today's kindness after his physical body recovers in the future. Little friend, the female companion beside you has low cultivation and special constitution. There is no pill specially suitable for her in the pill bottle I treasure. Chu Zhongshan expressed his gratitude for replacing the body of the spirit in his mind and made the most sincere commitment. The tool spirit was neither moved nor refused. At the same time, turn the topic to Dongfeng Yuner. However, I gave you some low-level pills. If you can't use them in the future, you can give them to her. No problem, nodded. Chu Zhongshan turned around and said to Dongfeng Yuner, Yuner, from now on, I can take and use whatever you need. In fact, even if the instrument spirit doesn't specifically remind, Chu Zhongshan will also consider the of Dongfeng Yuner. The only trouble is that Dongfeng Yuner's cultivation is too low, and the pill grade given by Qi Ling is too high. She can't use it for the time being. Although Dongfeng Yuner was moved by Chu Zhongshan's forthright commitment, she still glanced at Chu Zhongshan and the instrument spirit standing next to the wooden chair in the main hall. Yuner, do you have any request to trouble Master Qi Ling? Dongfeng Yuner, who has a simple temperament, is not good at disguise at all. Moreover, the expression on her face just now and her interest in watching secretly are too obvious. Chu Zhongshan found her abnormality at a glance and asked in a hurry, Brother Chu, the reason why I ventured into the cave with Yan Jingheng this time is to hope to get a prophecy pill. Taking the initiative to ask for pills is the first time in her life for Dongfeng Yuner. Sorry, she can't open her mouth. However, in the face of the fact that she couldn't get a gift that could surprise the Oriental hegemony, she was unwilling to give up this great opportunity. After much consideration, she finally said her request. For your father. Hearing that Dongfeng Yuner wanted a high-quality prophecy pill, Chu Zhongshan immediately guessed her reason. Because the Oriental hegemony is not only a strong man, but also a prophet proficient in prophecy. Well, in 3 days, it will be my father's 160-year-old birthday. At the same time, it is also his 60-year accession ceremony, so I want to give him a prophecy Dan as a gift. Since Chu Zhongshan has guessed it, Dongfeng Yuner doesn't hide it and makes it clear. Elder, I wonder if you can give me a prophecy pill. Since it was a gift from Dongfeng Yuner to her father, Chu Zhongshan couldn't satisfy her, so he had the cheek to ask the tool spirit. At the same time, he secretly colluded with Huang Lao in his mind and also deliberated in a requesting tone. Huang Lao, how knowledgeable are you? Do you know if there is any way to improve the realm of a prophet? Zhao Jun, who is lonely and arrogant, has few real friends. He can count as few as a slap, so he cherishes the relationship between his friends. The Oriental tyrant is one of his few friends. After lifting the misunderstanding with Dongfeng Yuner and restoring the relationship between lovers, according to Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Xingba is likely to become his future father-in-law in the future. The grand occasion of his mentor's good friend, future father-in-law, Dongfeng Xingba's birthday and accession to the throne coincided with emotion and reason. He had to send a gift for himself and his mentor. However, in the face of the Oriental hegemony, whose cultivation is unfathomable, and whose identity is the lord of the imperial dynasty, Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yuner also fell into the dilemma of not knowing what kind of gift to give, and finally chose to work hard on prophecy. Why? I want to give a gift to your future father-in-law. With the Sanyang soul reviving pill presented by the instrument spirit, Old Huang doesn't have to worry about the danger that he can't get in when the secret land of the wilderness is opened 3 months later. Therefore, Old Huang, with a relaxed mind, also began to have the mood to tease Chu Zhongshan. Yes, I'm going to give it to my future father-in-law. Just say whether there's any way. Having experienced the baptism of the internet age, Chu Zhongshan's thick skin is by no means beyond most people's imagination. Therefore, in the face of Huang Lao's ridicule, he is not embarrassed at all. No problem. After you leave the cave, give me a blank jade slip. I will leave a set of secret methods to improve the power of prophecy in the jade slip. Seeing Chu Zhongshan not only didn't feel embarrassed, but also had the cheek to directly admit that Dongfeng Xingbao was his future father-in-law. When Huang lamented Chu Zhongshan's thick skin, he also put away his talkative attitude and gave Chu Zhongshan a satisfactory reply. The secret method of improving prophecy. Chu Zhongshan felt that Huang had a wide range of knowledge about the answer given by Huang, and he was secretly relieved. What a coincidence. Yao Zun once refined a prophecy pill for one of his good friends who was proficient in divination. Now there is just one left. Since you need it, I'll give it to you. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's promise to the girl named Dongfeng Yuner, Qi Ling knew that the relationship between the two people was not ordinary, so he checked his collection and happened to have a pill that could improve the art of prophecy, so he readily agreed. Reaching out to receive the pill bottle containing the prophecy pill presented by the instrument spirit, Chu Zhongshan handed it to Dongfeng Yuner. Brother Chu, thank you. Holding the pill bottle containing the prophecy pill, Dongfeng Yuner thanked him very much. Dongfeng Yuner knew very well that the reason why she was willing to give the prophecy pill was not because she was noble, nor because she looked like an immortal, nor because she had the body of Xuanyang, but in the face of Chu Zhongshan. Because all the pills given by the instrument spirit just now are the pills most suitable for him according to the current situation of Chu Zhongshan. From this point alone, we can see how much the instrument spirit attaches importance to Chu Zhongshan. Yuner, yours is yours and mine is yours, so there is no need for politeness between you and me. Reaching out and gently patting the back of her hand, Chu Zhongshan said gently, yours is yours, mine is yours. Chu Zhongshan casually flattered the girl before crossing, but Dongfeng Yuner was unusually moved, and a warm current flashed in his heart. At the same time, I feel deeply remorse for my misunderstanding of Chu Zhongshan some time ago. After comforting Dongfeng Yuner, Chu Zhongshan turned around and looked at the instrument spirit, hoping that he could continue to give more precious pills. Unfortunately, the next words of Qi Ling turned his full expectation into nothing in an instant. Little friend, martial arts cultivation, pills and weapons can only play an auxiliary role. If you want to really climb the peak of martial arts, you still need to rely on your own efforts and unremitting efforts. Although Qi Ling didn't say it directly, he already understood the meaning inside and outside. His pill has been given away. You can leave now. Elder, I'm greatly indebted to you today. I really don't know how to repay you. If the elder needs it in the future, as long as the younger can do it, I will go all out. Although Qi Ling didn't give away the precious pill, Chu Zhongshan was a little disappointed, but the pill he had so far was enough to support his practice for a long time. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan, who readjusted his mind, sincerely thanked him and made a commitment. Of course, when making a promise, he still followed the cautious idea and left himself a way back. Little friend, remember your promise today. When I need your help in the future, I hope you don't go back on it. Although the cultivation of the instrument spirit is very strong, after all, he is only the instrument spirit of Yedin Pavilion. He doesn't understand the intrigues that human beings are good at using, and doesn't hear the retreat in Chu Zhongshan's promise. The younger generation will keep its promise. With both hands clasping fists, Chu Zhongshan answered, well, next I'll take you away from the cave. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's sincere commitment, Qi Ling nodded with satisfaction. Then he began to seal with both hands, and the marks were printed in the void in front of Chu Zhongshan. After dozens of marks were printed on the void one by one, the void in front of Chu Zhongshan was forcibly torn out into a gap that can accommodate a person's free access. Little friend, through this gap, you can leave this cave and return to the outside world. The spirit reminded him. Elder, when the cultivation of the younger generation breaks through the soul period, I will come to see the elder. I hope the elder will continue to maintain his current state of mind. Reaching out and holding Dongfeng Yuner's small hand, Chu Zhongshan stepped into the torn gap and shouted back to the tool spirit. What a cunning boy! Hearing the words left by Chu Zhongshan before he left, Qi Ling couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Chu Zhongshan mentioned that after his cultivation broke through the divine soul period, he specially came to visit him. It is obvious that the pill he just gave can only be used for him to practice until the divine soul period. It is also a reminder that he was too stingy in the process of giving pills just now. In this regard, Qi Ling really didn't know what to say except a bitter smile. Finally leave that depressing place. Through the void gap torn by the spirit, Chu Zhongshan appeared at the periphery of the mountain with Dongfeng Yuner. After absorbing the fresh air from the outside world, Huang couldn't help sighing. For Huang Lao's cautious performance in the Yidden Pavilion, Chu Zhongshan has a lot of questions and wants to verify with him, but before verifying, he must arrange Dongfeng Yuner first, so he ignores Huang Lao's sigh for the time being. Then in a tone of discussion, he said to Dongfeng Yuner, "Yuner, are you going to stay in the inn with me or return to the palace? Brother Chu, are we making progress too fast? Living in the inn with me," Chu Zhongshan unconsciously discussed just now and asked Dongfeng Yuner to lower his head in shame. He complained in a slightly shy tone. "Yuner, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that." Seeing that Dongfeng Yuner misunderstood his meaning, Chu Zhongshan quickly explained. The reason why she was invited to stay in the inn was that 3 days later, it was the birthday of the Oriental tyrant and the grand ceremony of 60 years' accession to the throne. And he doesn't know the Oriental tyrant at all, nor do he know the officials of the Tianlong imperial dynasty. At that time, how to enter the imperial palace to meet the Oriental tyrant is a problem, and he can't break into it with his own strength like in the state of Yan. Therefore, she stayed in the inn with Dongfeng Yuner in the hope that she would lead her into the palace in 3 days and then meet the Oriental tyrant directly. Seeing that he misunderstood Chu Zhongshan's meaning and thought of the pictures he had just thought about, Dongfeng Yuner was ashamed to almost find a crack to drill in. Fortunately, seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't mean to make fun of herself, she reluctantly put away her shame and then boldly asked, "Brother Chu, don't stay in the inn outside. Come back to the palace with me. There are many rooms in the palace. You can stay as you like. Is it suitable? Living directly in the imperial palace of the Tianlong emperor can avoid a lot of trouble and be more comfortable, but it has a great impact on the reputation of Dongfeng Yuner." Suitable, very suitable. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's heart, Dongfeng Yuner quickly attached to the way. In fact, inviting Chu Zhongshan to live in the palace not only facilitates the birthday ceremony 3 days later, but also Dongfeng Yuner has some careful thoughts in his heart, because she wants her mother to observe Chu Zhongshan in advance to see if the person she chooses is satisfactory to her and can become a partner to accompany her all her life. All right. Seeing Dongfeng Yuner's expectation, Chu Zhongshan couldn't refuse, so he had to nod his head and accept it. Then he directly grabbed Dongfeng Yuner's arrogant waist, used his ability to fly in the air-sea period, and took her directly to Tianlong City. While flying, Chu Zhongshan asked Huang Lao in his mind to verify his inner doubts. "I don't know." In 3 simple words, Huang Laoming really refused to explain the real origin of the weapon spirit in the Dan Pavilion. Huang's refusal didn't make Chu Zhongshan angry. He continued to ask, "Huang, why are you so afraid of instrument spirit?" "I'm not afraid at all. I'm just too lazy to talk to him," Old Huang replied with duplicity. "Huang Lao, if you are like this, it will be boring." Seeing Old Huang pretending to ask 3 unknowns, Chu Zhongshan said helplessly, "Chu boy, you'd better not inquire about the real origin of the device spirit of the Yidden Pavilion. Because I learned a secret that makes me feel scared through the records, in the inheritance of Dan medicine in the Dan Dao, so I won't reveal any secrets about the device spirit of the Yidden Pavilion until your strength has broken through the title of Supreme." Seeing Chu Zhongshan's depressed appearance, Huang couldn't bear to let him down too much. He could only continue to dispel his idea of continuing to inquire about these problems because his realm was too low and his strength was too weak. Strength, strength again. After hearing that Huang Lao said that his strength broke through the title of Supreme, he could really understand the secret of the spirit of the instrument in Yidden Pavilion. Chu Zhongshan complained very distressed. Since he met Old Huang and became a teacher, Jiao and Jun, there are many secrets that he is very eager to know. Finally, they cover up the past with their low level and weak strength. Moreover, the answers they give are only qualified to know these secrets after their cultivation has broken through a certain level, which makes him want to become a powerful person with the title of Supreme level immediately. Unfortunately, discontent belongs to discontent, and complaint belongs to complaint. In the face of the reasons given by Huang Lao, he is unable to refute and can only accept it reluctantly. The mountain range where the cave is left by Master Dandao is only more than 3,000 miles away from Tianlong City. The speed of flying is much faster than the body method and martial arts. Therefore, it took Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yuner less than an hour to return to the outside of Tianlong City. Any imperial city in the southern region is forbidden to fly in the city, that is, the so-called no air, so Chu Zhongshan can only land kilometers away from the gate of the city with Dongfeng Yuner. Although the strength of the Tianlong imperial dynasty ranks third among dozens of imperial dynasties in the southern region, more than half of its strength comes from the eastern hegemony. As a genius of the golden generation of Liyan sect, the oriental tyrant who is proficient in prophecy has unfathomable strength. According to Zhao and Jun's original guess, among the dozens of emperors in the southern region, the oriental hegemony was the strongest of all emperors. Even Zhu Yuandi, the emperor of the Ming dynasty, who ranked first in the imperial dynasty, is also not the opponent of the oriental hegemony. If there is no eastern hegemony in the Tianlong dynasty, the strength of the Tianlong dynasty will be reduced by at least half. Therefore, in the Tianlong dynasty, there are not many top experts whose accomplishments exceed the Qihai period. Moreover, these top experts and peerless strong people rarely appear in front of the public, and people in the Tianlong Emperor dynasty can rarely see the strong people flying in the air. It is precisely because people rarely see experts above the Qihai period. Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yuner, who fell slowly from the air, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Who is that young man? He can fly in the air at a young age. I'm afraid his strength has reached the cultivation level of Qihai period. It's impossible. That young man looks like he's only 16 or 17 years old. It's absolutely impossible for his cultivation to break through the air-sea period. I think he may use some magic weapon of flying. You are wrong. The young man flew in the air with his real strength. I think he is probably the top genius from the 9 forces. Yes, if it weren't for the top talent from the 9 forces and the pearl of the Tianlong Emperor, how could His Highness Yuner be willing to stand beside him? He was betrayed by the closest person and fell into sadness. Because Chu Zhongshan appeared and helped him in time, he broke out his long-standing feelings, which made Dongfeng Yuner jump directly into Chu Zhongshan's arms. Now the grief has been relieved, and there are countless people around. How can Dongfeng Yuner, who has a thin face, hold his waist by the heaven in the middle of Chu? Trying to break away from Chu Zhongshan's strong arm, Dongfeng Yuner blushed and stepped up to the city gates. I have seen your highness. When Dongfeng Yuner hurried to the gate of the city, all the guards guarding the gate and the people entering and leaving the city knelt down and saluted. Looking at Dongfeng Yuner, who threw off his arm and ran into the city with his head down, Chu Zhongshan smiled proudly, then showed his body skills and followed directly. Since the Tianlong Emperor had made a qualitative leap in strength under the leadership of the Oriental hegemony, the Tianlong city has been expanded and renovated. However, for the imperial palace where the royal family members live, the Oriental hegemony has not moved at all. Because he wanted to warn the royal children through the dilapidated palace that the Tianlong dynasty had declined and had been invaded by foreign enemies, reminding them to practice hard. It is impossible to neglect their cultivation because of the special status of the royal children. Ziluo Pavilion. As the pearl of the Tianlong Emperor and the favorite daughter of the Oriental tyrant, the palace and pavilion belonging to Dongfeng Yuner are arranged completely according to her character. Dongfeng Yuner has been particularly fond of violets since she became sensible. Therefore, when she was assigned to the palace pavilion as an adult, Dongfeng Xingba specially transformed a palace pavilion, then planted violets in the palace pavilion, and changed the name of the palace pavilion to Ziluo Pavilion as her private palace. Following Dongfeng Yuner's side, Chu Zhongshan smoothly entered the imperial palace and the Ziluo Pavilion belonging to Dongfeng Yuner without being blocked by anyone. When he stepped into the purple pavilion, the first thing he saw was the violets all over the yard. As the saying goes, flowers look like people. What kind of flowers a person likes, then his character will be mixed with the characteristics of his favorite flowers. After returning to his own Ziluo Pavilion, Dongfeng Yuner's shy psychology finally returned to normal. He ordered the maid-in-waiting, prepare a guest room, and then serve the child to rest. Then Dongfeng Yuner turned to Chu Zhongshan and said, Brother Chu, although Yan Jingheng was killed by you, she betrayed the imperial dynasty and betrayed me. I still need to talk to my father and mother, so you take a break. When I meet my father and mother, I'll come to chat with you. No, shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan refused Dongfeng Yuner's arrangement and then said according to his own idea. Yuner, please take me to your private practice chamber. I will use these 3 days to continue to improve my cultivation and strength. Chu Zhongshan said without doubt. When all the blood in the body is transformed into purple blood, it is when you really understand the secret of your purple blood. This is the news revealed by the Tool Spirit. Chu Zhongshan, who is eager to know the secret of purple blood in his body, doesn't want to waste his time waiting, resting, and chatting, so he wants to use these 3 days to transform purple blood with the help of coagulation pill, strive to know the secret of purple blood 1 day earlier, and continue to improve his cultivation with the help of genuine pill. Brother Chu, the combination of work and rest is the best way to practice. Are you too anxious? Dongfeng Yuner can understand that Chu Zhongshan wants to practice. After all, Chu Zhongshan, a madman of cultivation, can't seize the time to get so many elixirs suitable for him to continue to improve his cultivation and strength. However, it was not easy for the two people to resolve their misunderstandings and have time to get along alone. She was too willing to put Chu Zhongshan into endless practice. What's more, she cheekily took Chu Zhongshan to live in her own palace, hoping that her mother would have a look with her own eyes and see how the person she chose was. If Chu Zhongshan chose to practice in seclusion at this time, how could the Empress Mother observe him with her own eyes? However, seeing Chu Zhongshan's unquestionable attitude, Dongfeng Yuner knew that he could not refuse his request. In desperation, she had to personally take Chu Zhongshan to the secret room of her daily practice. Feeling the barely enough aura in the secret room, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sighing. Since mastering the simplified version of the gathering array, he has been in an aura-rich environment for every closed practice. Now, when he has mastered the full version of the spirit gathering array and can enjoy more dense aura, he can't use it because he is shy in his bag. This feeling makes him very uncomfortable. So he secretly decided that no matter what grade of spirit stone he encountered in the future, even if it was only the lower level of 10, he would put it away as long as he got it. There was no trouble caused by the spirit stone. Chu Zhongshan first took out the pill bottle containing Sanyang's soul reviving pill from the storage bag, poured out the Sanyang soul reviving pill, and then contacted Huang Lao in his mind and said, "Huang Lao, this is your Sanyang soul reviving pill. Chu boy, in the next month, I need to try my best to refine the medicine of Sanyang Huanhun pill. I can't take you into account for the time being, so after the chores of the Tianlong imperial dynasty, you can directly return to the sect." A force of divine thoughts directly swept away the Sanyang soul reviving pill in the hands of Chu Zhongshan. Old Huang solemnly told him, "Old Huang, I know exactly. You should concentrate on refining the Sanyang soul reviving pill to repair the power of the spirit." A month's time, unable to take into account their own, Old Huang solemnly told, but made Chu Zhongshan happy. There's only one pill of different levels of genuine pill, coagulation pill, and concentration pill given by Kailing. In order to ensure that his next practice does not lack Danba, relatives and friends can also use higher quality pills. He must copy the original procedures of these pills. To copy the original procedure of these pills, in addition to sufficient energy, we need to avoid the attention of Huang Lao. Now, Old Huang needs to refine the Sanyang soul reviving pill. He can't take care of himself for the time being. It's too late for Chu Zhongshan to be happy. How can he object? To condense qi and concentrate, Chu Zhongshan first adjusted his state so that he could copy the pill program given by Qi Ling. At the same time, use the time to adjust the state, and wait for Huang Lao to really enter the deepest level of latent cultivation. After adjusting his breath for nearly an hour, he felt that Huang Lao had basically entered the deepest level of latent cultivation. Chu Zhongshan took out most of the pills from the storage bag and storage ring. In the cave left by the Dandao sect, in order to break the array of blocking the sky and the sun, all his spirit stones have been consumed, and all the remaining 8-grade lower-level spirit stones have been given to Dongfeng Yuner. Therefore, the energy needed to copy the original procedure of pills can only be obtained from pills that you can't use or of low grade. Fortunately, the copy and paste program is very simple for the way of energy needs. Whether it is a spirit stone, pill, or fruit, whatever has energy can be used for it to absorb, and then copy and paste what you need. Sort out and classify the pills taken out. All the pills you can use next will be included in the storage ring. The pills you can't use will be used as the energy of the pill presented by the copying and pasting device spirit. After careful sorting, Chu Zhongshan found that he still had a lot of excess pills in his hand, which can not only provide the energy of all the original programs of the pill presented by the replicator spirit, but also paste some pills. Huang Lao, Huang Lao, Huang Lao. Before deciding on the original procedure for the real replicator spirit to give pills, Chu Zhongshan's consciousness communicated with the sea and shouted 3 times in a row. After confirming that Huang Lao was really in deep latent repair, he began the second large-scale replication. Tianlong Imperial Dynasty, the main hall of the East Palace in the bedroom. What Yan Jinghang, a cheap slave, dares to betray you and decide to give you to the third prince of the Daiyuan dynasty without permission? I think she is impatient, Empress Hua said murderously. As a country under 1 person and above 10,000 people, Empress Hua is very gentle in front of the Oriental hegemony, but in front of others, she shows her majesty as a queen. Originally, I didn't see my beloved daughter all day today. Queen Hua felt a little strange and sent someone to look around. It was not easy to wait until her daughter came back. After hearing her talk about her experience of the day, Hua Hu's angry slap broke a delicate jade table in front of her. Empress Mother, don't be angry. There's nothing wrong with your daughter now. Seeing the little angry mother, she smashed the jade table in anger. Dongfeng Yuner hurried to her side and held her arm tightly. Yuner, according to what you just said, Yan Jinghang betrayed you through careful preparation, so how did you escape from her carefully designed trap? In the face of Dongfeng Yuner's coquetry, Hua Hu, who has always regarded her as the flesh of her heart, was filled with anger and disappeared in an instant. However, as a country of the imperial dynasty, the Queen of China was not a woman with big breasts and no brain. She soon found out that something was wrong and asked directly. Facing the questioning of Empress Hua, Dongfeng Yuner didn't hide anything and told Empress Hua what happened in the cave. Empress Mother, Yuner has always had good luck and has always been helped by noble people. Just when Yuner was threatened by Yan Jinghang and Ha Chier, a senior brother of my school saved me. When mentioning his fellow senior brother, Dongfeng Yuner subconsciously lowered his head and showed a trace of ruddy on his face. However, Hua Hu, whose mind was not on her, didn't notice the difference of her daughter. Through what Dongfeng Yuner just said, she couldn't help sneering. Mother, what's the matter with you? The unexpected sneer of the mother soon made Dongfeng Yuner forget her shyness. She asked in great doubt. Nothing. After waving her hand, Empress Hua motioned her not to think too much. At the same time, she put away the speculation in her heart and asked gently, Good daughter, since you were saved by your senior brother, have you thanked others well? Yes. After nodding, Dongfeng Yuner thought for a while and finally summoned up the courage to say, Empress Mother, the master of the elder martial brother has a good relationship with his father. It is said that his father will hold his 60th birthday and the 60th anniversary of his accession to the throne. He wants to celebrate his father's birthday for his teacher. Speaking of this, Dongfeng Yuner looked up at China and finally gritted his teeth to say what he did. So my daughter took the elder martial brother into the palace and arranged it in Ziluo Pavilion. What? After hearing that Dongfeng Yuner said he was taking the elder martial brother into the palace, Empress Hua couldn't help feeling happy. As a queen who is proficient in fighting in the back palace, Empress Hua heard something wrong from her daughter's story just now. Because according to her story, Yan Jinghang's elaborate trap is in a mountain peak in a wide mountain range 3,000 miles away from Tianlong City, and the key to opening the cave is still in Hachier's hand. Then, how did the disciple of Li Yun's sect who saved his daughter know the cave, and when he entered it? Empress Hua doesn't believe that all this is a coincidence. In her opinion, I'm afraid that the disciples of Li Yun's sect followed Yan Jinghang or one of Ha Chier into the cave. According to the location of Li Yun's sect, Hurong was very suspicious that the disciple of Li Yun's sect was likely to follow Dongfeng Yuner into the cave. Originally, she was worried that she had no chance to verify the man's purpose. Now that he has entered the palace, she has the time and opportunity to set out his real purpose. However, when she heard that her daughter had arranged for her senior brother to live in Ziluo Pavilion, she was surprised and speechless. Staring at Dongfeng Yuner closely, the Queen of China gradually saw some clues from the ruddy color on her face. But it was because she saw some clues that something bad came into her heart. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Empress Hua smiled and said, Good daughter, since your elder martial brother is your life-saving benefactor, and his master and your father and emperor are friends, we should visit him. Empress Mother, I'm really sorry. My senior brother is sneaking in the secret room of Ziluo Pavilion. He can't meet her for the time being. Seeing that the Empress intends to see Chu Zhongshan in person, Dongfeng Yuner can only reluctantly refuse while feeling nervous. Right. Although Queen Hua tried to make herself behave normally, her inner disdain made the corners of her mouth rise unconsciously. In that case, when your elder martial brother is closed, we will meet him in the palace. Pretending to be considerate, Queen Hua then said, "Good daughter, you must be very tired after such a dangerous experience. The Empress Mother is not close to your Ziluo pavilion. You can rest here today." Seeing that the Queen Mother deliberately asked him to stay, and Chu Zhongshan didn't know when he would end his practice, Dongfeng Yuner nodded and agreed, "Well, I'll sleep with the Queen Mother today," motioned to the maid in waiting to take Dongfeng Yuner down to have a rest. When Dongfeng Yuner completely left the bedroom, Hurong ordered the eunuch guarding the door, "Recruit Dark Nine to come in." "Slave, yes," the eunuch at the door answered, then turned and ran to invite someone. It was not a long time, and it was less than a minute. In the bedroom of Queen China, a masked man in black suddenly appeared. "Dark Nine has seen the Queen." The masked man in black suddenly appeared in the room. Although he respectfully saluted the Queen of China, he did not kneel down. From this point alone, we can see that this man named Dark Nine has a high status in the Tianlong imperial dynasty. "Go and kill a man," nodded to the man in black, and the Queen of China said murderously. Location. For Empress Hua's order, Dark Nine didn't interrogate who to kill at all, but directly interrogated the location where to kill. Ziluo Pavilion, the secret room of practice, a young man. Hua Aorong clenched his teeth and ordered. Ziluo Pavilion is the palace where Dongfeng Yuner lives. Dongfeng Yuner is also the favorite daughter of Dongfeng Xingba and Empress Hua. There is a man in her residence suddenly. Everyone will be curious about him, but Dark Nine doesn't want to inquire or pay attention at all. He disappears directly into the room after he responds to his life. "If you want to make an idea about my daughter, it depends on whether you have that life." Looking at the Dark Nine disappeared in the room, Empress Hua said with a ferocious look. Ziluo Pavilion, in the secret room of practice. With the help of the energy in the excess pill, Chu Zhongshan not only copied the original program of all pills given by Kailing, but also the remaining energy, so that he pasted a total of 17 8-grade upper-level Zhenyun pills and 13 8-grade upper-level coagulation pills. Put away the copied pills, and leave 10 Zhenyun pills and 10 coagulation pills. Chu Zhongshan began the process of improving cultivation and transforming blood. Time passed minute by minute. In the cave left by Master Dandao, a medium-level 8-grade real yuan pill directly promoted his cultivation from the high level of the second floor of the Qihai period to the peak of the second floor of the Qihai period. Now taking the higher grade 8-product Zhenyun pill with higher quality has a very significant effect on the improvement of Zhenyun pill in Danshan. In a short time of half an hour, 3 real yuan pills made his cultivation smoothly enter the third floor of the Sea of Qi period. Compared with the rapid improvement of cultivation, the transformation speed of purple blood in the body is very slow, especially after the concentration of purple blood in the body reaches 5 layers with the help of the upper-grade Bapin coagulation pill at the beginning. The transformation speed is slower than that of snails. Chu Zhongshan was not worried about this. Because the pills he is taking now are only 8-grade upper-grade coagulation pills. In his storage bag, there are 7-grade, 6-grade and 5-grade coagulation pills with higher grades. Therefore, he is not worried that taking too many pills will affect the speed of purple blood transformation after reducing the effect. Taking advantage of the control of potential, after consolidating the cultivation in the early stage of the third floor of Qihai period, Chu Zhongshan then took out another Zhenyun pill and planned to continue to improve the cultivation without bottleneck for the time being. However, just as he had just delivered the pill to his mouth and had not yet taken it, a strong sixth sense suddenly sent a warning of extreme danger. The super sixth sense saved his life many times, so when he got the warning from the sixth sense, Chu Zhongshan horse put away the Zhenyun pill and quickly took out the Benaming spirit knife whose grade had reached the top grade. At the same time, using the purple light in his eyes, he began to look for the source of danger. While improving cultivation, Chu Zhongshan has been transforming the purple blood in his body with the help of the upper-grade 8-grade coagulation pill. In the process of blood transformation, it has always maintained a boiling state. In other words, the boiling purple blood has always been filled with purple light in his eyes. Assisted by the purple light that can see through the invisibility ability, Chu Zhongshan soon found the source of his sense of danger. In the corner of the secret practice of practice, a man in black with a black mask was looking at himself in surprise. At the same time, in the hands of the masked man in black, there was a silver needle painted black, which was obviously poisoned. Being able to sneak into the secret room of cultivation without being found by anyone, Chu Zhongshan was very disappointed with the defensibility of the Tianlong emperor, and his reverence for the Oriental hegemony also weakened a lot. If the person who is closed in the secret room of practice today is not himself, but Dongfeng Yuner, who has only 5 levels of physical training, I'm afraid she will be difficult to escape such assassination. Take millet from the fire. Now that he has found someone who wants to sneak into him, Chu Zhongshan has no hesitation. He directly uses his best Huangpin primary saber technique, which is the most frequently used, the fastest accumulating and powerful saber technique, directly to the masked man in black hiding in the corner. The masked black man who quietly sneaked into the practice chamber and hid in the corner was the Dark Nine who came to assassinate Chu Zhongshan at the order of the Queen. Through his special identity and understanding of the imperial palace, he easily sneaked into the practice chamber of Ziluo Pavilion. According to his initial idea, he had planned to kill the target directly, but when he found that Chu Zhongshan, who was closed in the secret room, was only a genius who was only 16 or 17 years old and reached the 3rd level of Qi Si period, he was shocked. At the same time, he briefly forgot his instinct as a killer and inadvertently showed a faint murderous spirit. It is precisely because of this faint murderous spirit inadvertently leaked that it will cause the strong vigilance of Chu Zhongshan's 6th sense and give a warning quickly. Chu Zhongshan used the true yuan fluctuation contained in the saber technique to wake up the shocked Dark Nine in an instant. Looking at the rapid and decisive attack speed of the young man in front of him, he knew that he could not assassinate Chu Zhongshan by sneak attack. Although I don't know how Chu Zhongshan found himself, as a top assassin who reached the peak of the 6 layers of Qi Si period and was good at assassination, Dark Nine reacted very quickly. Quickly put away the poisonous needle in his hand, and then a dagger about 20 cm long appeared in his hand in an instant. At the same time, the body is similar to the distorted way of snakes and monsters, directly avoiding Chu Zhongshan's attack, and then taking his left rib with a very strange attack method. Chu Zhongshan was surprised by the ability of the masked man in black to avoid and counterattack quickly. At the same time, he grasped the right hand of the handle and bent it 90 degrees from top to bottom to form the splitting style in the basic saber technique of one move. If the masked man in black continues to attack his left rib, he will be cut in half by the spirit knife. If he chooses to step back, then the splitting style of the basic saber technique will immediately become the cutting style and directly cut off his left arm. Feeling the fierce chill of the top-grade spirit knife in Chu Zhongshan's hand, Dark Nine sighed that the young man had rich combat experience in front of him, but had to take back the stabbed dagger, and then his body was like a boneless snake and beast, and his body was completely unimaginable twisted, avoiding the spirit knife in Chu Zhongshan. Then, Dark Nine looked dignified and looked at Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, a glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes. The young man in front of him, in addition to his rich combat experience, his way of fighting with his life is what Dark Nine is afraid of. However, as the 6th-tier peak strength in the Gas C period, I don't know how many assassination missions Dark Nine has carried out. In addition to the excellent means of assassination, Dark Nine's own strength is also extremely strong. After avoiding the basic saber technique that Chu Zhongshan must kill with one move, Dark Nine's whole body suddenly softened. The whole person was like a poisonous snake without bones. He took the footwall of Chu Zhongshan with a curved attack step. Masked people in black not only avoid their carefully planned attacks, but also have very strange attack methods. Although Chu Zhongshan was very surprised, he quickly calmed down and concentrated, and used his body skills to avoid the attack of the other party. Since mending meridians and practicing again, Chu Zhongshan has experienced nearly hundreds of battles, large and small. He has encountered a variety of opponents, but he has never encountered such a sinister and changeable opponent as today. However, in the face of his opponent's insidious and changeable means of attack, Chu Zhongshan not only had no fear, but also had a trace of excitement in his heart. Whether it's saber or boxing, the requirements for the footwall are very high. Therefore, in the face of the attack on the footwall, Chu Zhongshan uses his body skills to dodge, and then uses his leg skills, which he is not very good at, to attack like harassment. The process of fighting between the two is very fast. In just 20 seconds, they have fought more than 20 times. Although Chu Zhongshan's footwall was very stable due to his practice of knife and fist techniques, his lack of leg techniques made him passive in defense when facing the attack of masked people in black, and he had little chance to fight back. Even if there is a chance to counterattack, the attack formed by the leg technique poses little threat to the masked man in black, which leads him to be at a disadvantage for the time being. After continuing to fight for 10 moves, Chu Zhongshan used one move to wipe out thousands of troops, forcing the masked man in black to step back and defend. At the same time, he quickly used his body skills to open the distance between the two people. The perfect danshan formed by Jiajuan Genuine Pill transformed 5 layers of purple blood, allowing him to continue to maintain his combat power beyond his 5 small realms. In other words, the cultivation at the beginning of the 3rd floor in the Gas C period can let him give full play to the strength at the beginning of the 8th floor in the Gas C period. Therefore, it is not that his strength is inferior to that of the man in black, but because the narrow space of the practice chamber is not suitable for his fighting style of being good at opening and closing. The opponent's dexterous, capable and changeable body methods and martial arts, and those who are good at using short weapons, can play supernormal. Glancing at the door of the secret room of cultivation, Chu Zhongshan consciously glancing at the door of the secret room of cultivation, Chu Zhongshan consciously approached the door while using the speed of surpassing his opponent to avoid the attack of the other party as much as possible. He can only leave the narrow practice chamber and go to the broad environment outside. With his strong attack power and the disadvantage of the other party's inability to take advantage of the geographical environment, he is confident to defeat the other party within 3 moves and take his life within 10 moves. It seems to be aware of Chu Zhongshan's idea. In order to continue to maintain his own advantage, whenever Chu Zhongshan deliberately wants to be close to the door of the practice chamber, Dark Nine will preempt the door and block the other party's action to leave the practice chamber. After another dozens of moves, Chu Zhongshan looked gloomy. After the other party found his intention, he took advantage of the narrow space to make himself unable to get close to the door at all. Even if you use the highest speed, even if you just get close to the door, the other party will immediately take out the poisonous dark silver needle and force you to stay away from the door of the secret room. In addition to passing through the door of the Chamber of Secrets, there is another way to leave the Chamber of Secrets. A more barbaric way is to forcibly smash the Chamber of Secrets and expose each other to the outside environment. Originally, Chu Zhongshan didn't intend to break the secret room of cultivation by force, or even destroy a penny of the secret room of cultivation. After all, he only practices in the secret room of Dongfeng Yun'er's practice. If you are damaged by others, you will feel sorry. However, in the face of the obstacles of masked people in black, the limitations of narrow space, and the increasingly urgent situation, Chu Zhongshan finally chose to use brute force to directly smash the secret room of practice. Furious, use a basic leg technique to force the opponent to step back for a while. Then, taking advantage of his own speed, he opened the furthest distance from the other party, and then performed the most destructive move of the medium-level saber technique of Huangpin. Not good. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's powerful martial arts, the target of attack was not himself, but the walls around the secret room. It was bad to hear the Dark Nine's secret ways. After the fierce fight just now, Dark Nine knows that the young man who practices in the secret room with the help of Dongfeng Yun'er is definitely not an ordinary genius. Although his accomplishments are only 3 layers in the Qihai period, his real strength has reached the peak of 6 layers in the Qihai period. At the same time, Dark Nine had a feeling in his heart that the real strength of the other party might be more than that. The other party may be limited by the narrow space of the practice chamber. Because every counterattack of the other party is trying to avoid damaging the secret room of practice, it is precisely because the other party has taken into account that he has a slight advantage. It was because of his insight into everything that Dark Nine tried his best to stop the other party's intention to leave the practice chamber. Now, seeing that the other party doesn't care about the safety of the practice chamber, he plans to forcibly smash the practice chamber. While taking out a pill to improve his strength in a short time, Dark Nine secretly transmits a life-saving message by using special utensils. Boom! With Chu Zhongshan's move, the saber technique full of destructive power blew on the walls around the practice chamber. the practice chamber refined with special materials was completely blown to pieces in an instant. Countless fragments of the Chamber of Secrets fell like rain. As the secret room of practice was completely smashed, the deafening roar shook the whole imperial palace, so that the oriental tyrant in discussion, Dongfeng Yunping, who was improving his cultivation with the help of pills, Hua Hu, who was waiting for the dark 9 times in his study, and Dongfeng Yuner, who was on his way to Ziluo Pavilion, were shocked and attracted. As a powerful eastern tyrant in the imperial realm, even without using his mind, he can know the location of the roar only by his voice. When he thought that the roaring palace was his beloved daughter, the Ziluo Pavilion of Dongfeng Yuner, he immediately left the civil and military officials of the council and appeared in the Ziluo Pavilion at a speed that people couldn't imagine. Dongfeng Yangping, who has just been promoted to the core disciple of Lian's sect, wanted to have a good rest in his home with the help of his father's birthday, but he didn't expect someone to dare to make trouble in his home. As the prince of the imperial dynasty and one of the successors to the throne, Dongfeng Yangping, the top master of cultivation in Qihai period and the core disciple of Lian's sect, ended his cultivation and directly used his body method and martial arts to rush to the roar in anger. Although the cultivation of Empress Hua is not high, only the cultivation of Qihai period, she understood the cause of the matter. After hearing the roar, she was immediately startled and didn't need to think about it at all. She knew that the mission of Dark 9 assassination failed and eventually led to a frontal conflict. At this time, the first thought in her mind was to immediately arrange a stronger expert to help Dark 9 kill the sinister Lian sect disciple. At the same time, he must prevent Dongfeng Yuner from returning to Ziluo Pavilion. Otherwise, if his beloved daughter asks, his idea of killing each other will be dashed. Unfortunately, when she finished arranging experts to help Dark 9, and then rushed to Dongfeng Yuner's rest room, she found that she had left early. For fear that her daughter misunderstood her kindness, Empress Hua quickly showed her body skills and rushed to Ziluo Pavilion. Although he promised his mother to stay in the East Palace to rest, Dongfeng Yun, who has always been worried about Chu Zhongshan, couldn't sleep at all, because as soon as she closes her eyes, her mind is full of pictures of Chu Zhongshan being besieged. I don't know why such a picture appears in my mind. I can't sleep safely anyway. Dongfeng Yuner finally decided to go back to his Ziluo Pavilion, because she felt that only when she was closer to the central sky of Chu could she sleep safely. After talking to the maid-in-waiting, Dongfeng Yuner hurried to Ziluo Pavilion, but when she was less than 200 meters away from Ziluo Pavilion, a deafening roar changed her face. At this time, she is not far away from the Purple Pavilion. The cultivation of the 5th floor during the training period still allows her to determine the exact location through the direction of the roar. It is her own Purple Pavilion. It was because she was worried about the danger of Chu Zhongshan that she came back from the East Palace. At this moment, the roar from the Ziluo Pavilion just confirmed her worry, so the anxious Dongfeng Yuner used all his spiritual power to rush to the Ziluo Pavilion. The secret room of cultivation, shattered by the rage, turned into countless fragments and fell like a rainstorm, so that Chu Zhongshan and Dark 9 in the fragments could not accurately see each other. Seeing the debris all over the sky masking his figure, Dark 9, who was proficient in the way of assassination, immediately approached Chu Zhongshan like a poisonous snake with the help of this special environment, and according to the breath of Chu Zhongshan. The smashed secret chamber of practice was melted into countless fragments, which fell one after another like a rainstorm. Originally, he thought his sight would be blocked by debris falling in mid-air. Chu Zhongshan planned to fly up in the air and avoid these debris blocking his sight for the time being. However, the purple light in his eyes made those falling fragments transparent, so that he could clearly see the actions of the masked man in black. Seeing that the other party intended to attack himself with the help of a special environment, Chu Zhongshan sneered and mobilized Genuine on the 8th floor of the perfect Danshan to directly attack the heart of the masked man in black with the strongest move of Huang Pin's medium-level saber technique. Dark 9 originally thought that the special environment could give play to his advantage as a killer, but when he planned to approach along the breath left by Chu Zhongshan, a deadly chill made him feel a burst of pain in his heart. The experienced Dark 9 knows that the other party is likely to be the same as himself. His sight is completely unaffected by the falling debris, and launch a fatal sneak attack when he temporarily gives up his vigilance. Feeling the speed of the other party's sneak attack and the power contained in the saber technique, Dark Nine knew that it was impossible to avoid completely and could only avoid the key points as much as possible. So he changed his evasion method and flew into the air directly with the help of the cultivation of Kihai period. The experience of fighting hundreds of moves in the secret room of cultivation makes Chu Zhongshan know that the martial arts practiced by the other party are the martial arts integrating attack and body method, and this set of martial arts is created from snakes and exotic animals. Therefore, he believed that when the other party faced his own sneak attack, he would turn into a snake-like beast like that in the practice chamber and avoid his fatal blow by bending and twisting his body. If the other party is really as expected, the fire and thunder they display will accelerate in a very short time and directly attack the other party's head when bending. Unfortunately, the other party's rich combat experience made him avoid the fatal blow carefully designed by Chu Zhongshan. However, Chu Zhongshan, who was close to abnormal control of the war situation, did not have too much disappointment when he found that the other party did not dodge as he expected. He still accelerated to use the blazing sword style, which directly hit the other party's legs. Genuine on the 8th floor of the perfect Danshan, the medium-level blade technique of Huangpin in the peak territory, with the help of Jiyushin Yaoxing Stone to upgrade to the top-grade Spirit Blade, let Chu Zhongshan show the power of the blade technique just now, which not only exceeded the high level of the Kihai period, but also reached the peak of the 7th floor of the Kihai period. Therefore, in the face of his saber technique, whose strength reached the peak of 7 layers in the Sea of Qi period, the other party's legs were blown to the end of blood from below the knee. Ah, Dark Nine, who lost his legs, couldn't help howling because of the instant pain, but years of life and death made him howl sadly and use Genuine to control his body to continue to rise. After watching the other party suffer heavy losses, he can still maintain a clear consciousness. While lamenting the other party's strength, Chu Zhongshan held the idea of beating a drowning dog in pain, flew in the air, and approached the other party quickly. However, when he flew into the air, he unexpectedly saw a young man in his 20s, handsome and powerful, standing on a wind pavilion behind the door of Ziluo Pavilion. Although I haven't seen Dongfeng Xingba himself, through the introduction of Jiao Enjun and Dongfeng Yangping, Chu Zhongshan can be sure that the man standing below at this time like a young man must be Jiao Enjun's friend, the contemporary overlord of the Tianlong Emperor and the famous prophet Dongfeng Xingba in the southern region. Although he had guessed who the young man standing below was, Chu Zhongshan didn't mean to greet each other, but continued to chase the masked man in black who lost his legs and suffered heavy losses. After the warrior breaks through the air-sea period, he can rely on the sufficient Genuine in Danshan after being expanded to achieve the ability of flying in the air. However, in the process of flying in the air, if he wants to improve the speed of flying, it all depends on the quantity and quality of Genuine in Danshan. Unless your cultivation breaks through the Divine Soul period, you can practice your unique flying skill. With perfect elixir field and absorbed Genuine, it is the purest blood in the blood god tree, as well as the high-quality elixir given by the instrument spirit, which makes Chu Zhongshan absolutely rank among the top in the southern region in this realm of Kihai period. Therefore, using the 8 layers of real yuan in the Danshan, he soon caught up with the masked man in black. Without saying a word, Chu Zhongshan directly took the millet from the fire and the head of the other party. Thief, you want to die? Just as Chu Zhongshan's top-grade spirit knife was about to hit the other party's masked head, a sound of rage sounded. Accompanied by the sound of rage, a dagger with the same smell attacked his heart in the air. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to himself. It was obvious that there was a poisonous dagger. Chu Zhongshan didn't have the slightest fear and didn't mean to draw a knife back. The upper body flickered slightly, and a momentum that changed the color of heaven and earth and solidified the surrounding environment directly shrouded the attacking dagger and the masked man in black who lost his legs, and forced out the master who hid in the dark to attack himself. The body swayed slightly. Chu Zhongshan avoided the fixed dagger, and then appeared in front of the masked man in black who had lost his legs. Instead of using this life spirit knife to kill the other party, he waved his fist and knocked the other party unconscious. The reason why he didn't directly kill the masked man in black who lost his legs was because Chu Zhongshan found an unusual trace. As the overlord of the Tianlong imperial dynasty and a powerful man with unfathomable strength, he was secretly sneaked into his beloved daughter's palace by the killer. Reasonably speaking, the Oriental bully should be very angry and should directly capture the killer, and then force him to ask his origin and purpose. However, the Eastern tyrant not only did not do so, but also showed a trace of reproach in his eyes, which made Chu Zhongshan suspect that the two people were likely to know each other. It was because of the doubt in his heart that he didn't kill each other, but planned to keep him as evidence for the next confrontation. Holding the fainted masked man in black, Chu Zhongshan looked coldly at another masked man in black. The masked man in black who lost his legs is the evidence that he plans to interrogate the Oriental hegemony next. He wants to keep each other's life. The man in black, who secretly attacked himself in front of the Oriental tyrant himself, was of no use to Chu Zhongshan, so he planned to kill each other directly. The body shook slightly, and Chu Zhongshan appeared in front of the masked man in black. Just when he was going to start the knife, a harsh scream sounded. "Stop!" Just as Chu Zhongshan was about to kill the masked man in black who secretly attacked him, a harsh scream sounded. "Stop it!" The piercing scream made the wielding spirit knife stop instantly, and Chu Zhongshan looked down gloomily. When he was attacked, no one came forward to stop him. When he escaped the attack and could kill each other, someone came forward to stop him immediately. It's strange that Chu Zhongshan's face can look good. He looked down gloomily, and then a trace of surprise, a trace of joy, a trace of confusion, and a trace of anger flashed on his face. He was surprised because he found that there were more than a dozen people standing in Ziluo Pavilion in just a few tens of seconds, from destroying the practice chamber to catching the masked man in black. The reason for the joy is that in addition to Dongfeng Yuner who came in time, there's Dongfeng Yongping who is very close to him and has experienced the refining of Purgatory City and Blood Demon's secret place together. Puzzled because all the people in Ziluo Pavilion, except Dongfeng Yuner and Dongfeng Yongping, looked at the masked man in black who had lost his legs and was frozen by him, and their eyes showed a sad look. But looking at himself, he was full of anger and murderous spirit. Obviously, these people not only know masked people in black, but also have a very close relationship with each other. He felt very puzzled about this. At this moment, the people who can appear in Ziluo Pavilion are basically members of the royal family of the Tianlong Emperor. How can they allow masked people in black to attack themselves? Didn't Dongfeng Yuner introduce himself to them? Anger is because an elegant young woman standing below is staring at herself with frost on her face, staring at the man in black who has lost her legs in her hand, without concealing the disgust and murderous spirit in her eyes. From the young woman's dress, the people's attitude towards her, and the appearance that is 80% similar to Dongfeng Yuner, Chu Zhongshan knows that this young woman is the mother of Dongfeng Yuner and Dongfeng Yongping, that is, the Queen of China under the Tianlong Emperor and above thousands of people. Why? The fixed spirit knives waved together and directly mounted on the neck of the masked man in black. Chu Zhongshan asked with suppressed anger. The palace orders you to let them go immediately. Ignoring Chu Zhongshan's questions, Empress Hua also suppressed her anger and ordered. Without obeying the orders of Empress Hua or paying attention to Empress Hua, Chu Zhongshan's eyes directly turned to Dongfeng Xing's hegemony, with strong dissatisfaction in his eyes. Unfortunately, in the face of Chu Zhongshan's dissatisfied eyes, Dongfeng Xingba didn't give any response. He still looked at Chu Zhongshan calmly. "Bastard, didn't you hear the queen's order and quickly let go of two adults, Dark 8 and Dark 9? Seeing Chu Zhongshan ignoring Empress Hua's orders and standing next to Empress Hua, a middle-aged woman in her 40s who reached the peak of Kihai period angrily scolded. "Let him go." Pointing to the frozen man in black, Chu Zhongshan asked with a sneer. "That's right." The middle-aged woman at the peak of the Kihai period didn't reply. Hua Hu, standing next to her, nodded. "Yes." Dongfeng Xingba didn't give any response. The Empress Hua and her maidservant shouted and scolded, which made Chu Zhongshan feel that the suppressed anger in his heart was burning like Qingxing's fire. So he promised happily, but the benaming spirit knife in his hand made a sudden effort and directly cut off the head of the masked man in black. As the potential was frozen, the masked man in black who lost his head didn't even scream, so he was completely killed. Damn you. Originally, Chu Zhongshan promised to release people, which made Empress Hua secretly relieved. Because the identities of Dark 8 and Dark 9 are very special, They are a group of killers specially trained by the Oriental hegemony to solve his inconvenient actions for the imperial dynasty and himself, but they have to deal with some disgraceful private affairs. These killers are the Eastern tyrants. They specially selected 100 gifted children from their collateral children. They were personally guided by him, supplemented by the huge cultivation resources of the imperial dynasty. After cruel training, they tore nails from each other for 20 years, and finally the remaining 10 people. Among the 10 people, everyone is a top killer who is proficient in the art of assassination, everyone's powerful master, every slave who is loyal to the Oriental hegemony, and everyone is a valuable talent that can't be lost. Because these 10 people are killers trained by the Oriental tyrant himself, only he is qualified to mobilize and power. Other people can mobilize them except for his edict and oral instructions. Oral instructions. The Empress of China falsely preached the imperial edict and ordered Dark Nine to assassinate Chu Zhongshan, which has violated the bottom line of Oriental hegemony. If Dark Nine and Dark Eight are being killed, it will be tantamount to angering the Oriental tyrant. The Oriental tyrant in the anger is something that the Queen of China doesn't dare to provoke at all. Therefore, in order to avoid the anger of the Oriental tyrant, the Queen of China will scold Chu Zhongshan and release people at the beginning. Otherwise, the bodyguards who reached the peak of Qihai period with their cultivation nearby would have captured Chu Zhongshan long ago. "You want to die?" She promised to let people go, but the spirit knife in her hand directly cut off Dark Ba's head. Empress Hua was completely angered and was even more afraid of the anger of the Oriental hegemony, so she nodded to the maid who had just scolded Chu Zhongshan and cultivated into the peak of Qihai period. Then, the maidservant at the peak of the Qihai period rose directly into the air, dressed in a strong murderous spirit, and rushed to the middle heaven of Chu. Although the other party's cultivation reached the peak of Qihai period, Chu Zhongshan didn't look afraid. Relieved the solidification on the man in black who lost his head, Chu Zhongshan kicked him in the direction behind China, then took out a blood essence from the storage ring, quietly put it down in his mouth, and pressed it under the tip of his tongue. Chu Zhongshan knows that although he keeps his fighting power beyond his 5 small realms with the perfect Tian Dan, the other party is a top expert in the peak of the cultivation period, and his strength is far better than himself. If you want to defeat or kill each other, you must use one of your cards. The life-saving jade pendant presented by Jiao Enjun was left by Chu Zhongshan to the Oriental tyrant. In case things get out of hand and force the Oriental tyrant to appear in person to deal with himself, you can only ask Jiao Enjun to deal with him. Purple blood combined with blood devil Dharma can improve his strength many times, but it is not suitable to use the magic-like skill on this occasion. Otherwise, he will be despised as a murderous devil. After thinking about it, Chu Zhongshan finally decided to use the Miki fist he didn't want to use. When Chu Zhongshan began to mobilize genuine Indanshan and accumulate strength according to the track of Miki fist, Dongfeng Yuner, who had been silent, suddenly shouted, "Stop! Stop!" Hurried back to Ziluo Pavilion, Dongfeng Yuner first noticed the battle taking place in mid-air and didn't notice the Dongfeng bully standing on the wind pavilion. Seeing Chu Zhongshan tearing up with the masked man in black in mid-air, Dongfeng Yuner's first reaction was shock. As a palace with strict security and many experts, she has never seen anyone dare to kill in the palace, except that the outbreak of Xunian Qi provoked a strong man to forcibly attack the palace at her initiation ceremony. In particular, the target of being attacked and killed now is the right person she brazenly invited into the palace. Therefore, the idea after shock is to ask for help quickly, and ask for help from the Empress Mother who came next to her and the 4 maidens around her who reached the peak of Qihai period. However, seeing that Chu Zhongshan easily caught the masked man in black, and there was no danger for the time being, she immediately put out the idea of asking for help. However, the tense atmosphere between the Empress Mother and Chu Zhongshan made her feel that something was wrong. In particular, the Empress Mother strongly ordered Chu Zhongshan to release the masked man in black, which made her realize that the masked man in black who assassinated Chu Zhongshan must have a special relationship with the Empress Mother. After Chu Zhongshan killed the frozen masked man in black, the Empress Mother ordered the maid at the peak of Qihai period around her to deal with Chu Zhongshan. It seemed that Dongfeng Yuner, who had guessed the reason, couldn't help it. She stopped loudly. Hearing the voice of Dongfeng Yuner, especially the urgency in her voice, Chu Zhongshan thought about it a little and finally decided to temporarily stop the operation of Miki Fist. There are 3 stages in applying Miki Fist. The first stage is to start the process of accumulating power through the movement track of fist technique. This process can be controlled by Chu Zhongshan. It is a process that you can stop if you want to stop, and move immediately if you want to continue. The second stage is that Genuine is completely integrated into the movement track of boxing. At this time, Chu Zhongshan can barely control it, but it will never stop under the condition of no one. Because by forcibly stopping the operation of Miki Fist, the accumulated power will form a powerful counterattack and hurt him badly. The third stage is the stage when the power accumulation of boxing is completed. This time is a process that Chu Zhongshan can't control at all. He can only let the Miki Fist swing. The only thing he can control is the target of Miki Fist attack. Fortunately, when Dongfang Yuner made a voice to stop, Miki Fist was in the first stage, which he could control. Although Chu Zhongshan took the initiative to stop the use of Miki Fist, the murderous middle-aged maid who rushed over didn't stop because of Dongfang Yuner's order. She still rushed to Chu Zhongshan with a medium-grade spirit sword. Looking at the middle-aged maid who rushed to kill, Chu Zhongshan frowned slightly and looked a little embarrassed at Dongfang Yuner. When he saw her pleading with Hua, he could only use the potential to slow down the speed of the other party's attack, and then his body continued to take off, temporarily leaving a safe distance. Empress Mother, you quickly let your people stop. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan honestly obeyed his orders and stopped using the fist technique that could destroy the void, Dongfang Yuner felt a trace of warmth in his heart. However, the Empress's people not only ignored themselves, but rushed to Chu Zhongshan's speed increased by a few points. Dongfang Yuner was in a hurry, and the pleading tone began to be fierce. Yuner, this man has ulterior motives. After the maid catches him, the Empress Mother will give you a satisfactory explanation. Seeing that her daughter came forward to beg for Chu Zhongshan, the anger of Empress Hua, who was forced to suppress, seemed to be added fuel to the fire. In an instant, it burned more vigorously and had a stronger killing intention for Chu Zhongshan. So while comforting Dongfang Yuner, she winked at her maid and motioned her to solve her opponent quickly. The middle-aged maid who got the order from Empress Hua increased her speed together. But when she rushed into the range shrouded by the display potential of Chu Zhongshan, her face suddenly became dignified. Originally, she thought that the young man who had only 3 levels of cultivation in front of her was only able to catch 2 masters proficient in assassination because he used a special treasure for a sneak attack. However, after she rushed into the scope shrouded by the potential, she finally understood why the Dark 9, whose cultivation reached the peak of the 6th floor in the Gas C period, and the Dark 8, whose cultivation reached the initial stage of the 7th floor in the Gas C period, would be easily killed by the young man in front of her. Originally, this method he used was too strong for the solidification of the surrounding environment. Even if she is the top expert in the peak of the Gas C period, she is in the range affected by the potential, and her action is as slow as a snail. Even after the outbreak of all strength, the action is only increased several times, just like the normal walking speed. In this case, not to mention killing Chu Zhongshan, even catching up with him is an unimaginable problem. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who was constantly improving her height, the middle-aged maid knew that she could not deal with the young man alone, so she bowed her head and greeted 3 companions with the same cultivation as her. Subsequently, 3 middle-aged maidens, who were also the peak of the Kihai period, rose up one after another and approached the central heaven of Chu by encircling. Seeing that the middle-aged maid began to greet his companions of the same level, Chu Zhongshan was stunned. Because in his concept, his initial cultivation in the 3rd floor of the Gas C period can only barely deal with the opponent in the 8th floor of the Gas C period without using any attack cards, but the reaction of the other party was beyond his expectation. After carefully feeling the power of potential, Chu Zhongshan knew that he had made a cognitive mistake. Because until now, in his subconscious mind, the power of potential has remained in the primary stage. That is to say, the power of potential can only completely solidify the opponents whose accomplishments exceed his 3 small realms, and can only affect the actions of his 6 small realms masters. For masters whose accomplishments exceed their own 7 small realms, the power of potential has a certain impact on each other's strength, but the scope of impact is limited. What he didn't realize was that as the level of potential increased, the scope of potential influence expanded, and the power of environmental solidification also increased. The potential of the six-layer peak state can basically make him an opponent who ignores the same state. The premise is to remove those talents who have reached peerless and demon level and can fight higher and higher like him. Since the power of potential can limit the top experts in the peak state of ordinary Kihai period, Chu Zhongshan doesn't need to use the move of Miki Fist to extremely consume Zhenyuan's bottom card. Dispel the track of Miki Fist, take out the life spirit knife again, and Chu Zhongshan stood in place and waited quietly. When the other three peak experts in the Kihai period who came to help the array entered the scope of potential envelopment, he showed his high-level body method and martial arts and began hunting. The power reaches 6 levels, which can limit the experts at the peak of ordinary Kihai. The power reaches 6 levels, which can limit the experts at the peak of ordinary Kihai period. Therefore, in the face of the 4 middle-aged maidens besieged, Chu Zhongshan began his hunting action. At first, Chu Zhongshan didn't rush out. First, he waited until all the 4 middle-aged maidens at the peak of the Sea of Qi entered the scope shrouded by the potential and were completely restricted by the potential. Then he showed his high-level body skills and went straight to the nearest and the first middle-aged maid to chase and kill himself. Within the scope of potential envelopment, 2 powerful saber technique will affect the stability of potential. Therefore, when casting potential, Chu Zhongshan will basically only use basic saber technique against the enemy. This hunting operation is no exception. One move is the chopping style of Pingsha Kyuyan, which takes the neck path of the middle-aged maid. Looking at the young man who didn't try his best to escape, but took the initiative to kill himself, the middle-aged maid sneered and recruited Xuanpin's lower-level Xia Cheng's sword technique to break the arrogant basic sword technique of Chu Zhongshan. However, when the sword potential formed by the sword technique breaks away from the spirit sword, the power contained in the sword potential is instantly weakened by 9 layers, and the remaining layer of power is constantly weakened in the process of moving forward. When the sword hit Chu Zhongshan, he was so weak that he couldn't break his clothes. Seeing that the move of using Zhenyuan to form sword potential has no effect, the middle-aged maid plans to change the move. However, in the face of the potential to help improve the body method and martial arts skills, the middle-aged maid's second move had not come and played, so Chu Zhongshan, who was bullied close, easily cut off her head. Until the head was cut off, there was still a trace of surprise in the eyes of the middle-aged maid. She was surprised at the speed of Chu Zhongshan. Why did it suddenly become so terrible? After killing the first middle-aged maid, Chu Zhongshan put away the storage bag hanging around her waist and the medium-sized spirit weapon in her hand, and then continued to run to the second middle-aged maid. Seeing that his companions were much stronger than himself, he was easily killed by Chu Zhongshan. He felt that he had the speed of action like a snail. The faces of the remaining 3 middle-aged maidens changed greatly. Then, they immediately turned around and planned to temporarily disengage from the scope covered by the potential, and then use the sword potential released by Zhenyuan to launch a long-range attack on Chu Zhongshan. The opportunity is rare. How can Chu Zhongshan give up and leave? A white raptor about 4 meters high and 8 meters long quickly emerged from his head. Ow! Looking up at the middle-aged maid who turned to the west and tried to escape, the white tiger roared angrily and then rushed over. After the white tiger was separated, Chu Zhongshan's face showed a trace of joy. First of all, using the mysterious and illusory spirit of the true element attribute has no impact on the potential, which will help to improve his means and strength in future combat. Second, he uses the true element attribute to mystify and illusory a spirit object that can assist in combat. He has high requirements for his own true element. Before breaking through the air-sea period, he needs to consume 4 layers of true elements to illusory a spirit object. Although the remaining true yuan is enough to illusory a spirit object, in the war situation, his own safety is the first. He must keep enough true yuan for self-defense, so he never illusory the second spirit object during the battle. However, when the cultivation broke through the Sea of Qi period, the perfect danshan formed by the 9 turns of Zhenyuan made him turn into a spirit object, which only consumed a quarter of his layer of Zhenyuan. In other words, under the condition of ensuring his 6 layers of true yuan, he can conjure up 16 spirit objects in one breath. Since there are enough real yuan in the danshan, the magic spirit consumes very few real yuan, and has no impact on the power of potential, Chu Zhongshan is lazy to hunt down the remaining 3 middle-aged maidens who are limited by potential. Ow! A huge blue dragon, about 20 meters long, emerged from his head. The emerging blue dragon stared angrily at the Empress Hua below. When the Empress Hua was frightened by the murderous eyes of the blue dragon, it broke away from the head of Chu Zhongshan and rushed to the middle-aged maid in the east. When the blue dragon left, a light and crisp bird song sounded. Accompanied by the bird song, a giant rosefinch about 3 meters high and 7 meters long, emitting flame all over, flapped its wings and flew to the middle-aged maid in the south. The 3 spirits went to hunt and kill 3 middle-aged maidens at the peak of the gas sea period. Chu Zhongshan looked down at Hua Hu with an iron face, and a trace of murderous spirit flashed in his eyes from time to time. At this time, he is considering how to face the Queen of China next. The 3 middle-aged maidens who were restricted in their mobility were killed one by one after they didn't last long under the attack of 3 spirits whose strength was only 1 line weaker than that of Chu Zhongshan. Then, after killing their opponents, the 3 spirit objects returned to Chu Zhongshan with the harvested storage bags and medium spirit tools. One by one, he took 3 storage bags and 3 medium-grade spirit swords. Chu Zhongshan scattered the blue dragon and red rosefinch, then jumped on the back of the white tiger and flew slowly to the oriental tyrant standing on the wind pavilion. People attracted by the action of Chu Zhongshan didn't find the oriental bully standing on the wind pavilion until this time. Then they knelt down and saluted. Seeing the oriental bully standing on the wind pavilion, Dongfeng Yuner showed a trace of joy on her face, but Hua Hu, who stood next to her, changed her face and trembled uncontrollably. Standing on the white tiger's back, he controlled the white tiger to fly to the oriental tyrant. Chu Zhongshan looked at him directly and asked, "Why?" "Don't get me wrong, it's not my order." Shaking his head, Dongfeng Xingba finally spoke, and what he said was to take the initiative to explain with Chu Zhongshan, which shocked everyone in Ziluo Pavilion. Because in their imagination, the character of the Oriental Tyrant is as overbearing as his name. Whether it's his own fault or not, he will never admit it's his own fault, let alone soften with others. His explanation just now obviously shows some weakness, which far exceeds the public's understanding of him. Why? Cultivation is likely to reach the eastern hegemony of the imperial realm. His strength has reached the level of no need to distinguish himself. He said that he didn't do it himself, so Chu Zhongshan's inner anger was slightly reduced. However, he still asked with dissatisfaction in his heart, "Your strength is enough to kill those people. I don't need to stop it." Faced with Chu Zhongshan's second why, everyone at the scene was puzzled, but Dongfeng Xingba seemed to know everything and directly explained why he didn't do it. Why? Chu Zhongshan understood the answer of the Oriental Tyrant after a little thought. Not to mention that he may be a strong man at the imperial level, the identity of a prophet alone is enough for him to see everything. However, Chu Zhongshan's only dissatisfaction with him made him continue to question. The third reason of Chu Zhongshan completely surrounded the people on the scene. Even Dongfeng Yangping, who knows Chu Zhongshan's character a little, can't guess his dissatisfaction. She is the mother of Yuner and Yangping. What do you want me to do? You can still guess what Chu Zhongshan thinks, and the Oriental hegemony directly puts the problem in Chu Zhongshan's hands. Alas. In the face of the Oriental hegemony's ability to penetrate people's hearts, Chu Zhongshan felt his disadvantage in words for the first time. After careful consideration, he finally had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing questioning and then getting benefits through questioning. Then he took a jade box and a jade slip from the storage bag. First, he threw the jade box in his hand to Dongfeng Xingba and explained. In the jade box is a 9 sky star shining stone, which can improve the level of this spirit tool. With your current strength, I don't know if this 9 sky star shining stone can help you, but this is my intention as a younger generation. It can be regarded as a congratulatory gift to you in advance. 9 sky star shining stone. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation, Dongfeng Xingba was surprised at first, then shook his head with some regret, and then threw the jade box in his hand to Dongfeng Yangping standing below. Dongfeng Yangping, who took over the jade box, looked puzzled at the jade box in his hand, because he didn't know what Jiyushan Xingyao stone was and how to use it. He looked up at the Father Emperor on the wind pavilion and the Chu Zhongshan on the white tiger's back. Finally, he had no choice but to put away the jade box. After explaining the role of Jiyushan Xingyao stone, Chu Zhongshan paused a little, then threw the jade slips in his hand to the Oriental tyrant, took the opportunity to sort out his ideas, and then explained. My mentor heard that you are about to celebrate your 160th birthday and the 60th anniversary of your accession to the throne. I asked me to give you a congratulatory gift, which is about the jade slips just given to you. From your master, reaching for the jade slips, the Oriental tyrant asked back with a smile while checking the contents of the jade slips with his mind. Just take it as a gift from my master. Dongfeng Xingba and Zhao Enjun have been martial brothers for decades. The relationship between them has always been good. May know Zhao Enjun's character better than himself, so Chu Zhongshan is too lazy to continue to distinguish. Your master's character, when can he? Chu Zhongshan answered perfunctorily, which made the Oriental tyrant want to take the opportunity to lose a few words of Zhao Enjun. But when his mind saw the contents of the jade slips, he was shocked and speechless. After checking the records in the jade slips, the Oriental tyrant slowed down for nearly 5 minutes before he completely calmed down. Solemnly put away the jade slips, and the Oriental bully said in a slightly excited tone, according to the relationship between me and your master, I should call you nephew. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't object, Dongfeng Xingba continued, Martial nephew, I don't know where you got this jade slip, but the contents of the jade slip are too important for me. The value of this jade slip is no worse than the 3 pills to improve cultivation in my heart. Just be satisfied. The value of the jade slips was so important that Chu Zhongshan didn't expect at the beginning. However, prophecy was of no use to him, which made his reaction to the excitement of the Oriental hegemony very dull. Martial nephew, when we first met, Martial uncle didn't treat you well, but let you be wronged. Martial uncle apologizes and says sorry. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan doesn't care about the value of the jade slips at all, the Oriental tyrant knows the reason, but his inner excitement has been unable to vent, so he can only express his apology to Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zhongshan accepted the apology expressed by the Oriental tyrant. If it weren't for his strength and some mysterious means, the assassination in the practice chamber would probably cost him his life. As the master of the imperial palace, the Oriental tyrant should apologize. Chu Zhongshan's feeling is taken for granted, but for the people of Ziluo Pavilion, there are ups and downs like stormy waves in their hearts. Since Dongfeng Xingba took charge of the Tianlong Emperor, his overbearing character made him not afraid of anyone, even if the supreme strength of the Qin Empire came to surrender. Dongfeng Xingba responded with an iron fist. Now, in the face of a teenager who is only 16 or 17 years old, he not only voluntarily subdues, but even solemnly apologizes. How can we not be shocked? At the same time, the people were also very curious about the real origin of Chu Zhongshan and the jade slips he just presented. Martial nephew, in addition to apologizing to you, as martial uncle, I also have a gift to give back to you. Seeing Chu Zhongshan accept the apology in peace of mind, the Oriental tyrant suddenly understood why the arrogant Zhao Enjun accepted Chu Zhongshan as an apprentice. In addition to the talent of the young demon in front of him, it also lies in his casual character, which is very similar to Zhao Enjun. Martial nephew, you don't know the prophecy, so you don't know the level of a prophet. When I broke through a vital realm of a prophet, martial uncle, I entered the state of epiphany by chance. With the help of epiphany, I used the prophecy to make 3 jade slips that can predict a person's fate in the next 100 years. Speaking of this, Dongfeng Xingba took out a floating white jade slip from the storage ring. Among the 3 jade slips, one is used to predict the fate of the imperial dynasty in the next 100 years, and the other is used to predict the fate of Yunar in the next 100 years. Now there is only one left. Speaking of this, the Eastern tyrant sent the jade slips in his hand to the central heaven of Chu with his divine thoughts and said, The only jade slips left are for you. Thank you, martial uncle. The god of Chu calmly took over the jade slips, and his tone was also very calm. If someone else gets the chance to predict his fate in the next 100 years, he may be very excited, but Chu Zhongshan, the piercer, prefers the unknown in the future. If you know your destiny very well in the next 100 years, you will not only lose the fun of challenging the unknown, but also lose the motivation to work hard. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's indifferent response to the jade slips predicting his fate, the Oriental tyrant couldn't help sighing. At the same time, the heart also understood more why Zhao Enjun took the young man in front of him as a disciple. In those years, when he was not separated from Li Yun's sect, and there was no civil strife in Li Yun's sect, He also mentioned to Jiao and Jun the prediction of future destiny, but Jiao and Jun's reaction was that my life was up to me and not from heaven. Put the jade slips predicting the fate of the next 100 years into the storage bag. Chu Zhongshan turned his head and looked at Dongfeng Yuner and Dongfeng Yangping. After thinking again and again, he directly dispersed the white tiger under his feet and then slowly flew to Dongfeng Yangping. Normally speaking, your cultivation is higher than me now. I should call you elder martial brother, but for a while I can't change my words. Looking at Chu Zhongshan slowly falling in front of him, Dongfeng Yangping said with a complex look. After learning that Chu Zhongshan showed his demonic talent when he broke through the Qi transformation period, Dongfeng Yangping knew that sooner or later, Chu Zhongshan's cultivation would surpass himself, but what he didn't expect was that the speed at which Chu Zhongshan improved his cultivation was too terrible. It is only more than 3 months since he broke through the gas sea period. In 3 months, I only reluctantly raised my cultivation to the peak of Qihai period, thanks to the huge cultivation resources of Tianlong Imperial Dynasty. He left Ligan sect and returned to his family more than 2 months ago. That is to say, during this period of practice, he didn't rely on Jiao and Jun at all. He relied on his own efforts and struggle. Thinking of this, Dongfeng Yangping feels that he has been somewhat relaxed and afraid of adventure since he broke through the gas sea period. I'm not used to calling you younger martial brother all of a sudden. Chu Zhongshan smiled and joked. Well, as long as you are not in the sect, I call you Zhongshan. You call me Yangping. After glancing at the expectant Dongfeng Yuner, he thought of Chu Zhongshan's sudden appearance in Ziluo Pavilion. He understood Dongfeng Yangping, who had been in contact with them before, and soon figured out the key, so he proposed. Chu Zhongshan did not object to this. Zhongshan, 3 months later, it's the time to open the secret land of the wilderness. I thought we couldn't enter the same layer of the secret land of the wilderness. Now your cultivation has been upgraded to the Sea of Qi period. At that time, it's up to you to take care of it. If there was no conflict just happened, Dongfeng Yangping would excitedly pull Chu Zhongshan to have a few drinks. Having experienced the second experience of Purgatory City and Blood Demon's secret place, Dongfeng Yangping has a clear ability of Zhongshan. As long as he follows him and listens to his arrangement, the harvest of the secret place experience is absolutely beyond his imagination. No problem. Chu Zhongshan had no objection to taking care of each other in the secret land of the wilderness. However, the secret place experience is to improve his strength, not to visit mountains and rivers. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan still hopes that the level of Oriental Yangping can be higher and his strength can be stronger, so that he will not become a drag on himself and delay his experience. Yangping, you have to practice well in the next time and strive to improve your cultivation to the middle level of Qihai period when the secret land of the wilderness is opened. I'll try my best. For Chu Zhongshan's proposal, Dongfeng Yangping said with some lack of confidence. For more than 3 months, he reluctantly raised his strength to a small level with the help of top pills. In the next 3 months, he not only improved 2 small levels, but also needed to break through a stage. Dongfeng Yangping felt great pressure. After reaching out and patting Dongfeng Yangping on the shoulder to show encouragement, Chu Zhongshan turned around and looked directly at Dongfeng Yuner. Brother Chu, I'm sorry. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's gentle eyes, Dongfeng Yuner's eyes were wet and cried out with a cry. Originally, Chu Zhongshan lived in the Imperial Palace in Ziluo Pavilion with a thick face built in order to let his mother see Chu Zhongshan in advance. But unexpectedly, his mother arranged a killer to assassinate Chu Zhongshan for some reason, which made Dongfeng Yuner feel sad and sorry for Chu Zhongshan. It doesn't matter. Reaching out to wipe the eye water from the corners of her eyes, Chu Zhongshan said gently. Then he looked directly at Empress Hua and asked, You must be Empress Hua, Yuner's mother. Yes, I am the Queen of China, nodded, and Hua whose face was very ugly. 4 confidants whose accomplishments reached the peak of Qihai period were killed. Although Empress Hua felt very distressed, she was frightened to witness her ugly Oriental hegemony. Because she doesn't know how the Oriental hegemony will punish her next, whether she will be indifferent to Chu Zhongshan, because she is good at assassinating Chu Zhongshan, and whether she will directly abolish her because she falsely preaches the imperial edict. Queen Hua, although I'm very angry that you arranged a killer to assassinate me, I can understand what you did, so I won't blame you. Since the people found the Oriental tyrant standing on the wind pavilion, the arrogant Queen Hua not only became silent, but also showed a trace of fear on the whole person. The intelligent Chu Zhongshan soon guessed that the assassination was probably the action of the Queen Hua alone. Through the mothers who intervened in the marriage of their children, before the crossing and the excessive things they secretly did, Chu Zhongshan knew that the assassination arranged by Empress Hua was probably because Dongfeng Yuner said something to her, which made her misunderstand herself and triggered the assassination. Whether in terms of his feelings with Dongfeng Yuner, his friendship with Dongfeng Yangping, or even the face of Dongfeng Xingba, he can't continue to investigate the responsibility of Empress Hua. He can only forgive her generously. Forgiving is forgiving. No one will feel comfortable being assassinated. So after telling Empress Hua about her attitude, Chu Zhongshan ignored her reaction and looked back at Dongfeng Yuner. Yuner, what happened just now is inconvenient for me to stay, so I decided to leave Tianlong City and return to Lianzong. Brother Chu, don't go, okay? I'll rearrange your residence, or you'll live with my brother. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan wanted to leave Tianlong City, he was afraid that his dissatisfaction with his mother would lead to changes in their feelings. Dongfeng Yuner quickly asked him to stay. Yuner, according to the regulations of Liyan sect, you must return to the sect after Martial Uncle's birthday, so let's talk about Qianlong Pavilion. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan refused Dongfeng Yuner's request. For one thing, he has just had an unpleasant conflict with Empress China. If he continues to stay, not only does Empress China and himself feel uncomfortable, but also it is not conducive to the punishment of the Oriental hegemony after China. Second, the embarrassing situation in his pocket also makes him want to return to the sect and Qianlong Peak as soon as possible, so that he can ask Zhao Enjun for some spiritual stones, and then take advantage of Huang's deep latent cultivation to copy a large number of high-quality pills. Brother Chu, can you leave without hurry? Maybe we can return to the sect together. Seeing Chu Zhongshan shaking his head and refusing, Dongfeng Yuner still didn't give up his request. Alas! With a sigh, Chu Zhongshan took out part of the pill from the storage bag and stuffed it into Dongfeng Yuner's hand. He said softly, Yuner, to be honest, the reason why I suddenly decided to return to the sect was because I suddenly received the news from the master that he asked me to return to the sect immediately, so I had to leave in advance. Looking at Dongfeng Yuner with fog in his eyes, Chu Zhongshan knew that if he didn't say a reason that she couldn't refute, it would be difficult for Dongfeng Yuner to give up his willingness to stay. In desperation, he had to put the excuse on Zhao Enjun, so that she could neither refute face-to-face nor ask Zhao Enjun for confirmation afterwards. At the same time, in order to make Dongfeng Yuner calm down, she took out some pills that had been prepared for a long time according to her current cultivation. Yuner, you and I took part in the sect disciple test at the same time. Although I can't expect you to be like me, the cultivation achievement of level 5 in the training period is too low, so you can keep these pills to improve your strength. All right. Chu Zhongshan just vowed that Zhao Enjun had something to do with him, but Dongfeng Yuner knew that he must be lying. But in the face of the pill he took out and her expectations for herself, she knew she couldn't keep it. Otherwise, he will not only be very ignorant, but also annoy Chu Zhongshan. Martial Uncle, Yangping, Yuner, farewell. The three of them, including Dongfeng Xingba, waved with fists. Chu Zhongshan flew directly into the air and set off towards Ligun's sect in the north. When Tianlong City, which was originally forbidden to fly, left in the sky in the middle of Chu, no expert came forward to stop it. It seems that it received the secret instructions of the Oriental hegemony in advance. Your Majesty. When Chu Zhongshan completely disappeared, Empress Hua timidly came to the Oriental hegemony and shouted in a low voice, Return to the palace. After a cold look at Hua, the Oriental tyrant turned and left directly. Dongfeng Yangping took a look at the Empress Mother and the Father Emperor who turned and left. Finally, he could only sigh helplessly, and then followed closely behind the Dongfeng tyrant and left the Ziluo pavilion. Yuner. Seeing that her own son refused to beg for her, Empress Hua looked pitifully at Dongfeng Yuner with a look of begging in her eyes. Alas! Looking at the pleading in the mother's eyes, the soft-hearted Dongfeng Yuner finally came to the Queen of China and said softly, Mother, I'll ask my father now. I'm not sure whether he will forgive you or not. Yuner, it's the mother's fault to assassinate the young man surnamed Chu, but the mother's starting point is for you. I hope you can understand the mother's pain. Seeing that her daughter is still willing to ask for help for herself, Empress Hua feels that her daughter is still close to her. At the same time, she smoothly explains why she sent a killer to assassinate Chu Zhongshan. Empress Mother, this matter has passed. Don't mention it in the future. Seeing that her mother was still trying to assassinate Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yuner, who was already very angry, directly interrupted her. Then she said in a very dignified tone, Empress Mother, Brother Chu is the right person selected by Yuner himself, and also a man recognized by his father and brother, so I hope you can accept him and like him as you like me. After telling this, Dongfeng Yuner hurried to chase Dongfeng Tyrant. For one thing, like Chu Zhongshan, she should give the prophecy pill as a birthday gift to her father in advance. Second, I also hope to get the prophecy that Queen Dan's father can, while happy, forgive the mother's fault smoothly or reduce the punishment for the mother. Looking at Dongfeng Yuner, who was leaving quickly, and seeing 6 corpses lying nearby, Empress Hua's face was gloomy and ordered the only palace maids around her. Go back to the palace. After flying out of Tianlong City, Chu Zhongshan didn't delay too much. He flew directly to Ligun's sect according to the guidance of the line map. During this flight, he did not choose to stop halfway to enjoy the scenery, nor did he meddle in matters of righteousness. He just wanted to get back to Ligun's sect as soon as possible. After flying for 3 days, Ligun's sect, like a fairyland, finally appeared in his sight. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Chu Zhongshan was relieved at last. This time, the Hui family visit was a magnificent process. To solve the siege of the 3 families facing the family, fight for profits with Chu Tianyun, the debt collection line of Yan State, the life and death crisis of the living space of the blood god tree, and the treasure hunting experience left by the master Dandao in the cave, everything makes his nerves tense and tight, so that he has no leisure time. Now, he finally returns to the sect smoothly. There is Qianlong Peak where Zhao Enjun is in charge, so that he can have a good rest. He has been a disciple of Ligun's sect for nearly a year, and he has gone out to practice several times. However, except that he entered the sect through the main gate in the disciple test, Zhao Enjun basically tore the void directly and forcibly returned to the sect. Therefore, for returning to the sect, he can only enter through the front door. Who are you? When Chu Zhongshan landed on the bluestone jade platform leading to the inside of the sect, a disciple dressed in brown came out and asked coldly. Hello, elder martial brother. Younger martial brother is a disciple of Qianlong Peak. He has just finished visiting relatives and is now returning to the sect. Chu Zhongshan replied respectfully with the courtesy of his younger martial brother. According to the difference between different levels of disciples of the sect, gray clothes are the factotum disciples of the realm of Qi refining period. Blue clothes are the outer disciples of the realm of body refining period. Blue clothes are the inner disciples of the realm of Qi transforming period, and brown clothes are the core disciples of the realm of Qi Si participation. The other party not only wears the brown clothes of the core disciples, but also has reached the peak of cultivation in the Qihai period. In love and reason, he must call each other elder martial brother. Sect disciple, visit relatives and return to the sect. However, after hearing Chu Zhongshan's reply, the disciple of Shuzong showed a trace of doubt on his face and a trace of doubt in his tone. Elder martial brother, why not? The questioning in the other party's tone made Chu Zhongshan realize that things were abnormal. According to the regulations on the promotion of sect disciples, the cultivation of Qihai period is still the core disciple. The identity token of the core disciple has long been integrated with the sect mountain guarding array. If you want to return to the sect, you can directly cross the array without entering through an official visit. Questioning that Chu Zhongshan is a disciple of the sect, he respectfully introduced the sect rules that every sect disciple should know. However, Chu Zhongshan, who had not really understood the door rules because his cultivation improved too fast, didn't know the situation at all, so his reaction now is very suspicious. At the same time, according to the regulations of the sect disciples only have a chance to return to the family to visit their relatives after their cultivation breaks through the Qi transformation period, and the time is only half a year. Just now you said you had just finished visiting relatives, so you should be the cultivation in the Qi transformation period, not the cultivation in the Qi Si period. As if he had caught the horse's feet exposed by Chu Zhongshan, the disciple guarding the sect said proudly. Alas! The disciple who guarded the sect just now had a series of questions, so that Chu Zhongshan didn't know how to distinguish. Can he tell the other party that it took him only more than 3 months to improve his accomplishments from the 4th floor of the gas transformation, period to the third floor of the gas C period. He can tell the other party that his master hasn't handled the promotion procedures for his disciples because of his discord with some sects. Although he can't explain why his accomplishments have improved so fast, Chu Zhongshan has a way to prove his identity as a sect disciple. Be aware of the identity token that has not been used in Danshan for a long time. Then, a blue token appeared in his right hand, holding the token of identity in his hand. Chu Zhongshan asked the disciple of the sect, "Senior brother, I don't know if it can prove my identity." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan took out the unique identity token of Liyun's sect, a trace of doubt flashed on the disciple's face. Logically speaking, since the other party has a token symbolizing identity, it should not be a disciple of a fake sect, but the token symbolizing identity is Cyan, which means that the token owner should be an external disciple during the physical training period. However, in front of him, who looked like a 16-year-old boy, his accomplishments had reached the third floor of the Kihai period, which obviously did not match the color displayed by the token itself. As for whether he broke through the gas transformation period and gas C period outside, leading to the promotion of core disciples who haven't come yet, the sect guarding disciples don't believe it at all. If the young man in front of him has only one level of cultivation in the Qi C period, even if it is the peak of the 3 levels of cultivation in the Qi C period, he may still believe it, but the other party is clearly the cultivation of the 3 levels of cultivation in the Qi C period. As a person who came to the peak of the 7th floor of the Kihai period, the disciple of the sect is too clear about the time it takes to break through the difficulties of the Kihai period and improve a small realm of the Kihai period. Therefore, in line with the idea of being responsible for the sect, even if Chu Zhongshan took out the token of identity, he still chose not to believe it and still questioned Chu Zhongshan's identity. "Elder martial brother, how can I prove my identity?" The token that symbolizes itself can't make the other party believe that he is a sect disciple. Chu Zhongshan really has no way. Just when the disciple guarding the sect doubted the identity of Chu Zhongshan, and Chu Zhongshan didn't know how to prove his identity, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. The surprised voice was familiar. Chu Zhongshan, who was eager to prove his identity, quickly turned around. Then he saw a young man about 20 years old who looked a little cynical, falling slowly from the air. Elder martial brother Huang, seeing the young man falling slowly from the air, Chu Zhongshan immediately thought of who the young man was. He was Huang Yurong, who was on the 3rd floor of the Blood Devil's secret place. Because he couldn't stand treachery, he secretly attacked Zhu Yan, a brother of life and death, and took the initiative to help himself. "You are younger martial brother Chu." When Chu Zhongshan turned around and took the initiative to say hello, Huang Yurong, who looked surprised, was back to his senses. However, he still asked in disbelief. "You know, Chu Zhongshan was just an external disciple at the peak of the 8th floor during the training period when he participated in the training of Blood Devil Secret Place. Now he is only 6 months away from the training of Blood Devil Secret Place. In more than 6 months, I barely broke through the gas C period from the peak of the half-step gas C period, and then with the strong support of my father, my cultivation can be promoted to the peak of the gas C period. For more than 6 months, the realm has not only broken through the 2 great realms of gas transformation period and gas C period, but now the cultivation has reached the 3rd floor of gas C period, far exceeding himself. This makes him how to believe that the young man in front of him needed his presence at the beginning to reluctantly resist Chu Zhongshan, such as Zhu Yan and Gong Rulin. "Elder martial brother Huang, how long has it been since the experience of Blood Devil Secret Place? Don't you forget younger martial brother." Seeing Huang Yurong's incredulous look, Chu Zhongshan can understand his shock at this moment, so he hopes he can relax by joking. "Younger martial brother Chu, no." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was still as polite as before, without the arrogance of a demon-level genius disciple, Huang Yurong finally believed that the young man whose accomplishments exceeded his own was the Empress of Chu Zhongshan he later decided to make friends with. Originally, Huang Yurong planned to say a few words about Chu Zhongshan's excellence to express his inner shock, but he was used to calling Chu Zhongshan as his younger martial brother. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and realized that the cultivation of the other party had exceeded his own. He immediately changed his mind and said, "Elder martial brother Chu, although I know that when you break through the Qi transformation period, your talent is demon level, but in only 6 months, you have crossed the 2 great realms of Qi transformation period and Qi period one after another. The speed of improvement of this cultivation is no less than that of Zhang Yue, who is known as the first demon of the sect. The first evil spirit of the sect. Hearing that Huang Yurong mentioned the first evil of the sect, Chu Zhongshan immediately felt a trace of interest. Zhao Enjun once told him that although there are not many evil disciples in the southern region, each of the 9 forces will have several evil disciples more or less. As the second of the 3 sects, Liyun sect has 3 disciples in addition to Chu Zhongshan. However, Zhao Enjun didn't explain too much about who the 3 demons were, but Huang Yurong, who was born and raised in the sect, and whose father was the deacon elder of the sect, knew not only who the 3 demons were, but also the power of which sect they belonged to. One of the most powerful demon-level disciples is in the first generation of the sect. He is now ranked 9th in the sect leader's family, but his real strength is close to Xia Ashen of Longxingyun. A demon with the strongest utilitarian mind is in the first department of the Merit Hall. His name is Beilifenjian. He is a real senior brother in the Merit Hall today. His strength is unfathomable. The third demon disciple is also known as the first demon of the sect, because since he became a disciple of the sect, he has broken several records of the sect for more than 100,000 years. For example, the cultivation talent of the lower level 2 has broken the record of the highest level of talent of the sect in 60,000 years. For example, the cultivation of 3 layers in the body refining period can kill the experts in the half-step qi transforming period. For example, it takes only 1.5 months for him to break through the qi transformation period from the first floor of the body refining period. For example, it took him only 5 months to break through the gas C period from the chemical gas period. For example, it took him less than 8 months to break through the spirit period from the Sea of Qi period. It was precisely because of his outstanding performance that the veteran group, who had been unknown to the world for a long time, came forward to solicit in person and finally successfully included in the first series of elders. The cultivation accomplishments of Chu Zhongshan may not be as conspicuous as the first evil spirit of the sect in the physical training period, but his performance far exceeds that of the first evil spirit of the sect in the qi transformation period. At the same time, the stamina shown by Chu Zhongshan now has a tendency to surpass the first evil of the sect. Huang Yurong's introduction to the first evil spirit of the sect made Chu Zhongshan feel a strong desire to surpass while lamenting each other's outstanding talent. Perhaps because of his origin and physique, he did not perform as well as the other party in the early stage of cultivation, but with the high-quality pill provided by the instrument spirit, the huge spiritual power stored in the blood god tree in his mind, and the guidance of the array master Huang Lao, he is confident that he will continue to break the records recorded by the sect in the period of Qi Si, the period of God's soul, even in the period of longevity and avenue. Continue to surpass the first evil of the sect. In fact, what Chu Zhongshan and Huang Yurong didn't know was that Zhang Yue, the first demon of the sect, had noticed him as early as when Chu Zhongshan broke through the qi transformation period, and the scope of the spirit of heaven and earth reached 10,999 li. Because when Zhang Yue broke through the qi transformation period, the scope of heaven and earth aura pulled by Zhang Yue was exactly 10,999 li, so for Chu Zhongshan, whose talent was equal to his own, Zhang Yue felt for the first time that the status of the first demon of his sect was threatened. Elder Martial Brother Huang, you came just in time. Surpassing the first evil spirit of the sect was just a flash of thought in Chu Zhongshan's heart. Then he drove this idea out of his mind and planned to let Huang Yurong lead himself into the sect. Later, he told Huang Yurong about his embarrassing situation. Ha ha! After hearing the embarrassing situation encountered by Chu Zhongshan, Huang Yurong couldn't help laughing. Chu Zhongshan, who is no less talented and qualified than the first demon of the sect, will encounter the embarrassment that some sect can't return to the territory. This must be said to be a very interesting thing, and it's also a conversation he will talk about Chu Zhongshan with others in the future. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's face getting darker and darker, Huang Yurong quickly stopped laughing, and then said to the disciple guarding the sect, "This senior brother's surname is Chu and his name is Zhongshan. He comes from Qianlong Peak and follows Zhao Enjun, the deacon elder of the inner door." Elder Martial Brother Chu, I'm really sorry. Elder Martial Brother misunderstood you just now. The conversation between the two people just now, and Huang Yurong's exclamation about the speed of cultivation in Chu Zhongshan were clearly heard by the disciple guarding the Pope. At this moment, he finally understood why there were so many doubts about the boy, who looked only 16 or 17 years old in front of him. The reason was that the other party's sky-high price and qualification were so outstanding that the improvement speed of cultivation was far faster than his subconscious cognition and the replacement speed of his identity token. Elder martial brother is loyal to his duty and cautious. It's a blessing of the sect. Younger martial brother deeply admires it. After a compliment, Chu Zhongshan glanced at Huang Yurong and followed him into the sect. After seeing the towering test peak, Chu Zhongshan hugged his fist and said to Huang Yurong, "Younger martial brother Huang, I have left the sect for some time. Now I want to return to Qianlong Peak to meet my mentor. When I am free in the future, I will go to Lingzhi Peak to meet younger martial brother Huang and uncle Huang." Chu Zhongshan said goodbye with a fist. When he didn't enter the sect, he might not be so anxious about returning to Qianlong Peak, but when he really entered the sect, especially when he saw the familiar scene in front of him, he wanted to return to number 9 other courtyard of Qianlong Peak. Instead, he was eager to meet Zhao and Jun, so he took the initiative to bid farewell to Huang Yurong. Elder martial brother Chu goes back first. When his cultivation breaks through the second floor of the Gas Sea period, he will visit the Qianlong Peak. Huang Yurong understood Chu Zhongshan's eagerness to return to the Qianlong Peak, so he watched the other party leave after agreeing on the time of the next meeting. When the other party's figure crossed the test peak and went straight to the Qianlong Peak, Huang Yurong couldn't help looking up at the emptiness in the depths of the sect, with a trace of worry in his eyes. I don't know if Zhang Yue, the first demon in the veteran group, will conflict with Chu Zhongshan when he learns that his status is seriously threatened. If Zhang Yue conflicts with Lin Zhongshan, who is he on? Unlike the forbidden air in the Imperial City, flying is not prohibited in Ligun's sect. Because the area of the whole Ligun sect is so large that it is difficult to travel through the whole sect in 1 or 2 months by relying on body method and martial arts. The speed of flying in the air was much faster than the body method and martial arts. It didn't take long for Chu Zhongshan to see the Qianlong Peak that he was very familiar with and the 10 side-by-side other hospitals halfway up the mountain. Since he became a disciple of Ligun's sect, Qianlong Feng has been his home in the sect. For nearly a year, although he often went out to practice, he has never left for so long as this time. Therefore, he is inevitably excited to see the familiar environment. Just landed in front of the number 9 other courtyard of Qianlong Feng. Those who haven't come and pushed the door in, Zhao and Jun's calling voice suddenly sounded in their ears. "If you come back, don't say to see the master first, you heartless smelly boy." Zhao and Jun's extremely unhappy voice sounded. "Master, I don't agree with you when you say that." While refuting Zhao and Jun's complaint, Chu Zhongshan flew directly into the air and flew directly to the other courtyard at the top of the peak. Before the apprenticeship, he was very casual with Zhao and Jun. After the apprenticeship, he gave full play to his randomness to the extreme. Without passing through the main gate of the other courtyard, Chu Zhongshan jumped directly over the wall and slowly fell into the other courtyard. "Smelly boy." Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who didn't enter other hospitals through the main gate, Zhao and Jun pointed at him, angry and didn't know what to say. Falling into another courtyard, Jingzhai went into the stone pavilion and motioned Zhao and Jun to pour himself a cup of tea. After drinking, the genius in Central Chu said, "Master, it's not that the apprentice doesn't want to visit you right away, but because the apprentice is on his way day and night and is contaminated with worldly things, he wants to change his clothes and bathe and visit you with a new attitude." Chu Zhongshan explained why he didn't visit Zhao and Jun immediately. After the martial arts cultivation breaks through the qi transformation period, the impurities in the body are basically eliminated. Therefore, martial arts practitioners who reach this level rarely say that they change clothes and bathe. However, Zhao and Jun didn't expose his lies, but looked at Chu Zhongshan in silence. "Master, what's the matter with you?" Seeing Zhao and Jun, who was suddenly silent, Chu Zhongshan asked, puzzled. "Smelly boy, tell me about your experience in this period of time." Without explaining why he was silent, Zhao and Jun asked curiously. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan had expected and thought about his words long before returning to the sect, so in the next period of time, he told Zhao and Jun exactly what he had experienced after leaving the sect, basically without any concealment. "Smelly boy, it's your 18th birthday after 20 days. Except that you can't practice with Smelly boy, it's your 18th birthday after 20 days. Except that you can't practice with damaged meridians for a year, your real practice time is barely a year. After hearing Chu Zhongshan talk about the Jiushan Xingyao stone he harvested from the secret storehouses of the three families, the spells and jade slips millions of years ago, and the yin-yang Beishu pill, Jiao and Jun frowned and questioned. In a year's time, the breakthroughs in the four realms occupy the vast majority of the time. The rest of the time is either used for experience or rest. Where did you learn about the treasures of 9 sky star shining stone and spell millions of years ago? Master, I'll tell you everything about how I understand, and can tell the origin of these treasures millions of years ago. But now I won't reveal anything. In the face of Jiao and Jun's question or thorough inquiry, Chu Zhongshan can only temporarily refuse to answer. Because in the secret room of Ziluo Pavilion, when Huang told him that he needed more than a month to refine the power of Sanyang Huanhun pill, Chu Zhongshan discussed with him whether he should tell Jiao and Jun the secret of his existence. After all, I was able to break through the 3rd floor of the Qihai period in such a short time because I absorbed the blood and spiritual power in the blood god tree. At the same time, it is difficult to hide Jiao and Jun from the perfect danshan formed by his self-cultivation of genuine Jiazhuan secret method, and the secrets left by the master of Dandao in the cave. After discussion, Old Huang told Chu Zhongshan that he could confess all his experiences during this period of time, but for his own existence, he could completely expose his existence only when he had the ability to protect himself in the face of Jiao and Jun after the end of his experience in the wilderness. Because the body of the divine soul lurks in the sea of others, which is a taboo thing in the eternal continent. Basically, few martial artists are willing to let a body of the divine soul stay in their own sea of knowledge. Therefore, Old Huang is worried that Jiao and Jun may expel him personally or kill him easily for the sake of the safety of Chu Zhongshan after he knows his existence. In the face of Jiao and Jun, a strong man who is close to breaking through the title of Supreme, there is only one, at the mercy of Jiao and Jun. Really can't explain. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's straightforward refusal, Jiao and Jun asked. Jiushan Xingyao stone. When his cultivation reached the peak of the king's realm, he pursued and killed a 5-grade weapon refiner who defected from the sect. From the jade slips in his storage ring, he learned that this kind of unique weapon refining material, which is rare in the eternal continent for thousands of years, and can help to improve the level of spiritual tools of his life. As for spells and yin-yang longevity pills, he hasn't even heard of them. However, Chu Zhongshan not only knew these treasures, but also knew their origin and function very well. Jiao and Jun didn't believe that he saw them in some ancient books. He was very suspicious that there must be an old monster at least 1,000,000 years ago around Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zhongshan is just a young man with a little talent. He doesn't have much value to use, so Jiao and Jun is worried that the old monster hidden around him will do something else to him. However, he also knows Chu Zhongshan and that his character is the same as himself. As long as he doesn't want to say anything, no matter what you ask, he won't tell you. Therefore, Jiao and Jun secretly decided that he must not leave Qianlong Peak before the secret land of the wilderness is opened. Even after the end of the wilderness, he will never let him out of his sight without solving the hidden dangers around him. Well, since you won't say it, I won't ask more questions. You'd better continue to tell your experience during this period of time. Reach out and pick up the teacup on the table. After taking a sip, Jiao and Jun motioned him to continue. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan killed the Wang family of the state of Yan with a knife in order to beg for the spirit stone, the frightened Wang family of the state of Yan had to compromise. He couldn't help shouting good. At the same time, his eyes to Chu Zhongshan were full of appreciation. At the beginning, the source of his conflict with the law enforcement peak was that a disciple of the law enforcement peak saw that he inadvertently got a treasure and forcibly took it away by taking advantage of the power of the law enforcement pavilion. When he was robbed of the treasure, Jiao and Jun was weak and chose to be patient for the time being. However, when his strength became stronger, he was so strong that ordinary hall leaders didn't dare to provoke him easily. The first thing he did was to kill the law enforcement peak with his sword, and then chop the disciple who took his treasure in front of the hall leader of the law enforcement pavilion. Now, Chu Zhongshan's practice of storming into the royal family of Yan State with a knife is as different as his practice of killing the law enforcement peak in those days. How can he not appreciate it? The look of appreciation in his eyes has not yet subsided. When he heard that the branches of the divine tree were hidden in the Wang's secret library of the state of Yan, Zhao Enjun was surprised and almost loosened the teacup in his hand. "Chu boy, you haven't lost the branches of the divine tree." Zhao Enjun's upper body protruded slightly, a posture of getting up at any time. "Of course not, the branches are on me." Seeing the expectation in Zhao Enjun's eyes, Chu Zhongshan didn't know what effect the god-eating branch had on him. "Lend me one." With Chu Zhongshan's affirmative reply, Zhao Enjun immediately relaxed his protruding upper body, put down his teacup, and asked Chu Zhongshan for it. Chu Zhongshan took out the storage bag containing the branches of the divine tree without any consideration. No matter what Zhao Enjun wants, he will never frown as long as he doesn't ask for the copy and paste program and the power of space law in Danshan. Take out the storage bag containing the branches of the divine tree and put it on the stone table in front of Zhao Enjun. Chu Zhongshan warned, "Lao Jiao, although the branches have withered, it still has the ability to devour the spirit of the divine tree, so when using it, don't let your body touch it." Shenian checked the dead branches in the storage bag and determined that the branches in the storage bag came from the devouring tree. Zhao Enjun rolled his eyes and said, "I know more about the devouring tree than you do, and I need your special advice." Although what he said was very hard, Zhao Enjun was still very useful for Chu Zhongshan's reminder, so he changed his hard attitude just now and said in a very gentle tone, "After you enter the secret land of the wilderness and experience, I will use this branch that eats the divine tree to get something, which will help you break through the divine soul period." It's a treasure that helps him break through the divine soul period. Hearing that Zhao Enjun used the branches of the divine tree for his own consideration, Chu Zhongshan was moved and didn't want him to take risks. Because of the huge spiritual power of the blood god tree stored in his mind and the spirit pill given by the tool spirit, he has 9 levels of assurance to break through the spirit period. The huge mental power in his mind, which helps to break through the realm of the soul pill, gives him 9 layers of assurance to break through the soul period. But Chu Zhongshan has not stopped Zhao Enjun from thinking of taking risks for the time being. But after he has completely told all his experiences, he plans to take advantage of the treasures he now has that can break through the divine soul period and eliminate his idea of adventure. Seeing Zhao Enjun carefully putting away his storage bag, Chu Zhongshan sorted out his thoughts and continued to talk about his recent experience. Zhao Enjun was a little surprised when Chu Zhongshan harvested the mysterious attribute stone that can help improve the attribute in the royal secret territory of Yan State, and found the Jiupin spirit tree hidden on the 6th floor of the royal secret library. But the value of these treasures was still within the range he could bear, so he did not show a shocked look. When Chu Zhongshan said that he had mistakenly entered the living space of the blood god tree at the peak of the 6th grade and encountered a sneak attack by the blood god beast, Zhao Enjun, who was about to break through the title as a cultivation, also felt a little nervous. However, he did not interrupt Chu Zhongshan's story. Because Chu Zhongshan not only lives well now, but also directly breaks through the 3rd floor of the Air Sea period, he must have obtained enough benefits in the living space of the blood god tree, so he waited for Chu Zhongshan to continue to tell his experience in the living space of the blood god tree. When Chu Zhongshan talked about the boiling blood in his body, he could see through the hidden ability of the blood beast and the ability to inflict heavy damage on the blood beast. Zhao Enjun frowned slightly, and an idea related to a disciple of the sect leader's 1st generation flashed through his heart. However, he didn't tell Chu Zhongshan what he suddenly thought. When Chu Zhongshan said that he could directly absorb the pure blood and spiritual power in the blood god tree by using special marks, Zhao Enjun flashed an extremely shocked look on his face, because the mark he just mentioned is a means he has never heard of. At this time, Zhao Enjun raised a little vigilance against the old monster that may be hidden around Chu Zhongshan. When hearing that Chu Zhongshan obtained the cultivation secret method of Zhenyuan Jiezhuan through special channels and finally practiced the perfect Danshan, Zhao Enjun was shocked and couldn't help sighing. No wonder among the 9 people who used their mind to check the source of power fluctuation, only I was not attacked. It was you who built Jiezhuan Yuan pill. Master, what do you mean by that? Zhao Enjun's heartfelt emotion just now made Chu Zhongshan very puzzled. The self-explosion of 9 true Yuan pills and the formation of a perfect Danshan took place in the living space of blood god tree. How did Zhao Enjun, who has been staying in Ligan's sect, no. Chu boy, since you have practiced the secret method of Jiajuan genuine pill, do you know that when the pill is broken, it will be accompanied by the abnormality of heaven and earth, which will be heard by all people in the whole southern region. Jiao Enjun explained in detail that Chu Zhongshan didn't know the movement caused by the self-explosion of Jiajuan Genuandan when he broke through the sea of gas. Oh, so it is. Through Jiao Enjun's explanation, Chu Zhongshan finally understood what he had just said. However, the self-explosion of the 9 real yuan pills and the power generated after the self-explosion are not under his control at all. Why did Jiao Enjun let go alone after the self-explosion of the 9th real yuan pill? In his inner confusion, Chu Zhongshan didn't ask Jiao Enjun, and planned to wait for Huang Lao to refine Sanyang's soul-reviving pill and ask him for confirmation after he was completely awake. Because through the narration just now, and Jiao Enjun's reaction, Chu Zhongshan found that Jiao Enjun may be stronger than Huang Lao in strength, but he is far less experienced than Huang Lao in his own knowledge and experience. Chu boy, do you remember that when I sent you back to the family, I told you not to relax your cultivation when you visit relatives, and strive to improve your cultivation to a higher level in the qi transformation period when you return to the sect? After explaining the abnormality of Jiajuan genuine pill, Jiao Enjun took out a jade slip from the storage ring and handed it to Chu Zhongshan, explaining. Nodding his head to show that he remembered it, he reached out and took the jade slips. He realized to get through the jade slips, and a familiar text appeared in his mind. The secret method of Jiajuan genuine pill practice. Holding the jade slips in his right hand, Chu Zhongshan shouted in shock. Because the content of the jade slips taken out by Jiao Enjun just now was the secret method of Jiajuan genuine pill taught by old Huang when he broke through the gas sea period, which shocked him very much. Yes, this set of 9-turn true Yuan Dan cultivation secret was discovered in an ancient cave when I went out to practice with my senior brother, the current patriarch. It's just that when I first found this jade slip, my cultivation with the patriarch has far exceeded the Kihai period, so we can't practice the secret method that can form a perfect danshan in ancient times. I originally intended to teach you this set of secret method when your cultivation level is raised to the high level of qi transformation period, so that you can try the cultivation of Jiajuan genuine pill and see if you can cultivate the legendary perfect danshan. I didn't expect that you have a deep source of blessing. You even got the secret method of Jiajuan genuine pill cultivation in advance, and used the blood in the 6-peak blood god tree to practice the perfect elixir field. It seems that everything has a definite number. Shifu, since you discovered the secret cultivation method of Jiajuan genuine pill at the same time as the leader's martial uncle, did the disciples of the leader's first generation practice the secret cultivation method of Jiajuan genuine pill when they broke through the gas sea period? When old Huang taught him the secret method of Jiajuan genuine pill, he once told him. With the sudden disappearance of Jiajuan Supreme, the secret method of Jiajuan genuine pill is almost lost. Chu Zhongshan thought that in addition to Huang Lao, he was the only one in the world to practice the 9-turn true yuan pill. His complete pill field is the unique pill field in the eternal continent. However, what Jiao Enjun said just now overturned his inner pride. So he urgently wants to know how many people have practiced besides practicing the secret method of Jiajuan genuine pill. Chu boy, you have practiced the secret method of 9 real yuan pills. You must understand the difficulties in the formation of real yuan pills. You think anyone is qualified to practice? First, he seriously criticized Chu Zhongshan's contempt for the secret method of genuine Jiajuandan, and Jiao Enjun then explained. As far as I know, among the patriarchs only Xiaoshan, who has reached the demon level in talent, Longxingyun, who has the strongest strength, and Tianjun, who has profound fortune, have practiced the 9-turn genuine secret method. Master, how many real yuan pills did they finally make?